networks in civil society. I'm currently the chairperson of an NGO called the Southern African Institute for Responsive and Accountable Governance. We're concerned about governance in both public and private bodies. And I've also had a lot of work in children, as well as other issues of human rights issues. So I think I would really add value in strengthening the board and making sure that there is proper oversight of the board, as well as, of course, maintaining independence of the board. But I think also more important, really, in making sure there's proper corporate governance in terms of respecting the lines of different role players in the organization, from government, the minister, to the board, as well as colleagues in management, to ensure that we do produce a very effective entity. Now, of course, I'm quite concerned looking at the annual reports of the SABC around issues of audits, issues of revenue losses, and many other problems, which have come out in numerous reports, including Zondo, of the problems of corporate governance and leadership in SABC, which really need to be addressed. But I certainly think that my track record speaks for itself, that I've been an independent and fearless defender of our democracy and human rights in our country. Thanks.
Thank you, Advocate Panyan. I will now, as I said, go back to members, and then we start that interaction now directly with members. As they would raise their hands, I would note and then indicate who then would speak to you in the 5 minutes of engagement. Honorable members will do as we are able to manage both those that are able to raise their hand and those that may have challenges. I will still get that indication that you would want to speak. Honorable Dr. Bassob, followed by Honorable Kola Barnett. Those are the two hands I see on my side. Portia, you can indicate if there's any that you see, but in the meantime, to save time, would at least proceed with those that have raised their hand. Honorable Dr. Bassob, followed by Honorable Kola Barnett.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you, Mr. Kazi, with the presentation. Only just one question from my side. As you indicated in your presentation, thanks for the presentation first. As you indicated in your presentation about Zondo Commission, in the state capture report findings, amongst other things that came up,
Honorable
declaring
Dr. Bassob.
Mismanagement.
Honorable Dr. Bassob, I think
Yes?
there's a bit of a struggle to hear you properly, especially on my side. May I request that maybe try if you can switch off the video camera now that would have seen you, and then see, because it does say that your bandwidth is low. Can you then proceed?
Can you hear me now, Chair?
Yes, yes. And I'm sure the candidate also hears you. You can hear, Advocate? Thank you. Proceed, Honorable Dr.
Thank you very much. As I've indicated that, thanks very much, Mr. with the presentation. In your presentation, as you have mentioned, the issue of Zondo Commission. In that state capture report findings, amongst other things that came up, is the glaring mismanagement of funds, corrupt practices that are taking place within the SABC. Now that you want to be part of this organization, what mechanism can you come up with to ensure that in future things of this nature don't take place? That's one question. Then secondly, in as far as the funds that has been squandered by these scrupulous elements within the institution, how will you ensure that you recover those funds as the board member if you happen to be appointed? Thanks, Chair. Those are the two questions.
you can proceed, Advocate. The intention is really not to come in between so as to create.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chair and Honorable Member. Let me start with the last point. Definitely, where there has been abuse and loss of funds, the law requires that, those funds should be recovered. That is the role of the accounting officer in terms of PFMA. But of course, the board also has to make sure that this is actually done. So the accounting officer will be requested by the board to ensure this happens. And of course, the board will give necessary support in this regard. As far as issues of corruption and abuse of power in the organization, clearly this is the role of the board to ensure that, the rules are adhered to. There are numerous pieces of legislation which apply to the governance of SABC, PFMA, King 4, and many other instruments that, including the board chart as well, that we do as the board ensure that, there's adherence to corporate governance, there's adherence to the requirements of the law, and we hold everybody to account. So the board itself has to go through regular reviews, annual reviews of the role of the board members, as well as the reviews of the 3 executive members of the board, and ensure that also they are also doing their work. And of course, I think it's very crucial that SABC, in view of its role, definitely leads by example and become the shining star among state-owned institutions in terms of what its mandate is to be, in terms of providing credible and reliable news, which is very crucial for the strengthening of and support of our democracy. So it's of vital importance that this actually gets turned around and changed. And I think our accountability to Parliament, to the Minister, will also be another opportunity where then we should showcase that as to what we're doing. And we must also be held accountable by the board, by Parliament, and the public and the people of this country.
Honorable Basop, Dr. Basop.
No, thank you. I'm fine, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Dr. Basop. I now move to Honorable Kolabanat. You are recognized. You can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to you, Advocate. A couple of questions. You have, looking at your CV, vast experience in the human rights field. Do you have experience in terms of media communications, journalists, electronic media platforms, etc.? I'm interested in, whether the interaction has been there, whether the experience is there. On a similar line, you will have read a great deal, I'm sure, about the sacking of the head of news, who was then exonerated by the CCMA. Your thoughts on that and what was perhaps behind that? What would you personally change at the SABC, or what changes would you stop from happening, perhaps, especially in the run-up to the 2024 election? Now, SABC today competes in a very difficult and competitive environment. What are your thoughts on what's happened over the past, say, year, where over 600 staff members were retrenched, their terms of employment changed, which made it impossible for them to stay, and now they're advertising for over 400 members, new members. The claim is from some that this is to look for different expertise. I'm not sure why there was no training in this regard, but it's an interesting exercise. I don't know that it hasn't contributed to the lack of content and the dropping of audiences. I'd like your input on that one.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't quite done. And give us your plan. This is my last one, I promise. Give us your plan on how you would financially turn the SABC around. It's as ever in a massive debt situation, and as ever looking for further bailouts. So tell me what you would do differently that may turn the situation around. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, what has happened really to an institution which has been established way back in 1936, which definitely has one of the biggest media footprints in the country and the continent, it's quite unfortunate. And we do need a very healthy and viable and reliable public broadcast in our country. And of course, also as a means of revenue generation, of course. So clearly, we need to do a lot to reverse the tide where we've been running at a loss. I was checking the last annual report that, we had a loss of over 600 million rands. And there's been a decline in the loss of advert revenue, TV licenses, and all these issues really relate to a loss of faith and trust in the institution, and therefore people will go elsewhere. So if you look at the media industry, you have products like Netflix, which are basically canning it. And yet SABC should actually be there competing in view of the massive footprints, as I was saying, it has. I mean, look at the radio coverage of SABC, Lesedi, Motswedi, and other stuff like that. Even the TV light channels, as well, of course, our standing in the continent shows there is a massive potential for the SABC to really turn things around and really be a very vibrant institution, which should also be financially sustainable. So we do need to address the issues of leadership, issues of consequence management, issues of staff morale in the organization. If you look at the reports, you look at the issue of the unfair dismissal of the head of news, that also saps the morale because, without happy people, without good human resource management, without skilled staff members, institutions die. But that also depends also on leadership of the board and management. And of course, that institution must also be allowed to run according to the dictates of the laws and not be influenced by political parties and whims, as we saw in the past, also highlighted in the report. So that's what we need to do. We need to protect the entity of the institution. And I want to say that, having spent over 10 years in the South African Human Rights Commission, we are an independent institutions, one has gained experience in how to ensure these issues happen. Now, I have had media experiences. As I was saying, when I was in New York, I was a radio producer for 2 years for a radio station there, which was covering African news. But I've also been a consumer of the media products of SABC. I've done many interviews on numerous channels of SABC TV or radio, and I follow what's happening there. But also, I mean, as a Democrat, definitely one appreciates the importance of public information. So SABC does provide information about governance, about what's happening to the country. It also creates a forum where people can engage because we need that in order to enhance our democracy. So some of the issues which we really have to look into for the future is the whole issue of digitization. Definitely the world is changing, and the channel, the SABC also has to be in line with what's happening. I see with, for example, one of in the reports, one of the concerns, of course, is the issue of the TV licenses and the proposal that, should actually change that funding model, that, every South African who must get funding through levies instead of being linked to whether you own a TV set or not. Definitely that's one thing, that's something one will support. But certainly, we need to think towards the future, and how then do we take into account the changing environment in order to be able to transmit very good products, which will then generate revenue and put SABC on a clear path of financial sustainability. But it's crucial that the issues of governance, leadership, staff morale are addressed, and also that there is a commitment to continuously produce a good product, which can then be appreciated by the market, by the consumers, and therefore we get rewarded for that. And that's why Netflix is becoming so successful. And one also has to look at, what can we learn from entities like Netflix in order to ensure we survive, at the same time being true to the fact that we are indeed a public broadcaster. We still have to, unlike Netflix, we still have to service people all over the country without focusing only on making money out of that. But at the same time, that's why the mixture of the commercial and then public becomes quite a useful one. And I think SABC is actually the best place to turn things around with right leadership. But also, I think it will be important that Parliament also and government protects SABC and really see SABC as a goose which lays a golden egg. It has to be protected. It's quite viable for the future. It creates jobs. It creates so many things. It's also quite crucial for social cohesion. But also, more importantly, we do need to increase the footprint of SABC in the Southern African region, as well as in Africa as a whole. There's no reason why we should not be competing with BBC and CNN or all these other international agencies. We can, as African people, do that. I hope I've covered many parts of the issues. The issue of the head of SABC is actually quite unfortunate because it also highlights, the challenges in the organization where we just, abuse our powers and get rid of people without very good reasons, so to speak. We have to do our work without fear, favor, and also independently. And put South Africa first.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Kola Barnett. I saw Honorable Majosi, your hand was up. Honorable Pambo, do you also want to be recognized? I see your mic is open.
Chair, I thought let me come in. Thanks, Mr. Tibedi. And
Right.
I think it's quite interesting.
You can come in, Honorable Pambo, whilst I try to.
Am I audible?
Honorable Majosi. Yeah, yes, you're audible. You can proceed.
There is about 800 million rand set aside for content production, purely set aside, which was never used. This is money that the SABC was allocated. The previous report that we had three meetings ago indicated as such. And this is in view of the advert revenue that you've made note of, the 600 million rands that we have lost, there's an audience drop. With all these challenges that are facing the SABC, should we not be calling for the rolling of heads in this regard? I mean, if we can remove, mere staff members as an excuse of a turnaround strategy of the SABC, even when that is done, 621 people lost their jobs. And yet the SABC has not shown any significant, signs of turning around. The management is clearly not affected. And now we're dealing with the board. Shouldn't we be changing our focus and not solely, blaming the staff and focus on the leadership of the SABC? Because it looks like they are immune, both management and the board. I would just want to hear you speak openly and what you would do differently, as opposed to always, using the staff as a scapegoat. As you rightfully said, the SABC is not an entity to make profit. All we need from the SABC is to serve our people, to make sure that it gives our people as much information as possible. But equally, we just need it to be self-sufficient, to break even. We don't expect profits from the SABC. That is not what we want from the SABC. We want the SABC to employ as many people as possible, but to be able to carry itself and still to be number one, not only in the country, but in the continent. But it's clear that it's not purely the challenge with the staff, but it is clear that it's also management and the board, which has essentially failed, to steer this entity into the right direction. I would like you to say a little bit more on that, and don't be scared of anything. Speak openly, sir.
Thank you, sir. Honorable member, I'm a constitutional lawyer and corporate governance lawyer. And it's very clear, it starts and ends with leadership and corporate governance. So we can blame, to a large extent, the problems of SABC on leadership and governance. And therefore, we should be blaming, to a large extent, or 90%, the board and management of the institution. SABC has got a tremendous potential, not to be, and should not be retrenching people, but should actually be employing more people, because we can increase the footprint of the institution in the country as well as in the continent. And therefore, the new board really has to look at the reports of the Auditor General, the reports of Zondo Commission, and see what needs to be done to restore the SABC and actually put it at the highest level it could be. We should be one of the top 10 leading media houses in the world. CNN, BBC, that is very, very possible if we look at the footprint and we look at the potential. We just have to fix the leadership and the board and management. And as I'm saying, you know, we need to appreciate that this is about our country, it's about our democracy, it's about our people, and therefore the SABC and those who are involved in SABC should bear this in mind, that this is actually for the people of this country and the continent, and whatever we do is out of service. And therefore we should do our work without fear and favor to make sure that SABC is indeed one of the shining institutions in the continent and in the world globally. It is possible, very, very much possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pambo. I'm sure the ground has been covered.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, may I then look at Honorable Majosi, because I saw you opening your mic again. You can proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm not sure if you are far from the mic or it is just the volume in your gadget that needs adjustment. Can you speak now so that we hear if there's improvement?
Can you hear me now? My volume is very high, by the
Yeah,
way.
better now. Better now. Wherever you are standing now, better. I'm sure,
okay.
Advocate, you can also hear now better. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon to Advocate Deliso. Am I correct? My question would be one. Bringing your expertise from private sector and worked in different institutions, what expertise will you bring into the board to make sure that you reach a consensus, even if you would have different ideologies about whatever, or different ideas on an issue that you'll be talking about, making sure that you are able to lobby one another and speak about that issue, so that when you come out, you speak as one, and the public and coming to parliament, we do not see a board that is divided. What expertise will you bring if you are appointed to be a board member, to make sure that you always reach that consensus, and when you come to the public and parliament, you come as one board?
Thank you. I've had the opportunity of being the CEO of the Human Rights Commission for 2 terms, in 2005 to 2009 and 2017 up until this year. And I have always helped to turn around the institution every time I found it in a terrible situation. And I think my record speaks for itself. What I bring to the institutions I work in, it's passion and commitment to the well-being of our people and our country. And of course, my skills in terms of corporate governance, being a lawyer, having done my pupillage a few years ago, being a social activist, somebody who's also keen on the media, is what I bring to institutions, and to remind colleagues that we can do this. We need to make our people to believe in themselves, to love the institution, and then you can see what will happen. SABC 2-3 years from now will be a different institution from what we have. If the right board members are appointed and the right senior managers are appointed, it's doable. It has been done before. Institutions can turn around. Institutions can also die. And I think after so many years, one has a good idea what causes institutions to die and what causes institutions to thrive. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Matrosi.
Yes, Thank you so much, Chairperson. I don't have a follow-up.
I take it that I may not be leaving any member who would want to pose questions. So if no member left, just to go back to a point, if you can just go back to it and clarify. You mentioned the issue about roles, staying on the line, and made mention of the board, the executive, the minister, and ourselves, Parliament. And as you know, there's an unavoidable tension that arises from time to time, as you would have seen on a number of issues, whether it was at the time of implementation of Section 189, which Honorable Pambo spoke about, the retrenchment and so on, where stakeholders may not be at the same level in terms of what needs to be done. What would you say would be the contribution that you make if you were to be considered, just in making this understanding that we play different roles, yes, but the objective may be the same as far as getting the public broadcaster to do what it's to do. So that's one. Yeah, that's one issue there that I thought should go back to, maybe just to clarify more. But just taking also advantage that you've got experience from the human rights side of things, because you've emphasized more of the revenue side, getting the advertisements and so on. What would you say would be also better ways of ensuring, especially a platform that needs to not only entertain people, but educate and inform them? How the human rights issues also could be something to look at. We've seen complaints about many of some of the adverts that made their way to the public, raising problems. So if you can just speak to those two, I wanted to hear you well there. Thank you.
Thank you. The name of my institution is called Southern African Institute for Responsive and Accountable Governance. That, you know, all of us who are in leadership have to bear in mind that we have to be responsive and accountable. And I think that is one of the biggest challenges in our country of corporate governance. And therefore, by corporate governance, basically, it's how different structures, the different players in any institutions or in any terrain play their roles, and respecting the roles of other people in order to achieve the common objective of a viable, caring, and effective institution. So I think there needs to be a better understanding by everybody in terms of, you know, what is SABC, how it's supposed to be run, and who plays what role. So the confusion of roles where maybe people outside the institution want to run it, or those inside the institution want to run it, has to be addressed. So there has to be a healthy relationship in SABC between the board, management, and the staff. Staff are very important. Without the staff, there's no SABC. At the same time, both at two levels, management and the board, need to understand this. And therefore, one would really hope that, you know, Parliament itself, when it appoints board members, will take this into account, that we need to appoint people with vision, people with commitment, people with track record who can help to turn institution around. And of course, not to be scared to make mistakes, but also own up when they've made those mistakes and correct them. That is the nature of how life goes. And I think it is very possible if all of us were to appreciate that, you know, we are here to serve the Republic and our people, not ourselves, not our political interests or anything else, but the people of this country. And we can compete with CNN and BBC, as I've said earlier on. Now, coming to the latter part, yes, SABC plays a very important role. And one might be very controversial to say some of the problems we're seeing in our country today in terms of social cohesion, declining morality, is because the public broadcaster itself has not done its role properly in informing South Africans what is our responsibility as citizens in terms of how we relate to each other, how we respect our constitution, how do we hold people to account. And therefore, SABC can play this role, both educative, entertainment, as well as creating a space for dialogue with our people, so that at least our people understand what is going on. So we also need to review whether we're actually playing this role properly in terms of providing entertainment and educating. But at the end of the day, it's all about ensuring that our republic, our democracy is stable and grows. And also those who are in positions of power, whether in private or public, are held to account in order to ensure that our country does get better. So I strongly believe that SABC can be turned around and be one of the shining leaders lies in our country and the continent. It's doable. It's in our hands.
Thank you, Advocate Panyan. Now we're in that time, the 3 minutes, for you to speak to the committee before we wrap up. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. The Chair and honorable members, as I was saying earlier on, I definitely believe that with the right leadership and right support of Parliament and the executive and our people and business, SABC is a public institution. It belongs to all of us. It creates space, opportunities for everybody in the country, whether they are public or private. It's also here to strengthen our constitutional democracy, and also as a forum to hold everyone to account. And I think, with the right leadership and vision, we can also check what's happening all over the world and copy and adapt to become a leading institution. I think we are a wonderful country and well-placed to be the leader in the continent and in the globe. I think Africa needs a major institution like ours, which will also play a leading role in global media communication. We can't just be relying on CNN, BBC here, and Al Jazeera when we have something which can actually show the whole world what we can do, infusing media and communication with principles of Ubuntu. And I mean, the whole world has been looking up to us. And I think people are getting disappointed. In 1994, there were high expectations that we will lead by example with all the past experience we have. And I think SABC also falls in that category. So it is doable. I sincerely believe this, and I'm really hoping and praying that yourselves as honorable members of this committee will make the right decision and appoint people who can really serve SABC and not people who are simply politically aligned or serve certain agendas. Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate Panyan. This then takes us to the end of this engagement. And from where one is sitting, surely the set objectives, as I indicated earlier, would have been achieved in that from your sharing with the members, your experiences in response to the questions would have learned from that. And surely the questions themselves would keep you reflecting even beyond the session. Having said that, as I say once again, thank you for making your time here as nominated and shortlisted by the committee. We really appreciate that. Just on the formality side, for any questions or queries that you may still have regarding the process, administratively, it will still be the support staff that you are engaging in preparation for this interview. But with regard to the decision-making process, as you would be aware, that all our meetings are open to the public. So you can be one of the followers of the committee from now on if you have not been, to see how the process unfolds, because there's transparency about the process. But we really appreciate that you came, and we really thank you for that.
Thank you, Chair, and may the force be with you.
Thank you. So would, as we offload you, ask the administration to also get the next candidate ready. Thank you, Advocate. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. The next candidate is on the platform. The name is Mr. Quentin Green. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Green. Can you hear us? Mr. Green, if you can hear us, you can unmute and switch on your video camera.
Good
but
afternoon.
I see that the mic is not connected, so your audio is not connected from what I see on the platform.
I've shown as unmuted here, Chairperson.
Can you hear?
I can hear him clearly, Chair.
Okay, so if you can switch on your video camera so that we're able to also see you.
It's on, Chair. There he is.
Why am I not? Yes, now we can see you. I can see you now.
There we are.
Okay, so please feel welcomed. You are now appearing before a subcommittee.
Thank you, Chair.
Of the Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies. In terms of the rules of the National Assembly, a committee can set up a subcommittee to focus on a particular task and report back to the committee. So we are a subcommittee that's dealing with the appointment process for the SABC board, for which you've been nominated and shortlisted for, hence you are before the subcommittee. But just to briefly indicate that the subcommittee is constituted by different political parties proportional to the size in terms of the electoral support for in terms of the 2019 election. So it's quite a representative committee in nature. So just to outline how we are going to proceed, we have set up 45 minutes per candidate, but we also are quite practical that the 45 minutes may be less depending on the engagement, but there may be a spillover of some sort, given the answers that members in the interaction may want to get from a candidate. But as a rule, we look at 45 minutes. In that 45 minutes, it will be the brief introduction of the members of the committee who are on the platform, as well as giving you 5 minutes after that to briefly introduce yourself, which will also give you an opportunity to talk to your skills, expertise, and so on, or any matter you want the committee to consider as the reason for you to be considered for recommendation to the SABC board. After that 5 minutes, we'll then get to the members. We've allocated about 5 minutes per member to interact with you in terms of questions, as well as your responses. Of course, once members are done, if there's any matter to highlight, that's the only time the chair may ask a question. Otherwise, if the ground is covered, I will then get straight to you to do the 3 minutes your closing points before we officially close the session. So we take this as a conversation we're having with you or engagement. We try to put the word interview on the side so that you relax, you share your experiences with the committee, and the committee can learn from what you share, as well as you also drawing lessons from the questions that members would ask. More importantly for us is because we're playing an oversight role on the entity. So we would need to look at some of the things that get raised even beyond this period of so-called interviews. So I hope that makes you to relax a bit and wait for the engagement. So without waste of time, Let me then go to members, as I said, briefly introduce them, starting with the African National Congress. I will start with the Honorable Dr. Basso.
Thank you,
Good
Chairperson.
afternoon, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Green.
All right, that's the Honorable Dr. Basso. And Honorable Mulala, still on the platform. Honorable Mulala.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm
Good
here.
afternoon, Mr. Malala. Nice to meet you.
So that's Honorable Mulala.
Thank you.
Honorable Maneli, I'm from the NC as well as the chair of the subcommittee. Let me then introduce the Honorable Kola Barnett from the Democratic Alliance. I'm sure you can see him
Welcome,
Hello.
clearly.
welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have from the Economic Freedom Fighters, Honorable Pambo.
Good
Thank you
afternoon,
very
Mr.
much,
Malala.
Chair. We're here.
Thank you, Honorable Pambo. Honorable Majosi from the Inkatha Freedom Party, FP. Honorable Majosi.
Yes, Chairperson, I'm here.
You're still here. Thank you. So we
Good
do
afternoon,
have
Mr. Ngozi.
Honorable Mtembu may join us, but we have an indication of challenges on our side. But we do have the numbers to proceed accordingly. And for that reason, we would proceed. As I said, that's the brief introduction of the members. We now come to you. You have 5 minutes to really briefly introduce yourself. And as I said, members will then take questions thereafter, which may not be limited to the 5 minutes brief introduction, because they've had an opportunity of looking at your detailed CV, and the questions may therefore go beyond that. But over to you, Mr. Green, please.
Thank you, Chairperson, for this opportunity to present myself to the committee. And thank you to all the other committee members as well for your time in undertaking this important task. I'm Quentin Green. I'm a father with 2 children, a son who is a lawyer in Johannesburg and a daughter who's an actuary in the United Arab Emirates, currently doing significant work for the government of Saudi Arabia. They're my pride and joy. My careers, I matriculated at St. John's College in Johannesburg. I attended subsequently the University of Cape Town, where I obtained a BCom degree, and I subsequently obtained my certificate in theory of accountancy and my chartered accountancy qualification at the University of the Witwatersrand. I articled with Alex Aiken and Carter, and after brief spells with Anglo-American, Hendler and Sassel, I was called to join the SABC in the late 1980s, 1989 to be exact, when the SABC was undergoing very severe financial problems similar to now. I was appointed as Director General Finance and Administration. I was responsible for all marketing activities of the entire SABC, both television and radio. I was responsible for human relations. I was responsible for the finance and administration of the entire SABC. The SABC, some 18 months later, went into restructuring, and I was appointed as Chief Executive of Television, responsible at that time for 2 SABC channels, SABC 1, SABC 2 and 3, which, as you will recall, split at night into SABC 4 at 9 o'clock at night. I found that an unacceptable situation, and so we discontinued SABC TV4 on the networks of TV2 and 3 and created a separate network of its own, which we were able to do given the overlap of transmitters. We were very, very successful in restoring the financial stability of the SABC, and during those early years of Mnet transmissions as well, we were still able to grow our financial revenue base through advertising. We established a very, very good relationship with the advertisers and also proceeded with affirmative action campaigns. I'm proud to have appointed Mr. Madala Mpashlele as the first general manager of what was in TV2, which became CCV TV, I appointed the first senior woman employee, Ms. Brenda Cornier, who is today my partner, and I appointed Mr. Talib Sadek, who subsequently became the managing director of Arms Corps, of Denel, not Arms Corps. And we proceeded with that policy of employing people from across the spectrum in South Africa. I'm very proud of our achievements there. But more importantly, because the SABC's role is to represent broader South Africa and not merely the employees of the SABC, we proceeded to embark on a broadening of the programming spectrum within South Africa. I'm honored today that Generations was my baby. I commissioned it after meeting Mfundi Wundler way back in the early 90s, and I'm delighted to see that it's still the #2 rated program audience-wise on SABC1, only beaten by Azalo, and I'm sure one day Generations, the legacy, will regain its place. I also started People of the South, which we contracted to Dali Tambo at the time. I commissioned a program called The Line, which was very controversial at its time, given the political history in South Africa. And we commissioned the first independent news program at the SABC called Future Imperfect under Dr. Dennis Davis. I'm also delighted that we could have brought in Felicia Mabusa-Suttle to start her Felicia program. So that is my history on the SABC. Very briefly, subsequent to that, I left the SABC to lead a consortium bid for the first private free-to-air television license. We regrettably lost it, despite our very good shareholding, I believe. I have subsequently led a television network across 23 countries in Africa called Television Africa, and I'm proud that I was able to assist Telkom in getting their satellite transmission license, which they've regrettably not used. Subsequent to that, I joined the city of Johannesburg and have for the last 5 years, up until my retirement in 2018, been on the board of City Power as CFO of City Power. I think, Chair, that completes my 5 minutes, and I hand back to the committee. Thank you once again for that opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I would now identify members, recognize those that would want to come in terms of questions. I see Honorable Kolabanat, Honorable Mulala. We'll take those. Honorable Dr. Basso will be free. I will take those in the meantime, whilst we check if there are further hands. Honorable Kolabanat.
Thank you, Chair. Hello again. You do, looking at your CV and listening to you, you have vast experience in many areas of media, communications, dealing with journalists, electronic media platforms, TV, etc., and programming. So looking at the SABC now, with its massive loss, what would be your plan to turn the finances around? And what is your opinion of this suggestion that the TV licenses, which apparently nobody pays anymore, should be turned into some sort of levy for all, so that everybody, even if they didn't have a TV, would have to pay a license? I can see that being something of an issue. Then your thoughts, you would have read about it, heard about it. What are your thoughts on the sacking of the head of news, who was then exonerated in the CCMA? And what would you change within the SABC or prevent from happening as we hit the run into the 2024 election? And perhaps also your comments on the recent axing of so much expertise with the 600 staff laid off or forced out through changes in their job descriptions, and now the subsequent hiring of well over 400. And I'm told it's to pull in more relevant expertise, but I'd like your opinion on what was done, because it seems that the the massive lack of skills now has perhaps exacerbated the lack of content and the dropping listener and viewership levels. I think I'm covered for now. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ms. Golobana.
Sorry, Mr. Green, just to clarify so that we can have a flow. I have no intentions of coming in between to give to you. It will just be interactive as such. So you can proceed. That was what happened even with the next speaker.
Thanks so much, Chairperson, and thank you, Ms. Golobana, for those questions. The first question that you raised was about turning around the finances of the SABC. I obviously have not yet seen the 2022 financial statements of the SABC, but I've certainly seen the 2021 financial statements. The grave concern there is the statement by the Auditor General that there is material uncertainty relating to the going concern of the SABC. So obviously a great deal of attention has to be paid by the board to turning around those finances. I think the first thing of concern to me is that when one looks at the audience ratings of the SABC and one looks at all the channels in South Africa, not a single channel, not a single program in the SABC3 top 20 programs for August has higher ratings than that of ETV. And of the top 20 programs on SABC2 in August, only one falls into the list of the top 20 programs in ETV. Now, if one is not getting top rated programs or better rated programs than are being obtained at the moment, then one is not going to attract the advertising revenue. It's simply as that. Advertisers look for numbers of people to advertise to. So the SABC is going to have to get up the audience numbers. And the only way to do that is going to have to be to attract South Africans by quality programming. That means that a far greater share of the income of the SABC has to be devoted to programming, which to some extent answers your question about the forcing out of employees. One has to be careful that expenditure on internal salaries is not so high that it's to the extent where you have no money for programming. So I think one always, and as the board, one has to manage the staff numbers very carefully and make sure that one retains the relevant skills. So I think one has to look at that ratio between programming costs and human resource costs very, very carefully. I obviously am not party to the decisions about taking out staff and then re-employing them. So one is not aware of the full motivation there, but I think it's very important to keep those numbers under control. After all, the television station, as well as radio networks, want their money to go into programming. That is what is sold. And right now, the SABC revenue on television is only at 28.7% of total revenue, whereas multi-choices is at 49.8%. And if one compares the SABC audiences to that of multi-choice, the total multi-choice portfolio, the SABC revenue streams are not reflective of what the SABC should be getting against its audiences. In terms of the coming up of the election, I think one has to be very careful there to work together in conjunction with the Independent Electoral Commission. There are always going to be arguments about elections as to how much time each political party gets. And I think the SABC there needs to follow the lead provided by the International Election Committee. And there's always the ongoing debate is how much airtime should one party get against the other. I think very often one ignores the fact that one has to treat government as separate from the political party in that government and look at things on that basis. So I think that a large deal of guidance needs to be provided by the Independent Electoral Commission. We fortunately had that in the '94 election, which worked very, very successfully and well. We also had advice at that stage from the Commonwealth Broadcasting Association. In terms of the termination of services of the head of news and her subsequent reinstatement. I think that is regrettable. But again, not being party to the inner information regarding all of that, it's difficult to understand and provide a view as to how the initial decision was taken and how it was subsequently reversed. I certainly think that the board needs to provide a lot of support and protection for the head of news, particularly in the South African environment. It is an extremely difficult place within which to operate. Ms. Barnard, I'm hoping that's answered the questions as you put them to me. Thank you.
I have just to say that the head of news was not reinstated. Someone else was put in the position. And from what I gather, she was paid out and not returned. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Barnard. As I said, I have recognized Honorable Malala. Can proceed.
Sure.
Who would be followed by Honorable Dr. Basub.
Chairperson?
Yes, Honorable Bambo.
No, Chair, unless the speakers that have already raised their hands are bringing something of the same issue, can I please be indulged in sort of picking up from what is already the topic right now, if that is in order?
I think Honorable Mlala, if you were to ask a different question, not following up, he would be ready to now, like he did last night, and then get to his points, which will then take us to other questions to ask. Honorable Mlala, you are amenable to that.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think I wanted to follow up as well and then raise another question.
No, that's
Okay.
fine.
No,
you
you can then get in, Honorable Mlala.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. I think maybe as a follow-up, you spoke a lot about the top rating programs on ETV, which is much higher in terms of percentage than the SABC. You also responded on the issue of how you will improve the finances. But you also noted the annual report for the last financial year. And in that annual report, there's a high regular expenditure, which I thought you'll also comment about. There's also a high salary bill that is of concern, even after retrenchments, which for me says, even though they have retrenched with the view of reducing the high salary bill, is still there, which means they might have miscalculated there. So I would also want you to comment on that. That would be my first follow-up questions. Now, my questions will be around the commercial arm of the SABC, because you've been in the SABC before. Surely you know what I'm talking about. What is the contributory percentage of that commercial arm in terms of the public mandate? Because it looks like this commercial arm is not used for purpose from where I'm sitting. Now, what would be your views on how how you have been dealing with it during your tenure at SABC? And then the last question is around, as a board member, surely you'll have to manage the relation between the board, between the stakeholder, between the administration, including the portfolio committee. What would be your advice in that regard? How would you manage those relations? Because many a times there's some subtle tension between the key role players, which in my view might be contributory to the instability in the SABC. Thanks, Chair. I think those are my questions.
Honorable Mlala, as I would be going to Mr. Green. Just make sure you correct it. I didn't want members to raise it as point of order and therefore dislodge you from the flow. So I won't do it when you appear again. Just make sure you correct your background that we do not display party logos.
Yeah, I think the chair is wearing the wrong jacket, Chair, please.
That's a point I'm making. Honorable Papa, I didn't want you to.
No, but Bambo is wearing the red beret. Man. Why?
No. I know you even see it when I'm not wearing it, but I'm not wearing it, unfortunately, my brother.
No, he was not wearing it. So, but I'm just saying, Honorable Mlala, I didn't want for us to degenerate to a point of order instead of focusing on the work at hand. So you've corrected it, and we can be able to proceed. Make sure that you don't bring it, and it then exposed you as you were talking to political parties, and it came like big. I'm sure, Mr. Green, you would ignore that and just get to the question.
Thanks, Chair. I took it from Honorable Bambo, is my good friend. Thanks.
Okay, no, thank you. We can then proceed. We'll keep your time, Mr. Green. I just wanted to make sure that it doesn't get to be the issue, but we focus on what we are dealing with. Over to you.
Thank you again, Chairperson, and thank you, Mr. Malala, for those questions. I did neglect to answer one question posed by Ms. Kola Barnard, and that related to the TV licenses. The current TV license system continues, as is for many years, to be impossible to implement. It is basically a tax, and taxes have to be collectible and they have to be affordable. And the current system has failed. So we definitely need another system of collection. However, my one thought is that we must make sure that we do not capture the poorest South Africans in a net whereby they have to pay. I think we have a responsibility as South Africans to look after the poorest members of our community. So whatever system we implement, there has to be a way of subsidizing the poorest members of our community so that they can get TV services and radio services without a cost to them. It's very important that we continue to communicate with the poorest and most underprivileged members of our community. I apologize for that, Mr. Malala. You questioned about the high salary bill. I think that the SABC on an ongoing basis has to undertake a personal audit to make sure that the staff numbers do not exceed the absolute bare minimum as what is required to manage the SABC. And that is important so that we can generate far more money into programming, whether for radio or for television. But that is where the SABC needs to put its finances, on the screen and on the microphone in radio. We have to do that. Your next question related to the commercialization of the SABC. I think to come back to my point, the SABC is currently licensed for 2 public service channels, SABC 1 and 2, and 1 commercial channel, which is SABC 3. Yet SABC 3 is performing with audience rating points far below those of SABC 1 and 2. So it's not achieving its objective as a commercial channel at all. It should be outperforming ETV. From what I can, from my understanding of the industry, the SABC has all the facilities to make it possible for SABC 3 to do that. I think all 3 channels, and particularly the commercial channel, need to invest far more in local content. So we get back to the days where we have programs such as Good as Nicey, R&A, and very, very similar programs like that, where we attracted the audiences every single night to SABC, not to Mnet at that stage. So I think we should get I apologize, we should get the SABC back up to being the lead competitor in the commercial television and radio market. There is no reason why that can't be obtained. It has the frequencies, it has the networks, it has the distribution systems. We just need to get performance, and that means our programming and ad revenue. I think one has always got cross-subsidization in South Africa. That will depend on the extent to which one can bring back the profitability of the commercial services. But there should be no doubt that the commercial service is necessary to subsidize the public services. That is very, very important to do so, because the public service has a responsibility not only to serve the smaller communities in South Africa, but should also be the innovator and lead programmer. So it should be experimenting with new programming in South Africa, sometimes which is not going to be affordable. And it is going to have to look at all sorts of art programs, which are not always the most popular. In addition to that, the SABC commercial channels are going to have to generate the funds for the SABC to again become competitive in the bidding for sports rights. It is not acceptable that the biggest broadcaster in South Africa is constantly losing sport rights, which appeal to them and which are a unifying factor for the bulk of South Africans. We need to address that commercialization to generate funds for South Africa. Your last question, Mr. Malala, related to the relationship between the board and other stakeholder groups, of which the Portfolio Committee and politicians are one. I think the important fact for the board to act on here is that it is a public service broadcaster. It is not a state broadcaster. And it needs to constantly sell that role, that it is there to represent stakeholder groups beyond that of Parliament. It has to represent stakeholder groups in every aspect of our society, whether rich, poor, irrespective of the religious group, the racial group, the gender group. And also it's got to represent the groups, no matter how little importance they may be in the bigger scheme of things. I think it's important. And the leaders must contribute towards helping that understanding as well. I think we got there at one stage in the history of the SABC, and I'm sure it's not going to be very difficult given the current communication which is coming from all parties. But the SABC has to exert its role as a public service broadcaster and not that of a state broadcaster. I hope, Mr. Malala, that answers your questions.
Honorable Malala, covered.
I think you can give Pambo now to do a follow-up unless I covered it. Thanks.
You almost,
Mr.
Malala.
You can then come in, Honorable Pambo. I'm sure you collected the parade.
No, thanks, Chair. I think Mr. Malala almost covered me, and I think maybe let me ask our candidate to expand a little bit. You know, I think there's a lot of things that one would agree with. You're right. Commercialization of the SABC is obviously not the answer, or does not appear to be the answer. And in the examples that you have given of a station which ought to be outperforming, given you know, its commercialization. But you are quite correct when you say that the SABC is no longer attracting audiences and it's not giving fresh content. All of it is stale repetition. So bad that even on the news, you have a repetition of news when so much is happening in this country. There is obviously a challenge with management there. There is a challenge with the board, and we're renewing it now. And partly you will have, I mean, let's take, for example, this year has been characterized by conferences from all political parties. And the EFF, for example, was having a conference this past weekend, you know, in the, what we call the People's Assembly. We had at the SABC repeating news when the majority of South Africans, the people of South Africa and the people in the continent wanted to see what was happening. We're the third biggest political party in this country. And yet the, you know, a public broadcaster was repeating news with the head of news refusing, saying that this is an editorial decision with no criteria being presented to us as to why we're not being covered. Where you had the ANC being covered throughout, from people parading with big jackets of the big wigs of the ANC, nothing significant or interesting to the people of South Africa, but by them just getting off the car, they will be followed with cameras all the way into the conference room. The EFF nowhere to be seen on one of the biggest assemblies. That is one. There is 800 million rands that is there with the SABC. That is not being used for content, set aside for content. There was no need for deviation. There was no need for anything. That is money that is there. This speaks to bad decision making. Again, if you think about in the background of what the SABC has done with 621 staff, which was retrenched, some of which the SABC admits it even got rid of people who had experience and were still needed. Now we're going back to employing about 400 employees to the SABC. All of this speaks to, bad leadership and bad decision making. It can't be that every time when there's a situation, there's a problem, we always speak to, the staff complement as the easy scapegoat that does not have a voice. The protest that we saw of journalists of the SABC live on national television was embarrassing. People crying for their jobs, senior journalists who were victimized, and we could all see it. Now we know of the head of news who was fired and was paid for a process that was not properly followed. She's not the only one, there are many. That speaks to bad decision-making by the ANC management and subsequently to the board. And I'm putting this to you for you to speak openly about it, but also to say what needs to happen. Shouldn't heads roll? Shouldn't this board that we are appointing now zoom into the management of this entity and make sure that we start from management, not just jump into the question of balancing the salary bill. We said we're balancing the salary bill. Look at where we are now. Maybe this management is overpaid. Maybe the money we give the management has clouded their judgment and they're not thinking clear and they don't have the interest of the SABC. And every time when there's a challenge, they blame the staff complement, which is not capable. I think openly that the problem might be with the management and we must be then starting to zoom into who is actually doing what in that SABC. Your response, sir.
Thanks very much indeed, Mr. Pamba, for your questions and your insightful questions there. I think with regards to your first point about news coverage, the newsroom at the SABC should only have one criteria, and that's newsworthiness. It is not there to provide publicity for one party as opposed to another party. It has to look at the newsworthiness of every single instance, and that should be planned properly in the daily morning news diaries, which take place, which can change throughout the day. That's very important. I did allude earlier to the important role that the Independent Electoral Commission has to play during elections, but the same principles should apply outside of that. And one should make sure that newsworthiness is the only parameter and of interest and newsworthiness to South Africans. That is very important. I agree with you that we should not only be looking at the salaries of the least or lesser senior employees in the organization. I think to support your point, the important principles of any board is firstly to direct the affairs of the organization. That can never be taken away from the board. It delegates that authority to its chief executive officer and other senior officers of the board. The board's second responsibility is to provide proper financial oversight. And that means not only sitting passively, but making active decisions about the proper finances of the organization. The third issue that the board has to do is ensure the organization has adequate and the correct resources at each and every single level. In other words, the board's responsibility is to make sure that the money is spent in the right areas. And besides that, at the same time, the board has to ensure legal compliance and ethical integrity, which means making sure that one doesn't have irregular or unauthorized or wasteful or fruitless expenditure. That is the board's job, to make sure that its management does that correctly. Finally, then again, one must meet the appropriate interests of all the stakeholders. But the board has a very, very important role, not only to mentor and support management, but in managing all the resources responsibly. Mr. Pamba, I hope that answers your questions.
Thank you, Honorable Bambo. The Honorable Dr. Paso.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Mr. Green, for your intensive kind of presentation and the role you played to the SABC. And one can conclude that indeed you invested a lot to this organization for a long time, and there were fruits that were beared out of your investment. But what is not clear for me are the reasons for you to leave SABC after such a huge investment to this organization. Perhaps if you can expand on that, then again, all of a sudden now, you want to go back to SABC now as a board member. What are the reasons for you to want to go back? That's one question. The second one, and the last one. In terms of the state capture report findings about this entity called SABC, there is a glaring mismanagement of funds as well as a lot of corrupt practices that are there in that report. Can you tell us as the committee, what kind of mechanism will be put in place to ensure that in future it doesn't occur in this organization under your watch? And secondly, what mechanism can be employed to ensure that you recover those monies that have been squandered by these scrupulous individuals within this institution? Those are the two questions. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Doctor. That is a very insightful question. I think when one looks at my CV, I left the SABC after the 1994 election to pursue the first private license. By nature, I'm attracted to commercial media. I had a fantastic relationship with the entire advertising industry. I'm sorry that the late Dr. Ivy Motsepe-Kasaburi cannot testify to that. She was my last chairperson at the board of the SABC. I left at the time, and if one looks at the shareholders that were in my consortium, I was approached initially by the National Sports Council under the guidance of the late Minister Steve Shweti, to put together a channel which could fight for sports rights. We were joined in that consortium by Worldwide African Investment Holdings, which at the time was led by Mr. Patuma and Schleko, who became a board member in our corporation. I was also joined on the board of our television bid by Mr. Dali Tambo, by Prime Media, and by Sasani Studios at that stage. We were also joined by Channel 4 in the UK, who regarded us as a consortium who would be competitive in South Africa. I also was very proud of the fact that two of the shareholders were Mwasa and Bamawu, the two SABC trade unions. The fact that they joined my consortium will testify to the fact as to the wonderful relationship that I had with both the broadcast trade unions while a senior executive of the SABC. So I left the SABC for no other reason but to take part in what was a democratization and privatization of a part of media in South Africa. We were unfortunately not successful in getting the license, but it's important to note that a year after we lost the license, I was approached by the winning consortium, ETV, to join them to assist in building their channel. So I think our relationships were completely intact. I was also appointed after he left the SABC by Mr. Zulaki Sisulu to act as an advisor to him in his nail business. Why I'd like to come back now is I retired 3 years ago. And as a retiree, I have time on my hands where I can devote the time that is necessary to give back to South Africa and to give back to the SABC. The SABC will always have a very big part of my heart. One underestimates how important the SABC is to every single South African, no matter who they are. And I would like to go back and contribute to them and to make them proud once again of our organization, the SABC. Your second question related to the state capture report. At the time, without mentioning specific instances, Chair, it was very heartbreaking to me that a lot of properties were being sold out of the SABC, which I personally had gone to extreme lengths to acquire for the SABC. I referred to the African Mirror range of programs. I referred to the entire archive of Jamie Ace, the wonderful South African filmmaker. We acquired those assets for the SABC at no cost. And to find out that they were subsequently being traded out of the SABC is a great travesty of justice for all South Africans. We have to prevent that from happening again. And I think to that extent, the board needs to establish the rules at once as to what remuneration can be paid to employees for disposing of assets. I don't believe any should be paid. The only commission payable to SABC employees should be on the basis of an arrangement where commission is paid on sales generated and revenue is generated for the SABC, not for selling assets of the SABC. Chair, finally, as you're aware, I am qualified in the MFMA, and as far as it relates to the PFMA, I have a great understanding of PFMA as well. I believe that the PFMA contains sufficient mechanisms in which to recover money and to recover funds which have been incorrectly acquired from organizations such as the SABC. I think it just requires the will of the board to make sure we pursue that recovery. I have no doubts, and I agree with you fully, Doctor, we have to pursue those people who've acquired assets from state corporations illegally with every means at our disposal. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Chair. No, I'm fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Basop. But I saw Honorable Kolabanat. I'm not sure your follow-up is on this point or previously. But
Chair, please note me. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
No, I hear you now, but I have not seen your hand. Sorry, Honorable Majosi, you'd follow. You can just do that follow-up quickly.
Thank you. Thank you, yes. Mr. Green, I find myself in the bizarre position of agreeing with every word that Honorable Pambo had to say. I actually worked for the SABC up until 2004 when the political pressures on editors, news persons, etc. They were literally told, you may not cover burning City Hall, you go and cover the politician cutting a ribbon. People were just flying out. They couldn't stand that kind of gerrymandering. And it seems to go through cycles. It recovers, newsrooms become credible again, and then it starts all over again. So I understand that issue. I was also the head of BAWAU in KZN and also managed SAFM. So I had also this bizarre relationship. So it's very interesting to me to speak with someone like yourself who has an encyclopedic knowledge of the inner workings of the SABC. People like you should not be allowed to retire, frankly. So what I did not hear from you was your response to the fact that, and because you've raised the issue of content over and over and over, this is absolutely the #1 priority. Your reaction to the fact that 800 million rand is sitting there unspent, it's for content and it was never used. And that added to the loss of expertise, I think has been the major cause. It's 100% mismanagement from my perspective. I'd like your perspective, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gola-Barnard. I cannot reiterate more the fact that the board's responsibility is to make sure that the newsrooms do not go through that cycle. The professionalism, and unfortunately one looks at world media today and one finds a regretful approach in media that social media is tending to distort proper news processes of validation and right of reply. One can only hope that the board of the SABC continues to ensure that all balances the right of reply, the fact that news has to be validated and verified, and that it is in fact newsworthy to get that going. The fact that there's 800 million there unspent is not something which I have to be honest, I'm fully aware of at this stage, not being part of the inner workings. I think that is regrettable, because 800 million rand spent on programming could generate a great deal of advertising revenue for the SABC, and hopefully enough revenue to pay for more than 80% of that expenditure, because one can't expend all of that money just on popular programming. But I believe that the SABC should be aiming to look at increasing its revenue by easily 800 to 1.2 billion rand by putting on proper programming. That should be an absolute priority of the board. And it comes back to the point I made about managing resources responsibly and making sure that adequate resources are put into the correct place. Thank you for that follow-on question.
Thank you,
you.
Honorable Kolabanet. I now recognize the Honorable Machozi. Once again, apologies, I didn't see your hand, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon. I'm sorry I didn't. I'm quite juggling between meetings right now.
That's Mr. Green.
Mr.
Quentin Green.
Quentin Green.
Oh, Quentin Green. Oh,
Yes.
thank you. And my question is, it's just one. In terms of your leadership skills, what kind of board do you think you would want to be part of? And what kind of expertise will you be bringing in the board? As much as you have heard my colleagues speaking of different challenges that they've experienced, and knowing that there's also the political side that maybe you'd also as a board maybe have challenges on, and what sort of a board do you think would work for the SABC, given your experience that you've also worked at the SABC, and then given the fact that you would want in the public, people should see an SABC that is productive, that is efficient, that works. What type of a board would that be, that maybe if you are appointed, you would want to be part of? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Majosi. Ms. Majosi, I think what's important is that one wants a board of team players, but a board of multiple skills. One needs, obviously at this stage, financial people, and I'm happy that with my financial background, and particularly with an understanding, a deep understanding of the inner workings of the finances of the SABC, that I could be a contributory, one of a couple of financial contributory players. But one needs lawyers, one needs authors, one needs artists, one needs a portfolio of board members that represent the full spectrum as far as possible of the entire South African society. The one criteria, and to me the most important criteria, is which board members should stand or fall, is by the fact that they should have the highest ethical values and integrity. It should not be compromised by any stakeholder in terms of who they have to report. That is of vital importance. They should not be cowed by politicians. They should not be cowed by sports leaders. They should not be cowed by business people. They should not be cowed by the employees of the organization. They should be strong enough to understand that the role which they have been appointed to do and to stand up to that. So we're looking fundamentally for people of integrity who can work together. And I don't believe that that's an impossible task to achieve. I believe that fundamentally as South Africans, we are those people. And I think this board that you're appointing as a committee today is a board that can restore the SABC to its rightful position in the South African society. Thank you, Ms. Majosi.
Thank you. Honorable Machozi, you are fine. You can proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. No, I'm okay. I'm fine.
Thank you. We will now get back to you. I think most of the ground has been covered. We'll get back to you for the 3 minutes to speak to the subcommittee.
So, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And I wish once again to thank you and the subcommittee for the opportunity I've had to present myself as a possible candidate to the SABC board. I think the committee has an extremely difficult job. I've looked at the other candidates, and the subcommittee is faced with a wonderful array of South Africans, a couple who are really known to me, and I'm sure that we would be able to work together. I would just like to advise the subcommittee that I want to give you my assurance that if you do nominate me for appointment to this board, that the SABC will have my absolute attention and full integrity related to all matters of the board. It is too important for us not to lose the SABC in the manner possibly contemplated by the Auditor General, is that there is unrelated uncertainty relating to the going concern of the SABC. We need to restore, as a matter of absolute priority, that going concern nature of the SABC. And we have to make sure that it becomes a favorite institution in the South African life of every single South Africa again. I would be honored to serve, and I would be delighted to serve the SABC. As I've said before, it will, in my whole life, remain part of my heart. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Green. And of course, let me, on behalf of the members, once again, thank you for appearing before this subcommittee. And of course, the objectives I've raised earlier, I'm sure you'd agree, would have achieved them. We would have learned a lot from the experiences you've shared, as well as the questions from members. Surely you'd still reflect beyond this session. Let me just deal with the formalities as we close the session. One being that for queries that you may have post this interview, the administration would still be your contact point as they were preparing you for appearance in this interview. But from a point of the decision making that needs to be done at our level, you would not need to make contacts, because you would have just joined to be one of the followers of the committee program, because every meeting is transparent and decisions get to be made in the view of the public. So keep looking at how far we are getting as the committee. But as I said, for any other thing, then the administration, Mr. Dabeni, would be able to respond to such questions. Thank you once again, as we would release you from the platform and look at the other candidate that would need to come before the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the committee. Enjoy your day.
Not sure if it's me, Ms. Dabeni, can you hear?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. The next candidate is Mr. Mpotetu. He's on the platform already, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Tsedu.
Honorable Maneli, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes, I can hear you. You do hear us. Let me take the opportunity to welcome you on behalf of the subcommittee. You are appearing before the subcommittee of the Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies in the National Assembly. In line with the rules, this committee has been put together to focus on a particular task. And our task this time is the appointment process for the SABC board, which means that we report back to the committee. So please feel welcomed to this subcommittee. In terms of its constitution, it's constituted by political parties in line with the electoral support of 2019, but it's got fair representation. So it's not just one party meeting. So as I do the introductions, you'd also agree that that's the case. May I also hasten to just outline how we are going to proceed with this conversation. So we take it really not as an interview in a strict sense, but really a conversation with members. So we'll do a 45 minutes interaction, which takes into account brief introduction of the members. We then come to you for 5 minutes for you to briefly introduce yourself, which will also take into account your experiences, your skills, and so on, and the reason to be considered for appointment in the SABC board. After that, 5 minutes, then the members would then come in to interact with you in terms of questions. We've allocated about 5 minutes per member for question and your responses. And I must hasten to say that because members do not ask questions only on the basis of the 5 minutes introduction, but go beyond that because they may have also looked at your CV in the detailed one. So the 45 minutes may be less or a little bit of a spillover as members will be asking for answers, and in some cases there'll be follow-up questions. That's why we take it as a conversation, because a member may want to just come back on an issue you would have raised. Once the members would have asked their questions from the side of the chairperson, I would not ask the question if the ground has been covered, unless a point needs to be lifted up just for the clarity of the subcommittee. Thereafter, we'll give you 3 minutes to address the committee for the last before you get off the platform and you get to the next candidate. So I hope that clarifies how we are going to proceed going forward. I will quickly run through the members on the platform because we only have one member who will probably join later because of connectivity and other challenges in the province where she is, Honorable Mtemo. I'll start with the Honorable Dr. Basop from the ANC. Honorable Dr. Basop from the ANC.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon to you, sir, as well. Thank you.
That's
afternoon, sir.
That's the Honorable Molala. Honorable Molala.
Good afternoon,
That's the Honorable Mulala from the African National Congress, Honorable Maneli. It's myself who's also the chair of the session from the ANC. And as I said, Honorable Mtembu may join or may not, but we do have the numbers to proceed. So I've already welcomed you in that scope, in the capacity of being the chair. I will now recognize the member of the day just for the introduction, Honorable Kolabanak. I hope you are still connected.
I am. I'm waiting for the load shedding to start in a few minutes and I'll have to switch over, but hello and welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kolabanak from the Democratic Alliance.
Afternoon, Honorable Kolabanak.
We do have the Honorable Pambo from the Economic Freedom Fighters, EFF. Honorable Pambo.
Yeah, afternoon, Mr. Matata.
Afternoon, Honorable Pambo.
So we'll now look at Honorable Majosi from the Inkatha Freedom Party, IFP. Honorable Majosi.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tsedu.
Afternoon, Honorable Majosi.
So those are the members, as I said, looking at representation of parties proportional to size. That's a brief introduction. We'll now give you the 5 minutes to address the committee. Over to you, Mr. Tsedu.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to all the honorable members of the subcommittee, as they've just been introduced. I welcome the opportunity to appear before you for this conversation, as the Chairperson has indicated. My name is Mpho Tsedu, and I'm sure you have just had the benefit of going through my curriculum vitae, and basically the reason why I am here, based on that CV, is because I am a qualified and ethical broadcaster with a track record of objectivity. I understand and have passion for public broadcasting. I've spent about almost 2 decades, 20 years around the SABC on both radio and television in various capacities. And in as much as I have gone to acquire the educational qualifications that I have, and where I am at the moment, I consider myself a child and a product of the SABC, having gone through the various tasks at that establishment. And I'm serving currently in other state-owned entities in capacities as, for instance, chairing a committee on HR and remuneration, also belonging to audit and risk committee. And I've gone to really amass enough knowledge and skills to serve at the level at which the SABC board is at. I want to contribute to address the legacy governance failures at the SABC. I want to be part of an SABC with modernized sales and operating models. I want to see an SABC that will develop and launch its own OTT platforms. An SABC that will seize opportunities that will be created by the recently, of course, adopted or passed master plan, the creative industries master plan, especially in that audio and visual element of the plan. Opportunities that will come out of course, the SABC bill. And I want to be part of a generation of leaders that will get the SABC to trade with compelling content and to implement sustainable revenue generating initiatives that speaks to the demands of the consumers or the viewers out there, and contemporary viewers, that is those who have needs and demands that are different from the past. I want to be part of an SABC that will attract audiences in all its platforms, a rejuvenated SABC that must be a point of reference for Africa and the world over. Because it worries me, for instance, that if you can take, for example, your Sabc countries, their national broadcasters would rather loop Saudi Arabian channels, news channels, or American or Chinese channels, instead of looping African or even South African content. And I want to be part of this SABC that would treat everybody and everybody equally, and treat each and every language equally as well. For me, the SABC is key. The SABC is key in economic development and, of course, nation building. It requires excellent minds that can help it to be a true 4IR digital broadcaster with an OTT presence like some of its competitors, honestly. And as envisaged in the NDP, that you will, data would have to be made available and accessible. The spectrum has been sold. It creates an opportunity for SABC to partner with your mobile operators or other OTTs in ensuring that it becomes a not that old SABC, but an SABC of today and tomorrow. So, for instance, already you have Google has already launched its cable, the submarine cable that came from Europe in Cape Town here, which means 5G opportunities are going to be greater for South Africans. And therefore, this is where the SABC must also play a part. And this is the type of SABC that I would personally want to ensure that I am part of in terms of the board to guide and provide leadership for the management so that they can be relevant and remain relevant in this era. Chair, I think let me stop there.
Thank you, Mr. Sedu. Like I said, we'll now get to members who would want to engage. I do see on the platform there that Honorable Machuzi indicates that in a few minutes she may experience problems. I'm not sure if she wanted to speak, but I want to identify members who would want to engage. The Honorable Dr. Bassob, Honorable Kolabanat, I have noted your hands, but as I said, I just wanted to check if Honorable Machuzi would have wanted to speak before what she has posted there. Honorable Machuzi?
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chairperson.
Yes, I wanted to check if you wanted to speak.
Yes,
before.
yes, I want to speak, Chair. That's why I say
Okay,
yes,
I've noted
Chair.
you. Noted
Okay,
by Honorable Bassob, Honorable. Is that Honorable Pambo?
Yes, my apologies, Chair. I'm also going to struggle a bit with the network. So I wanted to make my input straight after Ms. Machozi, if the committee is allowing, but it will take me a good 7 minutes just to shift. But if that is not permissible, I will then, in your indulgence, wait for the other hands. But I would really appreciate to just quickly come in after her before we are messed up with this load shedding. Thanks.
No, we'll assess the situation, but the intention is to get everyone to participate as I'm trying to do now. And I'm sure honorable members will be amenable to that. The Honorable Machozi, if you can come in.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairperson. Mine would be on, as much as you have spoken a lot about the experiences that you have and what the SABC could benefit on. What I would want to know is that with the challenges that the SABC is currently having of addressing the strategy that they'd adopted, and also with the bailout that they had received and the conditions that they had received the bailout on. One of them would be reducing the salary bill and making sure that they can sustain themselves without further bailouts. what would your take be on that? And combining that with the leadership skills that you would be bringing, your expertise that you would be bringing in the SABC board, if appointed, what kind of board you would want to serve in, what type of leadership skills you will be bringing in, and also the fact that what board would be an efficient and productive board that will work for the SABC and for South Africans as a whole. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tsedu. The approach we're taking is an interactive one, so I would have less interruptions between you and the member, like as we go forward. Also, I forgot to just indicate that so that it's really interactive. So you can proceed.
Okay, thanks very much, Chairperson. And thanks for the question, Honorable Majosi. The turnaround strategy as it had been adopted, I'm not so sure how much of the I don't know if they are called cardinal pillars here, but of the points that they wanted it to achieve. I don't know how much and how far they've gone in terms of achieving those. But in as far as I'm concerned, I'll give you my own interpretation of what I think would assist the SABC, and we've also raised the question of how does it sustain itself without bailouts. I would wish for the bill, the SABC bill, to be passed as soon as possible. I would wish for the digital migration to happen as soon as possible, because therein lies the opportunities out of which the SABC is going to be able to derive a lot of income. Therein lies platforms through which the SABC will be able to find itself sustainable models of revenue generation. I have indicated, as you said, I've just touched a bit on the possibilities that lie in an SABC that has partnership, for instance, with other OTTs, because at the moment, OTTs are eating quite a lot out of what is supposed to be an SABC meal, so to say. It's not happening, and through the bill, I think the SABC would be able to sustain itself, because then you will have this public service broadcaster and gone. You have a public media service that has yes, both the public service but also the commercial service. Because for me, I fully agree with that bill in that once the SABC has been split into those two units, you won't have one eating out of the other unnecessarily, but you will have two models that are semi-independent and can actually work quite efficiently. I know that internally they would say we are unable to raise funds, we're unable to even advertise and all that. I mean, I have an experience of just like last week when a friend wanted to buy an advert slots on one of the radio stations at the SABC. It was like, you can't do this over the weekend and all that. And they are even able to tell that person that, maybe if you had gone to a private station, they would be able to assist you. You may be able to get your adverts on air. like tomorrow. We are not able to do that. So I believe that if we can get to that point where this bill passes and then you have this commercial and public mandates clearly defined, with separation of the public and commercial services accounts happening, I think the SABC will have huge potentials and possibilities of making money there. What kind of a board would one want to serve in? Honorable Majors, I would want to serve in a board that comprises of fearless people. I would want to serve in a board that is made up of not cowards, but members who will be able to take sometimes unpopular decisions, but for the better or for the interest of our people. We should be there to serve the interests of the majority of our people. We should be there. We should be proud members to be associated with the SABC board to a point where you can easily attend funerals in villages and not be scared that once people establish that you are a member of the board of the SABC, they are going to ask you questions which you are not comfortable with. So I would want to be part of a board that is ethical, a board that is really fearless. That's one point that I must emphasize. Fearless in the sense that this is a board that must be able to confront the sporting fraternity of South Africa, to say, how on earth do you expect a public broadcaster to operate on these funded mandates that are so expensive for it, without rights to major sport tournaments or leagues? It must be a board that should be able to take the fight to SAFA and the PSL to say, if you are saying this is a sport of the people, and I'm just giving soccer as an example, if this is a sport of the people, poor people, how on earth then do you want to take it to a platform wherein poor people cannot afford? I want to be part of a board that must go and get the rights of local football and other sporting codes back to a public broadcaster. That is the type of a board I want to be part of. And the type of leadership skills that I bring are skills that, in as much as we have bills and acts that are guiding how we run these establishments, and I mean, as a board, you are there to supervise or to monitor and advise. I want a board that understands that, for instance, the current acts that are governing the SABC did not foresee that the SABC will be bankrupt at some point. Did not foresee that the SABC would require bailouts. So I want I'm the type of person that is pragmatic and believes in dynamic leadership that must be able to deal with the realities of today. A bill or an act that was passed many years ago does not speak to the challenges of the SABC today, but it is leadership which must be able to advise, which must be able to exchange views with the management of the SABC to be able to tackle the challenges of today. Efficient and productive board, that is that is a non-negotiable. Well, I would have to use the same concept, cardinal pillar, if I may use the word. We must have efficient and productive, an efficient and productive board. And for me, like I'm saying, an efficient and productive board is one that is not boggled down on what the prescripts of the Act and legislations are saying, but out of that legislation, what are you allowed to do to be able to speak to the demands of today? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Machozi. As I said, I will then.
No, I'm covered, Chairperson. Thank you. I'm not sure if you can hear me because now there's load shedding.
Now we can hear you clearly, Honorable Machozi. Can hear you clearly. The Honorable Dr. Baswab.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Mr. Honorable,
for the presentation.
Honorable Dr. Baswab. Honorable Pamo, what is the point? Just hold, Honorable Dr. Baswab. Honorable Pamo, is it a follow-through question?
Yeah, I had humbly asked, Chair, that I come after the Honorable Machozi because I want to switch location as well and be able to participate. It's getting really bad from my side now. If that's possible, if not, Chair, then I will have to quickly run and hopefully I'll catch him.
Honorable Dr. Baswab, I must negotiate that with you. Whether you're able to hold back or not, like I did with
no, it's fine, Chair.
Okay.
You can come in, it's fine.
Okay, Honorable Pambo, you can then get in.
I'm highly indebted, Chair, to the Honorable. Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Zed, I'm reading here, I'm looking at your CV, and in 2013, 2018, you're the senior producer and presenter, producing and presenting Question Time, presenter for TV current affairs and news programs, Your World, Morning Live, etc. Management of content and production team. Then you were also, a TV that is almost similar in 2006 and 2008. I'm particularly interested here when it comes to content. If you have been following, one of the sort of motif in these interviews has been that of this 800 million that is purely set aside for content production in the SABC. You have a situation where the SABC has lost 600 million in revenue, the advert revenue, audience has dropped, and yet you have so much money, which is money that can circumvent that, because content is the bloodline that we need fresh, not what we have to experience. The SAC so stale, has got nothing that brings our people than with all the resources that the SABC has. So it's not a matter of money. It is more a question of about that. So,
Honorable Pambo, unless it's on
these
my
challenges
side.
that the SABC is facing, how are you going to ensure?
Honorable Pambo, Honorable Pambo, if you can just get a better spot. I'm not sure if Mr. Said you hear everything.
Chair, I'm battling a bit. I did hear
yes.
First part.
I also battle.
Yeah, here's.
I would want to really hear the question. I think the statement you would have heard in relation to content, but as he asked the question, it seems we're losing him. Honorable Pambo, can we hear us?
Yes, I can, Chair.
Yes, where you are now, if you can then proceed to that question you couldn't hear.
Yes, I don't know if I was audible at the time. I was getting into a second sort of partly related question. For the sake of our situation now with all the load shedding and the connectivity challenges that we're having. If you are successful in your bid to be a board member, given your closeness to the minister and in your capacity as a special advisor, for example, how sure are we of your independence? I don't want to rehash some of the questions. I mean, I can follow up later on, but I would be interested in hearing that because it is a sore point, especially for us as political parties, where we see one political party essentially taking over our television. And you see audience dropping. I mean, there's clearly no interest anymore, not even to this political party that is supposedly number one. The EFF has a conference. It's only shown when the commander-in-chief is speaking. But when the ANC is having a conference, you see old men with oversized jackets, with no sense of fashion sense, but the TV is following them from their cars all the way into the conference. They've got nothing to say to the media, but the journalists and this new head of news, who is obsessed with the ANC and sees no interest or has no interest in making sure that he covers all the political parties impartially. It's not only for the EFF, the PAC also had its conference. We hardly had coverage of the PAC. Is this good for democracy? But also as a person who's a special advisor and your proximity, how will you ensure that you are impartial? And in any way, what is your plan as if you make it as a board member? Please, at the heart of my question is this money that is already made available. That needs no deviation, by the way, which then speaks to lack of leadership, bad decision-making. How do you sit with 800 million, the source of your audience? That's where you get audience into our platforms. That's how you deal with the advert revenue challenge that we're having in the SABC. But equally, almost all the time, when there are challenges in the SABC, the management is always exonerated, the board is always exonerated, we're always going for the staff, retrenching staff. 621 members of the staff complement were kicked out of the SABC. Some through conditions that were obviously difficult for them to choose to stay or to fight on. We saw ugly scenes of senior journalists on national television, crying tears, protest, scenes that we do not ever want to see. And in my view, this is because
we're losing you, Honorable Pambo, but you've made the point. I think we should allow a response whilst there's still something you can be able to hear.
Former head of news went through a process.
Honorable Pambo, I think you've made the point. We're struggling to hear you. Can then proceed, Mr. Tsiru.
Thanks, Chair. Chairperson, I must be frank that I didn't hear the last part of what the Honorable Member was saying. So I'm going to deal with the others that I had. And perhaps let me just quickly deal with this advisory role and correct first that it is to the Deputy Minister. If we are successful in this role, one will fall. So there will not be any conflict in that regard. Then the Honourable Member raises a point around 800 million content budget, which wasn't spent. I think, Honourable Pambo, that's just a sheer example of failure to produce compelling content. Because you see, what we are dealing with is that viewership patterns and viewership preferences have changed drastically, more especially in the past 2 years. COVID has really impacted on a lot of things. That is why I never cease to emphasize the importance of the SABC playing in the OTT space, because they will be able, and I mean, one of the points around the turnaround plan is around partnerships. One of the things which I believe the SABC should be able to do is to partner with credible establishments that are going to make it easy for the SABC to sell its content in these platforms. But the operating word here is compelling content, because I suppose they also are aware internally that for them to have to just go and commission programming or content which is not going to be able to return the investment that would have been put there would be another waste. But on my side, I view it as a failure on their part to commission the production of compelling content, because you cannot be operating with, I mean, in a space with other broadcasters, yet they are beating you in that game and not in any other game. Your excuse cannot be valid in as far as I'm concerned. It's just lack of ability or failure on the part of those that are entrusted with the responsibility of ensuring that there is production of compelling content on SABC platforms. And this must not be allowed. I mean, it's just like other government departments. You find the Department of Health somewhere or the Department of Education somewhere returning money because they were not able to spend it. It's irresponsible leadership. And what we must emphasize is that in as much as the turnaround plan emphasizes issues around human capital and all that, we must make sure that there is consequence management for people who are failing to do their jobs. And this is the type of board, I guess, if one may just even go back to what Honorable Majosi was saying, this is the type of board one would want to serve in, one that would make it a point that there's consequence management for failure to spend 800 million to produce compelling content. How do you explain that to artists who are out there toiling, suffering, protesting every other day that they are not getting support from government or from local platforms? How do you explain that to them that, look, we had 800 million, but we couldn't commission anything? It's failure to lead, and people must fall on their swords. If it means starting from the board itself, so should it be. You can't have 800 million not being spent as if there's no need out there. Producers are suffering, and the SABC is the flagship broadcaster in this country, and it's supposed to be one on the continent. How then can it be when artists and content producers are suffering? Content producers are moving to other platforms. Why is the SABC not moving to those platforms as well, and ensure that they are able to generate income out of this 800 million? I mean, I can just wonder how much this money would have done for the industry. And I mean, when we speak of the creative industries master plan, this is what we one is thinking of, that type of, I mean, if you want to professionalize and ensure that the industry creates sustainable jobs, how can that be done when 800 million is returned back I think it's just irresponsible, and people must fall on their swords. I'm not sure if I've answered all your questions, Honorable Pambo. You can just refresh my memory. I tried to dot, but yeah, these are the two that I clearly got as questions.
No, thank you. That's it. With the
Chair,
yes, Honorable Pambo.
I don't know, it's because of cover of connectivity or what, but I didn't hear him speak on impartiality, yeah, and his relationship with the minister, if any.
No, he did, Honorable Pambo. Firstly, by clarifying that, in fact, it's Deputy Minister, not even the Minister, and that if considered, one would fall, I'm using his words, one would fall in that regard, and therefore he doesn't see that to have any conflict going forward. But unless Mr. Tsedu, you think I've not noted your points properly.
No,
So
you did. On that note, yes, that is my response to that. Unless you see, Honorable Pambo, I'm sorry, man. I know that you spoke about there were issues that you were referring to around conferences of I don't know whether there was a question around that, because your line was not very clear. I didn't hear the actual question. The preamble, I did get bits and pieces.
No, like I said, you had responded. That was about, in the main, impartiality and how your links with political would not make you to make decisions that are biased. So he was giving examples happened, and that's how I took it, Honorable Pam.
Yes, Chair, partly, and I'm indebted to you for the opportunity, despite my hand being after the honorable members. But it was essentially that, because what we experienced in the past week with the head of news, the new head of news, Monare, where when we inquired as to why our conference is not being covered and only snippets, and only when we're closing the conference, when we have seen a full comprehensive coverage of the ANC when it had its conferences throughout the country, by the way. And when it comes to other political parties, and I make an example, both with the EFF and the PAC, in a situation where you find that we are only covered as a way of saying we were there, as opposed to comprehensively taking the people of South Africa through, because yes, you would know we are the third biggest political party in this country. And there is interest not only in the country, but in the continent at large. And many other political parties that are here today will tell you the same. That is the experience. It's not only on elections. And when the head of news is called upon to answer as to why, what is the reason? We're not trying to force you to do something that is out of the law. We're not asking for a favor. We're entitled to this coverage. And this is newsworthy. It's not questionable. You see more of the traffic leaving the SABC to other stations like Newsroom. They were there throughout covering the EFF. Not only that, you also see it on social media. That's audience that ought to be with the public broadcaster. But we're losing that because there is a factional head of news who clearly does not see that his biasness is affecting the running of this entity that he has been entrusted with. I know, for the sake of independence between the board and the head of news, you can't really be micromanaging the newsroom. But as someone who's responsible and who is got the responsibility to make sure that this entity not only turns around but is self-sufficient, what is your thinking on that? and speak openly, because this is a space that you have been in, and you will perhaps not have had this question for the first time.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Pambo.
And then we take Honorable Baswab after that.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Pambo, thanks very much. Indeed, this, I mean, I've been in that space, and I really don't have to beat my own drums, but I subscribe to the highest ethics of journalism. I subscribed to that, and I've paid some heavy prices in the past. To tell you the truth, Honorable Pambo, even the president of the EFF is a witness that he has benefited from our objectivity. During our time at the SABC, myself as a presenter and producer of Question Time, in the midst of strong-handed tactics wherein objectivity was not allowed in some instances. And I am highly indebted that I had a supervisor who was just as fearless as myself, who understood that we are saying we are a media platform that is in the current affairs space. And what we did not do was to sacrifice or compromise those values. And like I'm saying, Honorable Pambo, when it was not fashionable for Julius Malema to be featured on SABC, we did so because it was newsworthy. When it was not fashionable for Tulima Donsela to be featured on SABC, we hosted her because it was newsworthy. When it was not fashionable for other factional reasons within the majority party, where people felt you cannot be talking to this one or the other, we did so because we put each and every story on its scale, and we believed that it was newsworthy, and we carried it. So I, for one, believe that the SABC does not lose anything by being an objective broadcaster. In fact, like you're saying, that's where you are able to actually attract bigger audiences because you're covering everybody. I've never experienced an instance where somebody says to me, you shouldn't talk to so-and-so, and I did that. No, you're not going to tell me what to do. Journalism is like medicine. You cannot tell a doctor that don't treat an EFF patient because you subscribe to a DA or you subscribe to the Communist Party philosophies or the ANC. No, there are ethics that govern this trade, and we must ensure that those ethics are followed. We must never, ever, the SABC must never, ever be taken back to the time when Claudine Twenning was in charge. We must refuse any temptations to degrade and degenerate this national broadcaster to a level where somebody can just pick up a phone call and say, so-and-so must not be featured on air. We have defied that, and we would continue to defy that, and we would protect anybody who continues to defy unfair and unreasonable demands that are anti-journalism, that are anti-press code, that are anti-objectivity. So with us present, Honorable Pambo, you can relax and know that the entity would be in safe hands. We are not cowards. We don't fear people. We respect them. We deal with principle. We are committed to principle, and we would never sell it out. Thanks.
point made.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for indulging.
May run out of
Chairperson, I'm concerned that my jacket has been taken off, but Honorable Pambo is talking about the jacket and the old people. Please, man. I hear the point, but let him leave the jacket and the old people.
My jealous friend.
No, Honorable Lala, please don't put that jacket on. You know why you shouldn't. Can we get to the Honorable Dr. Basop to raise
Thank you,
line of
Chairperson,
questioning?
and thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Mr. Tsedu, for the extensive presentation and your vast experience within the organization, which you had a passion about it. And in terms of your presentation, you are telling us that you have been there over 20 years, and there's a lot that we have done for this organization. But what is not coming up clearly are the reasons as to why you resigned. We're interested on that. Perhaps you have covered two of my question on the
Not
same
sure if it's
vein
on my side. Not sure if it's on my side.
You want to go back. The already indicated that
Honorable Dr. Basop,
organization, you have gone to be part of the generation.
Dr. Honorable Basop.
Please, can you hear me?
Yeah, we do miss you. We don't want to miss anything that you've raised. You firstly wanted the reason, or we lost it? So we've lost Honorable Basop, but he would have asked the first question in relation to reasons for leaving the SABC with the vast experience that you have, and probably the reason for coming back in the form of the board. But it seems we've lost him. But he's back now. Yeah, if you can get your second point, Honorable Dr. Basop. It's unless, as I said, unless it's on my side.
The network
Can
is
you
bad.
hear me?
The network is bad, Chairperson.
Now we can come back to you. Dr. Basop wants to look maybe for a better space.
It's bad, yeah?
Let's hear you now. It's gone again. Can we get to Honorable Kolabanat? We'll get back to Honorable Dr. Basop.
Chair, do you want me to respond to the two questions, or should we move?
Now, I want to get to the other member, okay. Honorable Kolabanat. We'll get back to Honorable Dr. Basop, but you would have noted his first question in case we are unable to get him, at least you'd respond to that. Honorable Kolabanat.
Indeed, it was very difficult to hear. I'm afraid this load shedding is taking its toll. Here in Parliament, they've actually left the Wi-Fi on, although I can hear generators, so at least this is working. Thank you very much. A couple of questions from my side. What would you personally change? What would you like to change at the SABC? Or what changes would you prevent, especially in the run-up to the national election 2024? We've all seen what happens in the run-up to elections, the way political entities try and take over as though it's not a public broadcaster, but a state broadcaster. So what would you do to prevent those kinds of attacks? The SABC being in an extremely competitive environment, what has brought about the financial demise of the SABC? in your opinion, with viewership dropping, listenership dropping? It's been suggested that it's a lack of quality content, but of course, as you've heard, there's 800 million sitting there unspent on content. So again, if you were on the board, what would you have done in that regard? And the Zondo Commission revelations about the corruption within the SABC. Do you think there's a possibility that looted funds could be recovered? Would that be something that you would drive on the board? And yeah, your thoughts on the sacking of the head of news, who was then exonerated in the CCMA, but not reinstated. She was simply paid off. So she was paid and someone else was put in. There's some questions about his qualifications, but is that not a move towards 2024 and the election? Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Collar Barnett. What changes would one prevent towards elections? You know, elections are a very interesting period for journalists and the media in general, because that is when you even get people who were ordinarily not available. They then become available. But what one would prevent, or rather would love to see prevented, is that I think the SABC must inculcate the spirit of journalists understanding that they are journalists and they play in that space and not play in the space of politics. Because what I've observed is that sometimes people's proximity is so blurry that they end up, I guess, confusing their roles and responsibilities. Elections broadcasts are governed. There are statutory obligations for the SABC on how to cover elections, and for me that should make it very easy. You just adhere to those commitments, and then you don't have stories beyond and above what you are supposed to do. What brought the financial demise, and what would one do? Yes, and there's a plethora of reasons behind why the SABC has ended up in financial distress. But amongst those reasons, indeed, as you have said, is that compelling content. Remember, broadcasting makes money through advertising, because in this country we cannot even talk about the licenses that are supposed to be paid, as they don't even make an impact in terms of supporting the SABC financially. So it means the SABC is therefore reliant on advertising a lot. Where do advertisers go? They go where people are. Where are the people? People are where there's compelling content. And do you have that compelling content? If you don't, people are not going to be watching. But also, I will perhaps even bore you with this, that if the bill was passed, at least the SABC would be able to compete with its counterparts on a fair field. Because at the moment you have scenarios where government departments are not even buying from the SABC. They are not paying, or they don't pay for content on SABC platforms, which they pay for on other platforms. So let's change the legislative framework, and I think the SABC will then be able to get its self resuscitated there. The Zondo Commission, recovery of funds, fully behind it. Follow the money. Doesn't matter where the money has gone. Follow it. If it leads you to people, take the people. And my thoughts on Patiswa. Unfortunately, I was no longer at the SABC at the time, so I really do not have the ins and outs of what was what was happening. Why was she fired, or how the case went. I honestly did not follow that, and yeah, that is my honest view. I wouldn't be able to give a view on that particular one. Thanks, Chairperson.
Just check if I'm leaving any other member in this regard. Whether yes, Honorable Dr. Pasop, are you back now?
Yes.
Yes, like we said, the first question on reasons for leaving and reasons for coming back was covered, but the second question could not be heard completely. You can proceed.
Yes, Chair. I suspect Sebenza Nani because Chair, I was saying partly Umhlekas has covered in as far as the reasons why he does want to go back again. Ne? To develop part of generation, bring back football, review of laws, to make SABC to be in safe hands. In essence, what he's saying to us, he wants to bring SABC to its former glory, which is fine. Now, what is not clear is the how part of it, because this is a board member position. In essence, we are not going to work as individuals. You are going to work with a collective. How are you going to influence or to ensure that your good thinking are put through to other members that you are going to work with? I think that is my last question, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Baso. Let me just start with that. You see, board environments, my experience is that you lobby one another and sell each other ideas. And I believe that the ideas are there, more especially out of the turnaround plans, and some would still be developed emanating from the developing legislative framework and other plans that are out there. I am of the view. I'm just losing my trail of thought there. Okay, let me come back to that point. The first question that you had asked, you were saying why I resigned. I did not resign, honorable member. I ran my contract to the end, so I did not resign. Yes, indeed. Why did I think, as you were saying, that I'd elaborated a bit on why one feels that if an opportunity to serve on a board would allow for one to give back. And the SABC and the people of South Africa have invested in us through supporting us during our tenures at the SABC. but we have also gone out to acquire skills, knowledge, and experience, backed up with academia, and it is only fair. We are activists of transformation and change, and it is only noble that we avail ourselves to serve the people of South Africa, who have honored us with the support that they have given us in our previous responsibilities. Honorable Pasop, let me just ask you to recap that last question so that I can just note and not miss out any of the points.
Thank you, Chair. Can I come in?
Yes, proceed, Honorable Pasop.
Because all what I'm saying, the ideas that we have put together in front of us are very good.
Yes.
But the area that I'm interested in, how are you going to ensure that they are being implemented? Because you are not going to be there as an individual, as a board member. You are going to work with a collective. Unlike to be a CEO or anybody that has got powers in a particular organization. In this one, you are going to have other members of the board. How are you going to permeate all these ideas that you have? My question is simple as that. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Yes, indeed, powers of board members are very limited, and we are obviously not operational, but we have the privilege of determining the direction which those that must implement use. So it is up to one, and with my experience indeed at board level, to ensure implementation of ideas is to lobby your fellow board members to adopt resolutions and plans and roadmaps that would bring the desired change. So all these ideas need to be put into practice through the board adopting roadmaps or plans of action for the management to implement, not us as board members to implement. So it is not a stressful exercise for one to ponder or to envisage that would ensure implementation of good plans. And I mean, these are plans. Some of them that they are there. You know, all that we need is a courageous leadership that is going to make sure that the plans are implemented. Thanks, Chairperson.
I'm covered, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Bosso. I'm just checking if I'm not leaving any member before we get back to that. It's it. If not, let me then proceed, because it was like there's a background sound, so I thought maybe it's a member who wants to speak, who can't speak.
My hand was up, Chair.
Yes, and then proceed, Honorable Mlala.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, Ntate.
Afternoon, Honorable Mlala.
Yes, I wanted you to respond to just two questions. SABC thus far has almost sold almost 40% of their asset in terms of buildings. They have also closed some of the regional offices, yet there's a plea from South Africans that we need to accommodate all the 12 official languages in South Africa. I don't know how you think that could be achieved as a board member, what would you do in that circumstances? That's my first question. I know it's not you alone, as Dr. Basope said, but what would be your ideal solution in relation to that? The second issue is around the consistent irregular expenditure in SABC. It is somehow referred to as a legacy irregular expenditure, as they explain. And this irregular expenditure is related to the high salary bill, that is the so-called high salary bill in SABC. But interesting, SABC has retrenched people, has sold out buildings as part of recouping some of the monies. But in terms of the previous financial year, they had a net loss of 210 million. Now, I would want you to comment on that, the relationship between retrenching people with the view of saving about 400 million, re-employing people on the same breath. And one of the board members, former board members, actually confessed yesterday that some of the people that they retrenched were highly skilled. And some of the newly employed people, some are skilled, some are not. So it was a pick and choose. Now, I would want you also to comment on that as a possible candidate, so that you have an idea of what can be done in this regard. And then maybe lastly, what is your understanding of that commercial arm of the SABC? They say it's TV3 only is the only one that is commercial, but what would you define as their role, the role of that commercial arm in line with your transformation agenda that you have presented? Thanks, Chairperson.
Thanks, Honorable Mulala. Let me take them from the back. Commercial arm. My understanding is that if you have a commercial mandate as the SABC, which means you're separating the public and the commercial accounts, you will be able to generate revenue, because at the moment, remember, when you ask the 18 or so radio stations why some of them are not doing well, they will give you various reasons. Why are you not doing as well as your competitor, your regional competitor? They'll give you various reasons, some of which are centered around how they are stifled by legislation prescriptions. They are not able to move around as much as they would want to, they say. So in my view, the reason why I say I support the splitting the SABC operations is so that you don't have the public supporting the commercial arm, unnecessarily. Because at the moment, my understanding is that not even these commercial arms are actually doing well. Even the commercial radio stations are not even doing well themselves. But if you were to set them up independently, well, not independently, autonomously, to a point where they can have their own little boards that can make sure that they provide oversight over this the public arm, and you also have the commercial services having its own board, so to say, or accounting authority, which will be able to take responsibility for it. I believe that we will make progress. So the sooner we move towards the bill being implemented, I think that's where the fortunes of the SABC may lie, because you do not want to continue this trend of bailouts. That should never be the norm. It should never be the case. And at the moment, I'm not so sure if everything, even the so-called registered profits are actually profits, because you are in an abnormal scenario. Once everything is back to normal, you may find that actually you have not made any profit. So I think S3 must be part, including your fives, your metros, and others. Let's see. And in fact, even other vernacular radio stations, or we may actually just look at opening other channels or platforms or stations that are driven, that may just go commercial, because as I've said in the past, it doesn't make sense why, because the FM with all its listeners cannot make more money than currently the other stations that are making more money than it, but of course it's got a lot of dynamics around it. But yeah, it's something that we would have to look into. The regular expenditure, the high salary bill. I honestly ask myself, okay, who is benefiting from this high salary bill? Because the majority of the people at the SABC that I know are not getting paid high salaries. In fact, at the moment, people have had their salaries cut. And the funny thing about the SABC is that people who do the actual work are freelancers, and they do so because they know that if they don't work, they will not be paid. And they're not being paid a lot of money. So I don't know who is benefiting out of this salary bill. Maybe we would have to look at whether is this high salary bill not referring to the SABC paying top management exorbitantly, and you find that the few are earning too much, yet the majority are earning too little. You raised the retrenchment versus re-employment. I was already gone when this process happened, so I do not necessarily have a full comprehensive knowledge of what informed the retrenchment and then re-employment. Because in some instances you find processes being undertaken for the sake of ticking the boxes. Because how do you retrench people and then re-employ them? Is it just a matter of complying with regulations, or what? I would really need to get better clarity there. The sale of assets. I don't know, when you're outside, it's a bit difficult, but to know, but does this compromise the production of content? Because you see, on the other hand, remember, broadcasting technology has really moved quite extensively. And you may find that assets which the SABC required in 1980s and 90s, they no longer need those today. But by getting rid of those assets, are you still able to produce content? Because, I mean, you can just take a look at, for instance, if we were to say there's an OB production, the SABC would bring 5 trucks. Their competitors would bring 1 van and still transmit the same quality, same everything. But SABC, we find that it's got too many, facilities that it is using. So, if this, for me, if this sale of assets does not compromise the production of content, I would be okay with it. But it shouldn't be that the sale of assets is just done for the sake of doing it. You raise a very critical point. How do you accommodate the 12 languages that are national languages here in South Africa? How do you, and this is a thorny issue, because you cannot sell assets in Toyando and expect Urubavenda they will be happy when you tell them they can only watch Chivenda news twice a week. Similarly with Shtonga speaking people and Ndebele speaking people. So whatever it is, the sale of these assets should not be done to the detriment of the agenda of ensuring that we cater for all South Africans. Let us look at what are the possibilities that lie ahead. Are we saying that once we have opened the spectrums or once we have gone digital, we have more channels, are we saying these are assets that would not be useful? It cannot be, for me, that you sell assets which are supposed to help you generate income. The assets that must be gotten rid of are assets which we clearly know that we are not going to have any need for, not now, not in the future. But otherwise, you cannot just sell assets that are going or that should be able to help you cover a mandate which you know that politically it doesn't make sense, but also in terms of your mandate. Usana Liskolot, Honorable Mlala.
Honorable Mlala, I take it that the ground has been covered in responding to your questions.
Yeah, I'm covered.
Thank you. Of course, I will now get back to yourself, Mr. Tsedu, in the 3 minutes to address the committee.
Chair, thanks very much. It won't be 3 minutes. We appreciate the time that you have offered us to engage with the committee. We would love to be part of this SABC board that must ensure that we bring an end to fruitless and wasteful expenditures at the SABC. The SABC must be must be rescued. It must be resuscitated. There are a lot of committed staff members, junior staff members, some senior, who are every day waking up, going to all the centers of the SABC to try and develop content which should appeal to South Africans. There's a lot of dedicated people who want to make sure that the SABC is not allowed to die, and would want to be part of that vision of ensuring that the SABC is brought back to its glory days. The SABC is made profitable, and it is an employer of choice. People do not leave the SABC and come back more expensive. People do not just come to the SABC to get experience and leave for greener pastures. Greener pastures must be at the SABC, and they can be at the SABC, and they are at the SABC. All that we need to do is to cultivate that culture and bring back the isidima, bring back the clout and the respect which the SABC used to command, not just locally, but also continentally. And that is a vision that one is looking forward to be part of. Thanks very much, Chair, and we wish you all the best with this process going forward. I thank you.
No, thank you, Mr. Tsedu. And also thank you for really coming before the subcommittee and share your thoughts and some of the solutions that you think should be looked at. Of course, we have reached the objective of the conversation, and that surely you'd have learned from the questions that members would have put through to you, as well as the members would learn from the responses received from you. Just to deal with the formalities, if there are any queries to make as a follow-up, administratively, you will still interact with Portia and the team, those who are working with you in preparation for the interview. As it relates to the decision-making process, we were involved. At least you do know that these meetings are open to the public, so quite transparent. You can see the process up until the end, and would want to keep it like that. We really thank you, and we'll then, of course, release you from the platform. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank
you. Honorable members would want to just address at this point the comfort break that was planned to be at 3. We've gone 17 minutes past that, but we still have candidates to come through. But we do take note, of course, that we do have a candidate that has withdrawn, as stated earlier on. I would ask us that we probably take that break now. 30 minutes to refresh, come back. I'm sure even those that have relocated to get better spaces for connectivity, by the time we resume, they should be back on the platform. We'll come back at 10 to 4. So we are taking almost like 30 minutes. Come back at 15:50, and then proceed with the next candidate that should come before us. So Honorable Mlala, I hope you do hear from that side. You can negotiate. Honorable Bambo has relocated, probably coming to get a jacket. He seems to be interested in these jackets. Very jealous of jackets. So you can use the period to do that. And all of you will be happy, surely. So we take the break now, get back at 15:50.
will proceed. I'll let you.
Okay. I hope he's not experiencing the same thing I experienced. It said host removed me, so I've been struggling. I had to get another gadget. Yeah, I see you are connected with two gadgets, and maybe that's the reason.
Yes, let me disconnect one of them. This should work.
Yeah, now this is much better. We're just waiting for confirmation of one member. As I said, maybe you may have suffered the same thing I suffered, where it says you've been removed by the host and very difficult to the meeting. So the Ms. Ntaben is just making a follow-up. We'll start in no time. Thank you.
Problem.
Cover. Honorable Mlala, where did you take Honorable Pambo's jacket? Where did you take it to? Because I don't see him on the platform.
Chairman.
No, remember we said during the break to cut the jealous, just give Honorable Pambo the jacket. Seems to be interested in the jacket. Now he's not here. I've been looking for him so that we start.
Where is Bamboo?
We can ask you. I can't see him on the platform. So I thought all the way he was relocating to get this jacket that functions all the time. Now we're trying to get the administrator to locate the Honorable Dr. Basop, Honorable Machozi, and Honorable Pambo. One of them, once he's in, we're able to proceed.
Chairperson, you can proceed, Chair. Chairperson.
Thank you, Ajira. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, Chair. Proceed.
Can then proceed. Thank you. I take it that the candidate has already been on the platform. That's Mr. Bukaba. I'm pronouncing it properly. Bukaba, right?
Bukaba, yes.
Yes. So please feel welcomed. We're just waiting for one member, like I said, number to proceed, even though we're still looking at, even the member who was looking for a jacket from Honorable Mlala is now on the platform, finally. So we're looking for you.
I think it's a fitted one, not this oversized jacket.
That's oversized, thank you. No, Mr. Muka will understand the story as we leave, as we continue to engage with you.
Yes.
Thanks, honorable members, as we reconvene. We welcome Mr. Bukaba, the candidate before us. Mr. Bukaba, you are appearing before a subcommittee of the Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies in the National Assembly. In terms of the rules, a committee can create a subcommittee that focuses on a particular task. Our task in this regard is the appointment process for the SABC board, of which you've been nominated and shortlisted in, hence you are appearing before this subcommittee. It is constituted by different political parties proportional to the size in terms of the electoral support 2019 elections. So it's quite representative in that scope. Of course, just to deal with how we would want to proceed, we allocate 45 minutes. In that 45 minutes, it takes into account brief introduction of the members, and thereafter would then give you 5 minutes to do your brief introduction, which takes into account sharing your skills and knowledge, and that should be considered as we look at recommendation for board members. Thereafter, we'll then ask members to interact with you. So we take it as a conversation then that starts, or an engagement, whatever you call it. We try to put aside the word interview so that you are free to engage with the committee in a way that makes members to learn from you, and that you can also learn from what members will put through to you, even beyond this interaction. So after the members would have asked the questions, it will then be the chair who comes in case there's a point to clarify. Otherwise, I don't ask questions. I just facilitate the discussions. We'll still allow you towards the end 3 minutes to address the committee for the last time after interacting with the members. We allocate about 5 minutes in that interaction per member, which is for question and your responses. And I want to state this up front, that's what we have said for ourselves. But because we have taken this as a conversation, you'll find a situation where members would want to follow up in a question to try and get maximum response from yourself. So the 45 minutes may be less, depending on how we are moving, but sometimes it does get to a spillover of some minutes because of that engagement. So please relax, feel welcomed. It's time to really interact with the subcommittee. I will, without further waste of time, just go to the members. As I said, it's going to be briefly. We will start with the members of the African National Congress on the platform. Honorable Dr. Basop, can you now hear us?
Yes, Chair, I'm here. The challenges of network.
Yes, I can confirm that he's been here, Mr. Bukawa. It's not robots, but Honorable Dr. Basov has been on the line. We can confirm it's him. We also have the honor.
Can't hear you, Chair.
Chairperson.
Honorable Mlalo.
I'm here, Chairperson. Thanks. Good afternoon to Mr. Bukawa.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay. Myself, Honorable Maneli from the NC, but also the chair of the subcommittee. We do have Honorable Kola Barnett from the Democratic Alliance. Honorable Kola Barnett, still connected?
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, it took a moment. I think everything's slowing down. Thank you. You can see me? Thank you.
Yes, quite clear. And hear you clearly, yes. That's Honorable Kola Barnett from the Democratic Alliance. We also have Honorable Pambo from the Economic Freedom Fighters, EFF.
Afternoon, Chair, we're here.
Thanks, Honorable Pambo. I've not seen Honorable Machozi, but we do have Honorable Machozi from the IFP. Not sure if she has come back to connect now. And Honorable Mtembo from the African National Congress. Like I said, we have the numbers to proceed with the proceedings, and we'll proceed such. That's a brief introduction of the members. We'll now give you an opportunity to address the committee, to briefly introduce yourself in the 5 minutes. Over to you, Mr. Bukawa.
Thank you so much, Chair, for the introductions. And apologies, I have had to switch to a different device due to load shedding on my side. That is just about to begin. And so I hope you can all see and hear me clearly. And thanks also to the honorable members of the committee for the opportunity to present to you for this important interview. My name is Shadrach Bukawa, as has been said. And as you may have seen in my CV, my experience cuts across the music, the theatrical world, and the film industries, what is generally referred to, Chair, as the entertainment industry. So I'm not here for the news in terms of content, but for the entertainment sector, which is in itself not entirely correct name to describe, because like the mandate of the SABC, the sectors that have been nominated to speak on today are not only serving to entertain, as I say, they are to inform, also to educate in addition to entertaining. So the mandate is quite broad in the arts and culture space of the creative industries in general. And we do this through our artistic creativity. And of course, we do this in confidence, being in South Africa, knowing very well that we're supported by the democratic values enshrined in our constitution, specifically the freedom of expression. Chair, let me begin by saying that to lift a few areas that I mentioned earlier, and I will start with the theater, my experience in theater. As we speak now, I'm the producer of a production that is currently on the Mandela stage at the Joburg Theatre, and it's called Third World Express, a brand new musical. And I'm saying this just to illustrate that it's not just what I'm saying, but it's a work that I do on an ongoing basis, and but it's also linked to this interview in a way, because people generally when they speak of
Network, Chair, network.
I'm not sure it's me, but it's like frozen. And maybe you can look at maybe switching off, and let's hear if it improves. Mr. Bukaba. Bukaba, can you hear? I think we have lost him now completely.
I'll follow up, Chairperson.
Yes, please do it, Cheryl. We'll just take a 5 minutes one to get him connected.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please do it, Cheryl.
Mr. Bukava's
Can
trying
you hear
to
me, Chair?
reconnect.
Yes, we can hear you, but what we're trying to advise is that if you are experiencing challenges, at least to indicate, so that we try if what happens when you would have switched your video camera off, whatever, we can still hear you, right? But I'm just saying you can proceed for now. If you do experience that, at least to
Okay.
that.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and apologies for that. I was giving a practical example of the interactions that are linked to the SABC, and specifically what urgent steps that I've noticed. I was
switch the video camera off. Let's see if it improves. They're frozen.
Chairperson, Mr. Bukava is experiencing a load shedding, Chair.
The musical and this footage when I
we can't.
Chair, can you hear me?
No, we have not been hearing you for some time now. So we just wanted to check whether we shouldn't be.
Let me take 5 minutes to switch.
Let's hear you.
Okay, I'm here.
Yeah, better. I think we can hear you.
Okay. Chair, as I was saying earlier on, the SABC has got lots of opportunities to deal with the additional revenue streams in innovative ways. So when I was looking for footage at the SABC, I was confronted with boxes and boxes of tapes, and these are original tapes. And the risk is that these tapes may be destroyed or lost, and they're not digitized. So from this perspective, I could see that what if SABC digitized tapes, they could be made available online, and people could buy online the footage that they require. So I'm talking about the Department of Archiving at the SABC. And so, Chair, these are some, just one example of the many opportunities, because when people are looking for ways in which they can save the organization money, people are looking at the human resources, how they can retrench, how they can do other things. But there are ways that exist now that can be explored, and this includes one of them, as I mentioned earlier. So this is my experience in the theatrical side. And let me mention prior to this job that I'm mentioning as an example to give you context of my experience, it's I had the opportunity to act as Chief Executive Officer at the National Film and Video Foundation, where I also served on the board at some point. And so this is a government agency that is mandated to provide funding for the development, production, marketing, and distribution of films. And part of the work that we did was to help filmmakers to market their work internationally. And but in this capacity, I also interacted quite a lot with broadcasters, including the SABC and other institutions, similar institutions, where we shared in the work to uplift young people, emerging filmmakers, and also to promote the industry through industry awards. And so I am familiar with those sort of issues that relate to development and investing in content. And Chair, if I may mention also that the South Africa quite often punches above its weight. So despite the lack of support for filmmakers, from time to time, our filmmakers do collect awards overseas. And so that's not the point where we should be joining in the collaborations, but we should invest from the word go so that we are able to generate innovative content that the SABC can use, and not just content, but someone mentioned earlier on as I was waiting that it must be compelling. And another area of my expertise, as I mentioned at the beginning, Chair, is the music. I've had the opportunity to be the CEO of the Johannesburg Philharmonic Orchestra for many years. And later on, I started my own orchestra, which is called the National Philharmonic Orchestra, which is by no way related to the current orchestra, which is being debated. And so through the Johannesburg Philharmonic Orchestra, we used to have regular concerts on Thursdays, over 200 concerts per annum. And this also introduced me to working closely with broadcasters, specifically Classic FM, who required this content, and we recorded them live, supplied them with this concert for their audiences so that they can maintain the license or the conditions related to their license. And to a lesser extent, we provided the SAFM at the SABC, but the Classic FM was the biggest beneficiary of such arrangements. And so, Chair, across those three areas, it's one way in which I show my experience. But in terms of education, I'm currently completing my PhD, which is in cultural policies and management. But not only that, I already have the Master of Business Administration from Henley University, as well as the postgraduate diploma in management, also from the Henley Business School, and other qualifications at the undergraduate level. So that's the long and short of it. And I do apologize for this connectivity because we are experiencing heavy load shedding, but I hope this will do for now.
Thank you, Mr. Bukaba. Like I would have said, we would also create space for members to ask questions or interact with you. I now want to recognize members that would want to pose questions now.
Thank you.
If I don't see your hand, please do indicate. I see Honorable Kola Barnett the first. As I said, for other members, if I don't pick up your hand on the system, please do indicate. But in the meantime, we'll proceed to save time. Honorable Kola Barnett. Honorable Kola Barnett, you are recognized. You can proceed. You're still muted. Honorable Kola Barnett, you are still muted. Unmute your microphone. Well, it seems there's a delay. Honorable Kola Barnett, you are muted. Can the host just check if there may be a problem and then unmute Honorable Kola Barnett.
I'm trying to do that, Chair. I'm not able to. Let me just try again. Thank you. I'm not able to unmute it from my side, Chair.
Chair, can I come in the meantime?
Honorable Mlala, then proceed in the meantime.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair and Mr. Bukawa. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Bukawa, I want to know if you could.
The background, sorry, Honorable Mlala, I'm not sure if it's coming from you, but there is also another noise coming from the plate. Or is it those proceed?
Okay, thanks, Chairperson. Mr. Bukawa, I want to give history. What is your experience? Just an assessment of what you think is in terms.
I have difficulty hearing Tate Mulala.
I thought it's me alone. Honorable Mlala, if you can pick up maybe a better spot there where we were able to hear you.
Okay.
Better?
You still can't hear me?
Now you better, much better.
Yeah, I was saying, Mr. Bukawa, with your experience in creative arts, and as it relates to the SABC performance as a public broadcaster, what would be your assessment in terms of their performance as an ordinary citizen? And by critiquing them, you can also give us ways that you think can improve, except the one that you mentioned in terms of improving their finances. What other areas would you look at in terms of what you have assessed? What are their challenges and how you think you can resolve some of them as a board member? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Mulala. The SABC's values speak to quality as one of the values, integrity and trust. And these things, if we live up to them, investing in high quality content that is compelling, I think it will begin to
Mr. Bukawa has
closer to the
disappeared.
broadcaster. An example, South Africa is now living in. Oh,
Mr.
Datamlala, I'm
Bukawa
here.
is disappearing.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Much
Yes,
better, much better.
Yeah, much better.
Okay, so I was saying, Datamlala, that you know, we are living in an era where there is competition for eyeballs, for viewership, and this is compounded by the streaming companies entering the market in South Africa. And so we are fighting for the attention of the same people, and we have to begin and look into the quality of our own content and see how we could make it more compelling, as opposed to thinking of ourselves as just public service where we focus on maybe the news or this or that, but we have to look overall to see how we can be competitive, not only here at home, but looking at the continent in general and elsewhere, and start competing effectively. So we have to invest in the skills. There has been a lot of skills exodus from the public broadcasters over the years, and we have lost the skills to our competitors. So I think one of the ways is to try and fight to retain these critical skills and to recruit new people to come on board. Because in the past years, many people went to the SABC to be trained because they knew who was at the SABC. They knew who they were going to learn with. And so it produced lots of highly skilled technical people as well as in front of camera people. And this, if it's not compelling anymore for talent to come to the SABC, you're beginning now to affect the numbers in terms of viewership. So I think it's one of the areas where ordinary citizens can be met halfway, to make people want to tune in and not want to miss anything.
Honorable Mlala.
Yeah, Chair, I'm covered except to say that Mr. Bukawa doesn't want to specifically critique the SABC board that is outgoing, because I want to hear him. What is his assessment? All these things that he say, is he suggesting that they are not doing it, or is suggesting that if we appoint him, he will do those things? Because I needed him to critique what is his view on the performance of the current board. But the rest of the answers I'm comfortable with.
So in that, yes, let me, reflecting on the current board, I'm a bit reluctant to comment on it, except to say that there has been times when there appeared to be cracks in the unity of the board itself. And this can detract from the main mandate of oversight on the entity. And we have seen a presentation in the portfolio committee where there have been disagreements, public disagreements, and suggesting that there may be challenges within the board in terms of unity. And I think these things, the board has to always try to work and focus on the issues at hand as opposed to the personalities at hand. And that is the reason diverse skills are required on the board, so that everyone has got their role they seek to represent and the personality that if the board is united in its vision and there's unity, and so the focus tends to be more at the work at hand and the oversight role, as opposed to the public disagreements that often sadly dominate the headlines. I'm done, Chair.
I take it that Honorable Mlala, you covered now. May I just check if
Yeah,
Honorable,
I'm covered, Chair.
may I check if Honorable Kola Barnett has been able to reconnect?
Chairperson,
Ask the question. Yes.
Ms. Barnard is still trying to connect, but on our chat, Chair, there's a question from Ms. Barnard. If you can just look at it, Chair. Thanks.
I thought you were referring to the chat on the platform. So I didn't know you were.
On the subcommittee WhatsApp group, Chair, sorry.
I'm trying to check whether it is the one that refers to philosophy.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. Mr. Ukaba, what Honorable Kolabana would have wanted to check with you is, and I'll just read the question, is it not Dr. Bukaba's CV that says Doctor of Philosophy? If you can just explain that, if maybe she's mistaken.
Okay, let me clarify, Chair. Thank you for the question. The PhD I'm currently busy with now, it's not completed as yet. I'm still studying at VETS towards completion of that PhD. But what I've got is the Master of Business Administration. That's the highest qualification.
Okay, I'm sure whatever we should be able to hear you. Now just check if there are other members who would want to get in at this point. Honorable members, I'm just trying to establish whether we are still in the same platform. I'm asking those members who would want to ask their questions to indicate as such and ask the question.
Ms. Barnard indicates that she's trying to reconnect, Chair.
Or do I take it that your questions are?
Yeah, I think the question you asked, it is misleading as far as the CV of the candidate is concerned. Although at the end, if you check, it says ongoing, but the starting part says, Doctor of Philosophy. I think we must find a better way of putting it, because it may sends ambiguity, and so immediate when you're reading it, you assume that he is a doctor of philosophy. So I think even for future references, he must not put it in the ways that he has put it. The best way is to always indicate that you're a candidate of a program.
Okay.
Thank you.
Noted.
Thank you.
Ms. Barnard is joining us now, Chair.
Okay. Welcome back, Honorable Kola Barnett.
Thank you, Chairperson. If you won't mind if I leave my video off, then I think I might be able to continue like this. Is that acceptable?
Yes, given the challenges we have, we do know it's you. And we can proceed as such. The first question would have been asked and clarified that it's a study towards, so meaning that it's a candidate for
Yes, for the doc that I did see. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
Yes.
May I go ahead with a few
Yes.
other questions?
Yes.
Well, I do believe that you've now applied for the permanent CEO position at the National Film and Video Foundation. Please tell me if that's correct. And then talk to me about what happened in 2018. There were revelations that the National Film and Video Foundation really had a damning picture of overspending on travel budgets, etc. Some almost criminal activities, and some members were involved. What was the situation there? I believe you ended up being the acting CEO at that time. Could you just tell us what happened then? Because frankly, it happened on your watch. So we need to know what happened there. And then your opinion on the current SABC and perhaps what changes you would like to make or prevent in the run-up to the 2024 national election, and your thoughts on the loss of expertise recently with the axing of the 600, and the fact that the SABC has dropped, massive programs and now seems to have a huge content issue. And as a result, the audiences have equally dropped. What's your opinion on the developments, and do you think the one is related to the other? Are they losing content because they've lost expertise? I don't know. That's for you to answer. Of course, you have vast experience in the theatre, music as a musician, etc., etc. What would you bring to the board? What would be your plan? And I don't know if it has been raised, but your opinion of the fact that there's 800 million set aside for content that has remained unused. It's just sitting there. I think that's all for the moment, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Barnard. Let me start by clarifying that I am no longer at the National Film and Video Foundation. I was appointed in 2018 when the incumbent at the time resigned. And this was on the back of a forensic report that was released at the time. And I was asked to stabilize the organization because also it coincided with, or it happened at the same time when much of the executives were leaving the organization, some because of the restructuring, but some because they were implicated. And so I was called in to stabilize the organization. And once that was achieved, then I stepped back, but I did apply for the job and I did not get it. And so I stepped back from that. And so that was the end of that period at the NFVF. But during that time, we did achieve quite a lot. That's when we started focusing on the Africa focus because it was at the time when South Africa had a lot, still has a lot of international treaties with mostly the European nations and so on, but very little with the African continent. And so the vision at the time that I was pioneering and pushing hard for was that we work closer with our continental counterpart and the diaspora and see how much can be done. And this, of course, the latest developments with the Africa Free Trade Agreement, it speaks to the same things, how to get producers to work together across the borders, how to get the content to travel across borders. So in a way, we had anticipated these things and we had begun to implement some of that vision at the NFVF. And during that time also, it's when we signed treaties like with countries such as Brazil and so on. So there was a lot that was happening at the time. that we did, even though it was a limited time for me. So in my view, the organization was stabilized and it was left in
we're losing you again. We can't hear you, Mr. Bukaba.
Perhaps this is why they should have been held in person, Chair.
The clean audit, and we maintain staff to see. On the current, okay, I hope you can hear me now, Chair. Are you able?
Yes, if you can start on the free trade part.
Yes, the introduction of the free trade agreement proved us right that there was a need now to begin to work on and focus in Africa and work with our African counterparts to enable African producers to do more work together. And so that was the vision that we came up with in 2018 at the NFVF as well, in anticipation of these developments. And as I said earlier, these developments were pleasing to see that we're proven right on this Africa focus strategy. And my opinion on the current SABC and what usually happens in the run-up to elections, for me, members of the committee, it's history keeps repeating itself. Every 5 years when the elections come.
I'm afraid I can't hear,
And
Chair.
despite the many voices against this, it repeats itself, and in interference. And the head of the news, that was the case at the CCMA, she made the claim that there was some form of interference from the board. And I think it's important that the board does not interfere with the executive. And if those principles are upheld, there shouldn't be problems going forward. And it's important in the selection of the board. It's important that the board, the selection of the board, the right people are selected that understand their role and the mandate, and that they don't interfere with the running of the institution at the executive level. And this will help, especially in the run-up to elections, that the board remains fearless and support the management and ensure that the news is reported with integrity and all the parties are respected, and to build a trust with that and see not, because there is a public opinion on that.
We struggle.
Oh,
it's me.
And
it's me.
Oh, should I proceed?
Maybe it's me, honorable members, and that's gonna break the flow in terms of questions that members would ask.
It's better now, but he did break up. I couldn't understand for about 4 minutes.
All right. That's why I would want you to at least keep the spot where you are and not make shifts. I think in that way we could be able to follow you.
Okay, no.
As I said, it probably gonna be depending on who hears what. From where I was, you would have responded to the questions up to the point of where you were reflecting on interference by the board, and that should not happen, history repeating itself. But I'm not sure, as I say, Honorable Kolabanat in particular would have asked the question at what point she would have written the notes. Honorable Kolabana.
Yeah, look, I think I'm happy. We're busy saying, speaking about the link, the interference by the previous board in news reportage, and from then it went haywire. Thank you.
Meaning we're at the same point. And,
okay.
Then proceed from there.
Yes.
But like I think, try to keep the spot where you are because we can still hear at least.
Okay, Chair. I hope everyone can hear me. Yes, I
Yes.
think that's the long and short of it in terms of interference is the big problem. And it, unfortunately, as I mentioned earlier, it happens every 5 years, despite what people promise. And there must be ways in which we can, in terms of integrity, ensure that the people that we appoint to the board are the people that are free from political interference and that understand their role as a board, as individuals and as a collective. And on the role of the 800 million that has been budgeted for content, I hope for big improvements. For starters, the SABC has just appointed the head of local content, and this person coming in has got extensive experience from the industry, has worked in several roles within the industry. And with the support of the board, I think the strategy could be crafted and that we work closely with the industry to ensure that with these funds, limited funds as they are, they can still achieve much more than what is being achieved at the moment. Because my feeling is that there was no clear strategy that guides how the funds will be invested within the industry to ensure that we have quality content that is compelling, that people see channels. And also, it is true, as I mentioned earlier, that people do leave the institution and they leave with their critical skills. So money without that also is problematic. So we need to strike a balance between retaining good people, spending prudently, and as well as ensuring that there is a good strategy in place, because as I mentioned, we do have a very good head of local content that has just been appointed, and I don't have any doubt that together, working harmoniously with those appointed to lead, things shouldn't improve. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kolabana. Covered?
Yes, I think I'm covered. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other member would want to speak before I go back to?
Yes, Chair, maybe to hear a little bit more from Mr. Shadrach Mugaba. What do you think is the reason? Why would the entity sit with so much money? Looking at where you come from with your experience, especially being knowledgeable and being in the space of content. You are in touch with content producers, filmmakers quite often, and perhaps you may also express their frustrations in trying to get their work into the SABC. What are the challenges? And maybe that coming from that end point, we can then understand as to why with an entity that purports, or rather that is struggling, and with advertising ratings or advert revenue going down, listenership, audience dropping, and yet there is this chunk of money, as little as you may think it is, but it's not little to the people who want to get their material into this public broadcaster. And there are a lot of young local content producers in this country, and even in the continent, who are struggling to get their work out there. And yet the SABC sits with so much money. And anything, this is, in my view, a tantamount to, sabotage of the entity as a turnaround strategy. I would like to hear from your point. What are the frustrations that you're picking up from the ground, from these local content producers, in them struggling to get their material or their work in the entity? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pambo. I think the challenge is industry-wide. I've had the opportunity to sit on the NAC board, the National Arts Council. I've had the opportunity to sit on the National Film and Video Foundation. And myself, I've went through processes applying at both without much luck at some point in my career. And also the national what is required from, and so that is really, really frustrating. And so if we think the process of application is complicated, we could, number one, to simplify it, but number two, to create awareness, to go on a roadshow, because I've seen it work at other entities that like the National Arts Council, where a call is not made silently on the website, and they assume that everyone knows about the process and you must just approach us. It has to be a dedicated team that goes on the roadshow, speak to the creators, especially emerging filmmakers, make them understand what the requirements are, how to help them to access these funds, and also the emerging, the developed filmmakers, if they could be partnerships to help them mentor the younger people. So at the end of the day, there are more filmmakers that need the funds. The 800 million becomes small if people are aware, but it becomes big and difficult to spend if the large population is not aware that the money is available in the first place. So that is the challenge, to create awareness, to have a dedicated team that goes on a roadshow, simplify the application process, have monitoring and evaluation to ensure that the funds are spent according to the agreement. And what I used to do when I was at the NFVF, I used to do what was not usual at the time, to go on set when people were shooting and spend time with them and understand how the money is being spent. And one thing that I learned immediately was that our funds, the public funds, go in and they are used to hire equipment and they immediately go out. And so the filmmaker is left with very little to continue and finish the project, while the people, the companies that are already privileged are making a lot of money from all this. And it's how we're structuring these things. And so one of the ways I was saying, we have to interrupt this concentration in same hands and ensure that the equipment is accessible, it's affordable, and work with filmmakers, because the way it's structured, it's not conducive. One thinks that we're transforming the industry, but if you look at the bulk of the funds, where they're actually going to, is the same established companies, whereas the young filmmakers, they end up with losses, and many of them are discouraged and they stop working. So we must, within the system at the SABC, ensure that the funding is used and it goes to the correct people. We do not enrich the same old faces that used to benefit pre-1994, and they continue to benefit post-1994. That's what I would say, Mr. Pambo.
No, thank you, Mr. Wakawa. Through you, Chair, I would like to know, with all that you have just said, which is quite interesting, have you tried to approach the entity to at least advise, especially seeing that this has been ongoing? It's not something that has started with this board. It is a challenge that has been persisting, and it has been a frustration for a lot of local content producers. And as a person who has picked it up, what have you tried to do in trying to circumvent this, and also to assist those that you were rightfully placed to basically be, loosely put, a big brother in assisting them to get their material into the platform? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Pambo. Some of the interventions at the time when I was at the NFVF included creating slates to train young people and to have a mentor work with them from beginning to end. Actually, the SABC was partners at that point that year when I was there with the NFVF to ensure that once the project was completed, then there was a opportunity for the short films that were created to be shown on television, SABC. And so, but this needs to continue. It shouldn't have been a once-off. It needs sustained approach. Similar slate was created just for women so that also they found themselves disadvantaged with the industry dominated by male middle-aged males, by all these people that found themselves on the periphery or marginalized because of those structural things. And so this needs to be an ongoing kind of support. And in this way, people become more experienced and they can begin to identify additional sources of income to fund their films. And also as the continent begins to open up, there are those opportunities that are continuing to build. For example, in my personal capacity, I started a company that is called the Africa Screen Festival. And on an annual basis, we discuss co-productions and how Africans can access funding and work with each other. So all these things, we're trying to move away from money being in the same hands and people that are excluded continue to be excluded. So those are the things that need somebody, an organization that is focused, that is aware of the challenges, and we have to monitor on an ongoing basis if we are making an impact. Having just funds dished out without monitoring if we are really making a difference, it doesn't help because the money goes out and every year there will be a new budget, the money goes out and you won't see any impact whatsoever. So we have to look into the industry with different lenses and understand what is the impact we're making with the money that we're paying out. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Honorable Pambo.
Thank you very much. I think I'm covered.
Okay. May I just check if there's any other hands before I go back to Mr. Bukaba? If no other hand, maybe if I can just go back to the points we've already raised once again to have more of clarity in that. Look, if one was to take the position you were in to act as CEO post forensic investigations and so on, and other people leaving, the SABC, if you were to be considered, probably get into an environment where they still fight about irregular expenditure, but also what the Zondo Commission would have also pointed out as corrupt practices and the need to chase those that may have benefited unduly so. If you were to take the two, what experience would you have gained on the other side that you can utilize if you were to be a board member, understanding the limitations of a board member compared to the acting CEO, also that you would have been. So I think that's one thing there in that regard. Just to know what you'd look at. Second one, you've emphasized the point about not getting politics interference of the board, especially as it relates to the newsroom and so on. Locate the independence from a point of relationship that needs to exist between the board, the executive, the minister as a shareholder, and in parliament that needs to do oversight, where sometimes you get to have unavoidable tensions that exist. So those are the two questions, just to clear my notes as you were breaking up. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think what I would do in this situation at the SABC, especially given the outcomes of the Zondo Commission and other outcomes, I would work on the policies that focus on the prevention, detection, and monitoring of irregular expenditure. Because what we did at the NFVF at the time was to ensure that there are systems in place to deal with these things, as opposed to focusing on personalities. And once these are in place, it's easier to see something that is out of the norm, and you are able to deal with it. But also importantly, to strengthen, to deal with the supply chain department, ensure that they are capacitated to deal with issues as they arise, because otherwise, when people sometimes they do this thing, they see these things, but they are not capacitated to deal with them in a safe manner. And so we ensure that the systems are in place, but through policies that are appropriate. That's how I would deal with it, Chair. But also, lastly, before I conclude on this particular point, to ensure that there is consequence management once things are doing that. And that way, you begin to build a culture of people taking responsibility for their actions and building slowly the integrity of the organization, and outsiders will begin to see that happening. In terms of the other question, Chair, I'm trying to remember. I made a note. I can't see my note. Or the tension, political tensions. Yes, Chair. That is always there. I mean, even in my background, when I was acting at the NFVF, the shareholder is the minister. We were accountable to the portfolio committee in Parliament, and we have the independent board. So that relationship is necessary to keep checks and balances. When everyone knows their roles and their responsibilities, it works very, very well. The problem is when others cross the line to try and influence the other side improperly. You can, I think, when a relationship is healthy, debate issues in a healthy manner, because the mandate is the same. The act dictates what needs to happen, and it's consistent, and it speaks to all those three, the parliament committees and the executive of the organization, as well as the shareholder. It covers all those people, and there shouldn't be any confusion as to who does what. The tensions are necessary. We should not eliminate those. The problem is if people come from political offices with hidden agendas and mandates, and then they come onto the boards and try to implement those. That's when you need strong boards that are able to see through these things and protect the organization from such influences. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bukaba. Like I said, you would have 3 minutes to yourself to address the committee before we wrap up.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have much to add than what was said, except to apologize for the connectivity at the beginning of the interview. This is really, truly frustrating, but I thank the members of the committee for your patience, and hopefully you did get at the very end the gist of my presentation and my positions on the various issues raised, and I thank you very much for everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bukaba. Just to indicate that in terms of, I just hope we're still on the platform. Just
Yes.
In terms of
Yes.
the formalities, that if you have further inquiries to make regarding the process, you'll consult with the administration that worked with you as you were preparing for these interviews. But from a point of the decision-making process, all our meetings, as you know, are open to the public and therefore transparent in that sense, and will be able to proceed. such. So I take it that you'll keep an eye on what is happening up until the end of the process. But feel free to inquire or interact with the administration if you have got matters to deal with. Otherwise, thank you really for your time with all the challenges, but we could interact with you. I think that's what is important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Right. So as we offload Mr. Kaba, I take it that the next candidate has been admitted into the meeting.
Yes, Chairperson. We have Professor Franz Kruger online, Chair.
Prof. Kruger is welcome. Let's see if we have a good start with you, given all the challenges of power supply, so kind of connectivity. Yes.
Yes.
Can you
I
hear
hope so,
us?
Chair. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. I take it that all other members do hear you and they can see you. Right. As I welcome you, this is the subcommittee of the Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies in the National Assembly. The rules of the National Assembly allow that subcommittees could be set up by committees to deal with specific tasks. And our task as this subcommittee is the appointment process for the SABC board, for which you've been nominated and shortlisted for as you appear before the subcommittee. The subcommittee is constituted by members from different political parties, proportional to the size of the electoral support received during the 2019 elections, which then led to representation in Parliament. So that's the committee we have, so quite fairly representative of parties in Parliament. Just to clarify how we are going to approach engagement or conversation we're going to have with you, Prof. Kruger. We call it the conversation or engagement. Just put aside the interview part so that you are able to share your experiences honestly, so, and that members in their interaction with you also, we can learn from you, and you'll also maybe reflect even beyond this engagement on what members would have raised. We have 45 minutes to cover that engagement. That's the time we've set for each candidate. But in the nature of this conversation, members may make follow-up questions to try and get answers for what they would ask. So it may be less, or it may be a little bit more than the time that has been put. So we do so to cover the ground. It also therefore includes the introduction briefly of the members. We will also, after that introduction, give you 5 minutes to briefly introduce yourself, your experiences, and how qualifications and other skills you have would contribute if you were to be considered for recommendation to the board of the SABC. So after that 5 minutes, we'll then get to the actual interaction with members, which is 5 minutes per member, which takes into account questions and the responses. So once every member who has been given a chance would have spoken, of course, from the side of the chairperson who's facilitating, I will only ask if there's a need really to just follow up on a point that has already been asked. Otherwise, I just facilitate the meeting. We'll then thereafter give you again 3 minutes, having interacted with the members, to make your few remarks at the end, or whatever question you may want to be clarified on, and we'll then wrap up and get to the next candidate. I hope, Professor Kruger, that's clear in terms of how we need to move forward. I will therefore, without waste of time, just quickly run on the members that are on the platform. We do have some apologies from 2 members, one from the IFP. The Honorable Machozo has just sent a note that she may not be able to join. Honorable Mtembu may join us later, but we have the required numbers to proceed. That's what's important, that we do have the quorum. We have from the African National Congress, the Honorable Dr. Basob. He will indicate still on the document can be heard.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Prof. Kruger. I'm here on the platform.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Basob. We have Honorable Mulala. Honorable Mulala is still on the platform. Honorable Mulala. We'll get back to him, but I do see that is on the platform. He may be talking to himself because it's still muted. I will then move without waste of time. Myself, Honorable Maneli, ANC, but I'm also the chair of the subcommittee. We have Honorable Kola Barnett from the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome. Yes, I managed to sort my connectivity problems out. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kola Barnett. We have the Honorable Bambo from the Economic Freedom Fighters, EFF. Honorable Bambo.
Chair, we are here as the EFF. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bambo. I wanted to see if I will see what I saw with Honorable Mlala that he complained about, but we'll pass. That's Honorable Bambo. I have given an indication of the other 2 members, so we can proceed in this regard. That's a brief introduction, and we're now back to you on the 5 minutes brief introduction.
Good afternoon, Chair and honourable members, and thank you for your time and your attention this afternoon. I imagine it's been a long day already. I don't know when you started, but I imagine you've had quite a lot of interviews already. So I mean, just to introduce myself briefly, I have been a journalist all my life, and I like to think that the journalism that I have practiced over the years has been focused on public service. I was involved in an alternative opposition news agency in the Eastern Cape for some years before joining the SABC, and I would welcome an opportunity to say a few things about those early years at the SABC that I was privileged to serve between 1994 and 1999. But certainly it was a great opportunity. It was memorable, it was exhausting, but it was I still think of it as one of the highlights of my career. This time in the very, very early days of turning the apartheid state broadcaster into a broadcaster that was suitable for the new democracy. I spent 5 years there, and then spent 10 years doing various kinds of work, freelancing as a journalist, doing bits of consultancy and bits of training, and getting more and more involved in the university. I've been here at Wits University full-time since 2009. And really, I think I was part of the group that created this program, this journalism program at the University of the Witwatersrand, to the extent that it is now I founded the Wits Radio Academy, which serves particularly community media. I mean, I have a PhD, which I wrote in the field of ethics, journalism ethics, fairly recently. I have a book on ethics. I have had a strong focus on public service broadcasting, particularly public service media, over the years, with, yes, a particular focus also on community media. So what do I bring to this possible nomination? I bring, firstly, I think, a very strong commitment to the idea of media and of journalism as public service. At various points of my life, this has meant different things. It has meant opposition to apartheid at one point. It has meant the reconstruction phase just after 1994. And since then, it has meant working on various issues that arise for the media today. I have a strong interest in accountability. You'll know from my CV that I've been involved in the South African Press Appeals Panel. One of the things that I would be interested in, where I end up on this board, would be to follow up on the discussions around the appointment of a public editor. And most recently, I've been very much engaged in issues of sustainability, issues of financing. I mean, I imagine we can talk a little bit more about this in the, as you ask questions or as we engage further. But it seems to me that that is at the core of what the public broadcaster needs to sort out at this point. I think the existing board has done a number of useful things, and I think that process needs to continue. I think we are in an extraordinarily complex environment where two worlds overlap: the worlds of information and the technical world of platforms. And the ways in which these shift and change need a lot of consideration. And I think I bring something to the table there in terms of being aware of some international precedents and examples that may be of use in the South African context. But ultimately, I'm a journalist. I'm somebody who believes in serving the public with reliable information. SABC is an absolutely central institution in South Africa's public life. It deserves the very best in all sorts of senses. And I would be honored to be chosen to contribute to that.
Thank you, Prof. Kruger. I will now get to members to interact with you. If I can just get those who would want to speak. If I don't see your hand, please do indicate by shouting. I see Honorable Connor Barnett's hand is already up, ready to engage with you, followed by Honorable Malala. In that order, let's start with those hands for now, and then we'll take upwards. Thank you. Honorable
Thank you,
Connor.
Chair. Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, Professor, as a lifelong journalist, which is, despite the fact that you've headed up various training departments, etc., I think once a journalist, always a journalist. What are your thoughts on the whole issue that ended with the sacking of the head of news, who was then exonerated by the CCMA, but not taken back? She was just paid out. What is your take on that? What do you think the board should have done? And what would you do to change the SABC to get it out of that cycle where it seems to go, as it heads towards an election, it gets the boa constrictor around the journalists, and after an election everyone relaxes again, and that's political pressure brought to bear. What would you perhaps change or introduce to attempt to ameliorate that situation? The SABC as such, of course, working in a highly complex and competitive environment now. What are your thoughts on what the SABC did in the acting of some 600 people with their, well, they did act, and they say, oh, some of them chose to take retirement. They changed their job descriptions and halved their salaries. They had no option but to go, most of them. So now they've turned around and they're hiring well over 400 people. The claim is it's to bring in different expertise, but they already fired huge amounts of expertise. So opinion on what happened there, what was done. Of course, they've gone ahead and scrapped some of their top programs. They have very little content, it seems, and certainly nothing new. And as a result, I think the listener and viewership have dropped, plummeted. So thoughts on that entire debacle and what could be done about it, or what should have been done. The Zondo Commission revelations of corruption within the SABC, thoughts on that and what perhaps a new board could do to tackle that. You know, entities all over the country are tackling sectors of the final Zondo report. So that one has to be tackled from your end, and I suppose the portfolio committee's end. And then, yeah, finally, your main area of expertise is journalism. That's your baby. So from your perspective, what do you see as the most important thing to be done to turn the SABC around? Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Kola Barnard. In preparing for this meeting, and being aware that you're on this committee, I was trying to remember whether we overlapped at the SABC, but I think you left just about the time that I got there in 1994. But I certainly remember listening to you on air, on the radio. But thank you for that. And if I miss any points, you'll remind me. So the unfortunate series of events around the former head of news, Patiswa Machopeni. Firstly, it is a little uncomfortable. I understand she's a candidate in this process, so it's a little uncomfortable to discuss, another candidate. But let me say this. I mean, it's clear from a process point of view that, and you highlighted it in the next part of your question, is that the process of safeguarding, or the mechanisms, let me say, to safeguard the independence of the news of a broadcasting organization like the SABC is absolutely critical. You cannot have interference of any kind. And I think it is one of the key functions of the board is to protect the independence of the broadcaster, of the newsroom, the news staff, the people involved in actually putting material to air. It is very unfortunate what happened. There was a process that ended in a particular way, as you've outlined. There was a board inquiry, as I understand it, on one level. There was a CCMA process and an inquiry into a complaint, which ended in particular ways. It is very unfortunate that it ended in that way. What I would want to see, and I think this would get to the heart of some of the difficulty here. What I would want to see, and perhaps the board has already addressed this, I'm not sure, is some very clear parameters for interaction between board members and particularly the head of news around issues of content and coverage. I think it is inevitable that board members will interact, but of course that needs to be done in a way that is respectful of the editorial autonomy of the news staff. The editor-in-chief is, after all, the ultimate authority of decisions of that kind. So interaction is probably inevitable, but we need parameters and clear rules to make sure that that cannot be construed or it cannot veer into any kind of interference. You talk about the cycle of interference, and again, I make the point that it is part of the job of the board, I think, to protect the integrity of the organization. I must also say that I think stability goes a long way. And I think the cycles that the SABC has gone through that you've mentioned have been incredibly damaging. I've been, over the years, I've been asked time and time again about, the SABC. And it seems to me that one of the things that the organization really badly needs is to be allowed to settle, for people to build up the confidence that the organization is is stable, that it's got their back, and that therefore it also becomes possible to take risks. I mean, at my time in the SABC, we did get calls from cabinet ministers sometimes pushing us in this direction and that direction. And, one resisted that one listened, certainly. I mean, sometimes there was a valid point to be made and one took it into account, but certainly there could be no question that you would allow cabinet ministers to, to tell you what to do. You ask about the retrenchment process. And of course, it was an enormous tragedy. And as far as I'm concerned, any lost job in broadcasting is a tragedy. I think that one has to balance that against the clear need for the SABC to get out of the financial red, to get onto a balanced basis. I mean, I have not been able to interrogate exactly what kind of vacancies are being advertised. It does seem to be a bit counterintuitive at this point to get rid of a whole bunch of people and then hire some back. I mean, there may be a case where skills are an issue. I do think one of the key challenges for the SABC is to get the skills mix right. I understand that the board has conducted a very detailed audit of skills, or management, I guess, has done the actual auditing, and has found significant mismatch between people and the jobs that they're in. And that clearly is unsustainable, and that needs to be addressed, I think, with some urgency. I mean, people need to be skilled enough to do the work that they're expected to do. You mentioned also some programs that were recently scrapped. I guess you're referring mainly to special assignment. Look, programs sometimes have run their course and do need to be replaced. But I feel very strongly, and this would be something that I would want to pursue, is that the SABC needs to move to the next stage and invest in real flagship programming. That may be documentary. It may be, news and current affairs. It may not be. It may be drama. But I think it is really important for the standing and the self-respect, I think, of the SABC to have a couple of places of undisputed excellence. And that, funding should be found and ring-fenced and made available so that there are at least a couple of programs which really stand out. And where there is some space for experimentation, because I think the corporation could do significantly more to innovate, to show the way to others. I think your final point was about the report of the Zondo Commission. And I mean, clearly, like every other entity, that needs to be looked at very closely. Action needs to be taken against people where that's appropriate. Systems need to be strengthened so that these things can't happen. Before I pause on, I mean, I think journalism has been my core business, but I do want to again mention the point that I have, I think, developed some expertise in funding issues. It's a complex environment. It's, the new technologies that we all operate on have created new monopolies. And I think that is an additional area of expertise that I would be able to offer the organization and the committee.
Honorable Mulala.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon.
Sorry, Chair.
Are you listening to me, Prof? Yes.
Yes, I hear you loud and clear.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sorry,
okay,
Chair.
okay, thanks. Okay, thanks. Prof, SABC represents the aspirations of all South Africans, including their heritage, both their cultural heritage, and therefore it represents the hopes of all of us. I want you to comment on the following pillars in terms of how you think, as a board member, you could turn around SABC. I want you to comment on, you have already commented on human capital. I want you to comment on governance. What is your assessment thus far in terms of SABC, in terms of governance, in terms of content platforms, and in terms of financial sustainability? That's my first question. The second one, I would love you to also comment about how you think SABC programs can create or develop a national identity which will represent the diverse of South African population. And lastly, I want you to comment on the commercial arm of the SABC. What is their role and what do you think? Should it be sustained, or you think it's a waste of resources, or it's just remain a business arm? Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Molala. In terms of governance, I think that the current board has done quite a lot of work to strengthen, I guess, itself and its processes of governance within the for the SABC. I mean, the SABC has gone, in governance terms, has gone through extraordinarily turbulent times. If one casts one's mind back to the times where there were interim boards that were brought in to basically endless bailouts to pull the SABC out of difficulty. So I think some progress has been made. I think one will probably have to be in the engine room, so to speak, to assess fully the kind of strengths and weaknesses of the organization as it stands in terms of governance. But it does seem to me that in an overall sense, there is more stability. I was reading a piece earlier today, I think, that pointed out that the chair of the board is the first one ever to have served the full period. I think that's some kind of indicator. So yes, I think in brief, work has been done, but clearly more needs to be done. The content platforms, I'm wondering whether you mean the technical platforms. I'm going to assume so. If you want to point me in a different direction, please do so. One of the strategic aims as outlined in the planning of the SABC is to have content for everyone, everywhere. And I think that is an honorable aim. I think one of the mistakes that we make when it comes to planning for the future is to assume that the future is here right now. And what that means in practical terms is that there is a lot of talk about the fourth industrial revolution, everybody moving online, and so on and so forth. But I think we need to recognize that FM radio, though having lost some audience share over the past couple of years, is still probably the most important platform for the majority of our country's people. And that may well change over the coming time. But I think it is a mistake to move too quickly or to think only about a situation where we're all online. I think we need to use every platform that is available to us, and we need to be sensitive to the drift or the shift, let me say, to the newer platforms that is underway, no doubt. But I think that particularly in a country like South Africa will take considerable time. So the SABC needs to develop an OTT platform. It needs to be on different satellite platforms, but it does also need to maintain, in radio terms, the FM signal. I mean, there is, of course, a little bit of uncertainty now around the speed at which the FM switch off, the analog switch off will take place for television, given the court ruling that came from the Constitutional Court, I think about a month and a half ago. One hopes that will be resolved fairly quickly, so that we all know where we are. But even from a commercial point of view, I mean, it is clear that analog switch off may well hurt the SABC's income streams. Unless really everybody is able to access DTT in the way that they should. I hope I've addressed the issue of content platforms. Please, point me if I need to continue. So in terms of financial sustainability, I mean, I think one of the interesting things that the current board has done is I think they've been quite clever about identifying new kinds of income streams. So the discussion around the Syntec rates, the must-carry rules, and other things I think are useful. Part of the mix, of course, is the broadcasting levy, which is not exactly a popular measure. And we will see how that discussion unfolds over time. There is one area that I think the SABC does need to take into greater account than it has in the past, and that is tapping into the income streams that may be available from the technical platform giants, the Googles, the Facebooks, and the like. We have an interesting example that comes from Australia, where the competition authorities there have created a framework which forces the platform giants to negotiate payment towards the publishers, newspapers, but also others. And if memory serves correctly, in the first year of the operation of this arrangement, some 200 Australian dollars, about 150 US dollars, 150,000 US dollars, million US dollars, flowed into the media economy in that country. And the ABC, the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, was able, on the strength of the money that they got, to create 50 jobs in remote areas. Now, there is currently a Competition Commission inquiry here in South Africa, which is looking at some of these things. And one of the things that I would be interested to pursue as the board is an engagement with that process, because it seems to me that we've got to accept that these international technical giants have wrought havoc in media landscapes in many countries, but also in South Africa. And it has to be addressed by the state, by the government, and by the various authorities. It is also, I think, an issue that this committee might well engage with in a useful way. You ask about national identity. I mean, we are a fairly fractured country, and I think social coherence is obviously one of the key goals that we have to pursue. It seems to me that the SABC, with its multilingual channels, its appeal in different communities, its strong appeal across the country, is in an excellent position to bridge those different communities. One of the things that I was involved in when I was at the SABC was the coverage of the Truth Commission, which, of course, has since been criticized on all sorts of grounds for very good reason, I think, in some cases. But we were very alive to the fact on radio that what we were doing was reporting a story across the different language ghettos, let's say, ensuring that Afrikaans speakers heard the stories out of the Zulu-speaking communities and vice versa. And I think that structural advantage that the SABC has in South African society is incredibly powerful. Is it fully used? I don't think so. I think that there is more capacity there to make sure that we hear each other's voices across the different divides that exist. I think that goes beyond. I mean, I notice in the annual report there's a lot of emphasis on broadcasting the various national weeks and national events, and of course that's an important point. But I think some fairly deep thinking about the ways in which a broadcaster of this kind talks to different groupings and creates, hopefully, thereby a national identity. Some deep thinking about that would be very helpful. The commercial arm, I mean, I think this division of the SABC into a public commercial and a public arm has been widely criticized and really should be done away with. I think it is inevitable that the SABC will continue to need commercial income. We are not Norway or Sweden, where the fiscus can simply support a public broadcaster no matter what we would like. Commercial income will be necessary. I think it would be good to reduce the percentage of commercial income, but it will be necessary. So commercial activities are going to be part of the picture for a considerable period. But I think the attempt to split the corporation into these two arms has proved artificial. I mean, as everybody, I think as many people have pointed out, some of the African language stations, which are, classed as public rather than public commercial, actually earn more money than some of the stations that are classed as commercial.
Honorable Mlala, I take it that the ground has been covered fully.
Yeah, thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We now look at Honorable Pambo. Hands up.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I wanted to come in immediately after Ms. Scholar Barnard, as it is a follow-up in what came up as a response by Mr. Kruger. You say that cabinet ministers, there are cabinet ministers who called you to ask you what to do, to tell you essentially what to do. And I didn't hear you saying anything about, yes, I heard you say that you didn't do anything with the instruction that was issued to you. What I did not hear is, firstly, who these ministers are, what did they want you to do, and what did you do after that? Did you take any action, or they just called you and you were irritated by them and you left it at that? What happened after that? But importantly, it's helpful that you tell us who these ministers are as a starting point. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pumble. I mean, the one example that I can mention was, and it wasn't the minister himself. I mean, it was the spokesperson for the Minister of Housing at the time, Minister Slovo, who has, of course, long since passed on, who called and insisted that we do live broadcast from a particular housing summit that was being held in Botshabelo at the time. And, it seemed to me at the time that, of course, it was an important event. I mean, you must remember these were the early days of the new democracy, and policy was being created and shaped in a very quite a dramatic way in many cases. But it seemed to me that we weren't able to, and it would be too much to do hours and hours of live broadcasting from deliberations of a housing summit. So, I listened, and I said I can't remember what I said exactly, but I think I probably said I would take it on advisement, and we then covered the story, but not, by way of a live broadcast. So that's an example of the kind of intervention that one can mention.
Professor, I thought it was more than one minister. Is it only the late Minister Slovo?
That's the most direct example that I can remember at this point. And if I used a plural rather than a singular, then I apologize for that. I can't right now remember another example. But in a general sense, that hasn't really changed at the SABC. One had a sense then of being scrutinized very closely, not so much on radio as on television. I mean, I think television was much more closely watched politically than we were at radio, which was often something of a relief. I think colleagues at television got many more calls of that sort. But that's the specific example that I can cite at this point.
Mr. Kruger, I see on your CV, it says you're an adjunct professor. This is a very interesting title. Can you please explain what that title means? What does this title, adjunct professor? As a person who went to the same university where you were, Wits University, I think it's my first time coming across an adjunct professor. And maybe if you can make it clear to us, what is an adjunct professor? And in the process, maybe explain how does one become a professor? What is the process of becoming a professor?
Yes, thanks. And I actually, I remember coming across you, I think even in the waiting room of Voice of Wits at one point during the time that you were there. But thank you for that. So the university has different kinds of professors, and specifically the adjunct professor rank is sometimes given to people who do not have primarily an academic background, most often a situation where they don't have a PhD, but that the university judges their professional background and history and trajectory as equivalent or as good enough to earn that rank. It's equivalent in seniority to associate professors, and then after that, of course, you get full professors, and then what are called personal professors. The process was simply this. I did not at the time have a PhD. I earned the PhD sometime after that. We got funding to create a unit, the Wits Radio Academy, and revive the radio station Voice of Wits, and that went with the post of a director. It was advertised at various levels, and I pitched I pitched for the job. I was then, in order for it to be taken, for the possibility to be considered for me to be given this title, firstly, the university asked expert assessors to look at my publications, my history of publications, and they did that. They looked at my ethics book and various other things. I had to give a public lecture. There was, a panel. There was an in-depth interview, and then the university decided that yes, it was. I met their requirements and gave me the title. I hope that answers you.
Partly, Professor. How many adjunct professors do you know? It's a very interesting title. Yes, I mean, you did mention that you got your PhD after that. I remember, I think I was, it's after I had been unfairly kicked out of university under the leadership of that former headmaster, that your name was making the rounds, and there was a big outcry. I think you remember that. About whether or not you qualify to be called a professor, let alone being a professor. And, I would like you to speak a little bit about that. And also to speak about the number of publications that you have under your belt. I did look at your CV, and you did mention that this title of an adjunct professor is ordinarily given to someone who had not fulfilled a certain criteria. I certainly am familiar with associate professors. A lot of Black professors at Wits University, some had to even leave because they were struggling to finally be recognized as full professors, and they had to go elsewhere. And I mentioned it because the majority of white professors, when you go into their publications, they, in many cases, have less than that of their Black counterparts, and always the excuse is experience. And you will agree with me that the space in which you are, or rather the title that you got, is in a space where to be a professor, it's to pride yourself with not only the production of knowledge, but to profess in that space. And I would like you to speak a little bit on that. And also, as a person who wrote in ethics, how you never found a dilemma, especially with a lot of, perhaps not your peers, but your colleagues at the time, who, without mentioning names, who have had issues, your students included. I think you are quite familiar with it. And I think speak openly so that we have a full sense, because part of the post, that part of the responsibilities, and I started this by asking you about these ministers who would be calling you to ask you to do this or that, is that we need board members who are not going to be influenced from without and who will put the entity first. And so I go into this past or your career to basically ascertain from that point of view. Thank you, Mr. Kruger.
Sure. Let me start with a question about numbers. I don't have an exact number of how many adjunct professors there are at WITS. I know that former Minister Nhlanhla Nene was recently appointed to the WITS Business School. From memory, he may have been appointed at adjunct professor level, but I'm really open to correction. I would need to just double check. You're quite right that it's not that common, but it is common enough for the university to have a process. That was, what I went through, and the university. I mean, I just also need to say, it was the university who gave me the title. I didn't give it to myself. But certainly, to the extent that WITS and other universities still, have structures of advantage and privilege that need to be fought, I acknowledge that completely. I don't believe that I got the title unfairly. I think that my track record is sufficient to justify that, and the university through its structures certainly took that decision. You're asking about. And clearly you're also making the link to the question of ethics. I mean, clearly, those kind of practices and those kind of structural discriminations, which persist in South Africa, there's no question, are problematic and need to be fought. I mean, I think that my track record on the question of transformation is a good one. I mean, of course, I am a white male, there's no question of that. But I think that I have shown in various roles that it is possible to be in that position and to further a transformation agenda. And that includes, by the way, I think, in WITS journalism. I think you will find that the department, or the WITS Center for Journalism as it is now, has a very different complexion to what it was a few years ago, and that was because of systematic appointment of women, of younger people, of Africans, and I think we've done, I think, a good job to address those imbalances of the past. And certainly when it comes to the SABC, the board, of course, is charged with those kinds of responsibilities of continuing the process of transformation, and that is, that's about gender, it's about race. I think it is also particularly about class, and I think the SABC is in a particularly important position, particularly powerful position, to make sure that everyone in South Africa has reasonable access to information, and that the kind of disparities of wealth that persist and that make a division between the information haves and the have-nots are hopefully progressively minimized.
Thank you, Honorable Pambo.
Thanks, Mr. Kruger. As a parting shot, I would like you to say something. I'm sure you've heard of a covert unit, which was with a covert unit within the media fraternity, which was established by the apartheid government to discredit liberation heroes, namely the late Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela. No, this unit was known as Stratcom. I think you would know. Do you think this unit ever existed or exists or still exists? And how much of it do you know of? Any comment on that one?
Thanks again, Honorable Pambo. I've read some of the commentary and some of the reports about a unit of that kind. I mean, I think it is significant some of those allegations were tested, and that not a great deal of evidence was found to back it up. I mean, having said that, of course, there's no question that the media, like other sectors of apartheid South African society, were infiltrated by agents of the state. I am unaware of any of those agents still being active. And I think one would need to find evidence if one were to take that any further. But yes, certainly there was infiltration. Some of the people were exposed, others were probably not. I think a more contemporary issue that we do need to confront is the independence of the media, and the ways in which some elements of the media were drawn into and continue to be drawn into factional power plays by political parties. And I think that's a problem, and that's a contemporary problem that we need to confront.
No, thank you, Honorable Pamba. I think you've covered the ground on matters we wanted to clarify.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kruger.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if there's any member. Otherwise, I wanted to go to Prof. Kruger to give him the 3 minutes. Having interacted with members, this is an opportunity to address us again in the 3 minutes. Over to you.
Sure. Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks again for your time and for the questions that you've posed to me. As I've said, I think the SABC is a critical institution. It is of the utmost importance that it builds trust, it rebuilds trust, it earns the trust of audiences. It has a set of priorities that it needs to address, and probably the first and most important one is this issue of financial sustainability. And then I think on top of that, there is an urgent need to build quality, to make it into the kind of leading organization that it needs to be. I bring to the table experience in journalism. I bring to the table a particular interest in storytelling and in accountability. My person, I mean, I was asked a couple of questions about my history and my experiences, my qualifications. I mean, you will judge those. You have obviously the full list of people in front of you, and you will take a view of whether my particular set of skills fits would make a useful contribution, given what I've said. But I think I just need to restate that as a closing note. SABC really needs to work. It has come some distance. It needs to go further. And one hopes that it can. I think as a country, we need a functional, effective, cost-efficient, and excellent SABC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Kruger. As I said, we are now almost at the end, and really thank you for interacting with members. And I'm sure the objective that I've outlined in the beginning, that in the interaction we'd learn from each other in that school, and surely that would have been achieved. But just on the side of formalities, for follow-ups or inquiries to make, you can interact with the support staff who was interacting with you as you prepared for this engagement with the subcommittee. But as it relates to the decision-making process, as you'd be aware, all our meetings are open to the public, so South Africans are able to follow. You probably, in your busy schedules, do take time off to follow what happens in the committee. So you'd use that channel from a point of watching how far the process is going from a decision-making point of view. But as I said, administratively, you can interact with Ms. Ndabeni and others in the committee support. So that then takes us to the end of the engagement. We really thank you for appearing before this committee. And I'm sure you'd continue to have reflections post this committee engagement with you. We ourselves will take some of these experiences shared by candidates to also improve on the oversight work we need to do as Parliament over the SABC board itself.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. As we allow you to log out, we will then ask administration to give an indication if we do have the other candidate on the platform.
Thank you, Chairperson. The next candidate is Mr. Zolisa Zamisa. He's joining in now. He's on the platform already, Chair. Sorry, the correction is Mr. Zolile Zamisa. He's on the platform now, Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Zamisa, please welcome. I'm trying to look for you. If you can unmute and switch your camera on, if you can, so as for the members to see you.
Yeah, I'm doing that right now. If you are seeing me.
Yes, we can see you. I hope you can also hear the members well from your side. You are now welcomed and that you are appearing before a subcommittee of the Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies in the National Assembly, of which the rules provide that a subcommittee could be set up by a committee to focus on a particular task and report back to the committee. This subcommittee in particular has been put together to process the appointment process for the SABC board, which you've been nominated and shortlisted for, hence you are before the subcommittee. And the subcommittee is constituted by different political parties proportional to the size of the electoral support as per the 2019 elections. So it's fairly representative in its nature. So that's the subcommittee you are appearing before. May I then, without waste of time, just indicate how we are going to proceed. We have allocated 45 minutes. In the 45 minutes, this includes brief introduction of the members who will be interacting with you. Thereafter, I would then give you 5 minutes for you to briefly introduce yourself, which also gives you an opportunity to talk to your skills, experiences, contribute if you were to be considered for the SABC board appointment. Of course, the 5 minutes will be really a brief introduction, but members would have gone through your CV in any way in details, and therefore in interacting with you may go beyond just the introduction that you would have done. Immediately after that 5 minutes introduction, we'll then get the members to interact with you. So we take it to be a conversation or engagement. If you can just put the term interview a little bit on the side so that you relax, you engage with the members of the committee and share your experiences in that regard, so as to learn from what you share with the subcommittee, but also for you to learn from the questions that the members would put through to you. So once the members would have engaged, of course, we have allocated like 5 minutes per member, which is for questions and responses on your side. Of course, I must put this disclaimer quickly that it's said to be all those times said, but sometimes it does happen that it gets to be shorter than that, depending on the questions posed and engagement that follows. But sometimes it does get to be a spillover to maybe some minutes extra, because members would want to make follow-ups to try and clarify what you get to be a response to them. So I thought it's important to do that, so that you understand even the context of the 5 minutes, that the 5 minutes is question and responses on your side. Once the members are done, from the side of the chairperson, I would only ask questions if there is a point which has been asked and maybe there was no clarity in how it's been responded to. Otherwise, I don't do that. I will then give to you 3 minutes before we close, after the interaction with members, to address the committee in the 3 minutes on. And then thereafter, we'll then close formally the session. I hope that is clear, Mr. Zamisa.
Very, very much clear. Or rather.
So we will then quickly go through the introduction. We have from the African National Congress, Honorable Dr. Basop. Dr. Basop was online.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good evening, Mr. Zamisa.
Sir.
Thank you. That's Honorable Dr. Basop. Seems we are experiencing the same thing now. It's like load shedded, like me on ice. We also have the Honorable Mulala from the African National Congress. Honorable Mulala, still on the platform.
Good evening, Chairperson, and good evening, Mr. Zamisa.
Honorable Mulala.
Thank you. Myself, Honorable Maneli from the ANC, but also the chair of the subcommittee. Good evening to you once again. I will then go to Honorable Kola Barnett from the Democratic Alliance.
Hello to you, good evening.
Amen.
We'll then go to Honorable Pambo from the Economic Freedom Fighters, the EFF. Honorable Pambo, still on the platform?
Yes, we're here, Chair. Good evening.
That's Honorable Pambo. Thank you, Honorable Pambo. We do have a member of the IFP, Honorable Majosi, who would have indicated clashing meetings that she would not be able to be in every session we have. However, the numbers that we have on the platform allow us to proceed with the interviews or the engagement that I've so referred. So I would then, without a waste of time, come back to you, and then your brief introduction would start now. As I said, the 5 minutes can then proceed. Mr. Zamisa.
All right, thank you very much, Chairperson, for the session. As introduced, my name is Zolile, surname is Zamisa. I am 9 years of age. I was born and raised in Port Elizabeth in the dusty streets of Kwazakele, in an area in a place I call it the heart of the township because of the economic activities happening in the area. Growing up there, I was exposed to a lot. If one grew up from a caste arrangement would understand what I'm talking about. Anyway, I managed to collect myself, remain disciplined, not fall victim of what many young people within our communities fall victim. I did my lower primary in Masakane Public Primary School. I went on to high school at Kwazakele Senior Secondary School. That is where I matriculated and passed my grade 12. It was unfortunate for me that at the time I passed grade 12, I could not immediately go to university because I had to go and work and ensure that the family with my mom is able to receive food on the. So I worked for a company called ADT where we sold alarm systems and salesmen. That is when I realized that there's a need for one to get education because of the treatment and also because of loving and enjoying sales and marketing. So that's when, after 3 years of working, I moved to East London to study. I applied at USU and I was fortunately accepted. That's where I did my National Diploma in Public Relations. I passed it in record time. That's where I also obtained a bachelor's degree in journalism, which also I passed in record time. I also did Bachelor of Public Administration. As I assume we would all agree that university is a factory of knowledge. That's where people collect knowledge and skills to go and operate in the real world and actually apply the theory they've received. So it is through my time at USU where I developed love and passion for journalism and media studies, hence the combination of both qualifications. So I also participated in leadership in the institution, which is one factor that has contributed greatly in my life because I sat in university councils, I sat in senates, I sat in serious meetings that were discussing the future of general population of students and also the well-being and sustainability of the university in itself. So this is what most importantly gave me courage to apply for forming part of the South African Broadcasting Corporation board. I applied because I've also worked in the media space. I have worked as a journalist at Daily Dispatch. That is where I got familiarized myself with newsrooms. I understand dynamics within a newsroom. I understand the challenges that your journalists, your reporters, your cameramen, and everyone who deals with creating the news content. I know the challenges they face, and I also understand the dynamics within a newsroom sector. I've also worked at South African Police Service, which is Sabc in East London Free Street, at their communications department. That's where we were dealing with media liaison. We would write statements, we would liaise with the media, we would publish crimes. So that is one more other reason why I decided to apply for the board, because I believe each and every board in all sectors have professionals who are qualified and have an insight of the field in itself, in the newsroom. In this case, we are speaking broadcasting. It's not just based on journalism. It's not just based on radio, but it's the entire broadcast. So I applied because I believe such boards do deserve people with an insight, especially young people like me at my age, 29 years of age, who are vibrant, who are energetic, who actually can bring about innovative ideas within the SABC. Because looking at the previous board, and even the one before, there were no young people bring such ideas. Now, broadcasting has shifted greatly in a very significant way, and such, I believe, as we proceed with the interview, we'll be able to discuss that further, because the shift in itself has affected the SABC. Because there's a specific segment within the society that is not covered within the board. So I feel like a young person is needed, and a young person who is a professional within the field is needed to bring about balance and also represent young people who love content creation. So I would like to influence and work with the board and share ideas that are currently relevant as a young person who also understands and knows much.
Thank you, Mr. Zamisa. As I said, I would now allow members of the committee to interact with you. I will then look at those that would raise their hands to interact. For those who have got...
Chair, I thought Pambo will lead because he's a young person. Where is Pambo?
Don't blackmail that.
This guy of the jacket is harassing me now.
He's harassing you. No, you are protected, Honorable.
Now I'm giving him a chance. He's fighting me.
Yeah, you're protected. Honorable Dr. Basop, Honorable Kolabanat, we'll see with Honorable Pambo as we proceed, Honorable Mlala.
And I hope, Chairperson, harassing is not the order.
No, not the committee, not the committee. They know which jacket for which other. So, Honorable Dr. Basso,
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Maybe already you have noticed the challenge that I'm faced with. There's a lot shedding already. Where am I? I will switch off the video. Thank you very much, Mr. Zamisa, and with your presentation as a young person as you are, and the enthusiasm that you have to get to that space of being a board member at SABC. The first question that I have with you is that, of course, it's a good idea to have aspiration as a young person, and presenting to us the way you think you can try to assist and persuade is very much interesting. But can you tell us and take us into confidence, because there you will work as a collective, and the possibilities that the majority of people that will be there will be older than you. How best can you influence your ideas to that kind of environment? Can you take us through on that? Then the last question from me, the state capture report in its findings, amongst other things that have been picked up, is declaring of mismanagement of finances, as well as the corrupt practices that have taken place in this organization, which you intend to be a board member of it. Two questions on that. One, what mechanism can you put in place to ensure that issues of this nature do not take place in future? And secondly, what mechanism can we employ to try to recover those funds that have been squandered by the people within that organizations? I think so far, Chair, those are the two questions from my side. Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Zamisa, you would then respond. The approach we are taking is to just make sure that we don't come in between, so as to allow a conversation to proceed easily. So every time a member would ask. and you then respond and proceed.
All right. Firstly, on the, I like the question. The panelist, if I pronounce the surname properly, I like the question he has asked that as a young person, knowing that ordinarily, or rather what has been the norm within the board is that you have older people who have served in higher boards, who have served in coming as a young person. Obviously, looking at it myself, that I did not rather sit at certain levels that they are in. So I think because I've been exposed in all other serious institutions, which have public interest, by the way, I've sat in council meetings, as I've said, where we would sit with professors, with doctors, highly skilled and qualified academics who look into the very most finer detail in a professional way. I've sat with them taking decisions that determine the future of even myself, even the council in itself, and also ensuring that we are driving the institution in a direction whereby it will serve its purpose. So I do not think that would be a very difficult thing, because one thing one needs to always master when working as a team, it is to adhere to the policies. The board doesn't just exist in a three-wing island. There's a way that each and every board member is expected to operate in. So I would work with the colleagues, ensure that we drive one agenda of transforming the SABC, meet its mandate, and ensure that we collect revenue, because that's one biggest thing that has not been happening within the board. So one would need to just ensure that they work with each other and ensure that we have just one vision and one mission, which is to drive the SABC to educate, inform, and also entertain, and in the process collecting its revenue. So I've dealt with elders before, I've dealt with senior and more respected people in my life. I've sat with them in serious meetings. So it will not be something new. It's not a first-time experience. I've done that quite a bit. Now, second question, if I captured it correctly, is the Zondo Commission and the State Capture Report, which is something very disturbing for a young person like me growing up in South Africa, looking at the current challenges, the state of the economy, the state of public institutions itself, SABC being one of them. It is also mentioned in the State Capture Report. The situation is quite appalling to realize that there have been corruption within by board members, by your group executive, your former COO, your former minister. I mean, if you check another aspect, you had a minister called Faith Mutambi, whom the editorial staff was complaining that she was interfering at the time as a board member in business of the editorial, forcing members to go publish stories that are not even newsworthy for that matter. That was a waste of state resources in it. Now, state resources, Dr. Basuku, is not only the meaning of stealing money through procurement, giving contracts and tenders to other people, but to use state resources fruitlessly is also a problem. And it is a corruption, because one of the stories there is that she once, at some point when she was doing her constituency work of the ANC, gave directives to the editorial staff to come and publish what she was doing, of which that is not what is supposed to happen. The editorial should be allowed to move swiftly and do things correctly. So in that aspect, if we had to provide a solution for that, I think as the board member, should I be appointed, I'm saying, is that I will influence the board and we'll have to relook at the executive rules. We must set clear rules. The COO must know where he enters. The CEO must know where he enters. And the COO, the CFO, and the CEO, and also the minister. That's because there are relations between and or him, whoever that the minister might be, and the board. It doesn't mean they can go and stuff and say they must publish certain stories. So the best way to organize that is to set clear terms of references in terms of what is your role. Because in the state captures on the commission, you also hear about the former COO, Ms. Motsoneng, having to influence what must be published KZN, dealing with staff and all those things. So if we are able as a board to stand firm on the truth and also not fear any group executive member when it comes to our work, I believe we can save the SABC. Same as the one of stealing money. So the best way of collecting the money, I think we need to challenge the presidency. In fact, starting with the Parliament Communications Portfolio Committee, write a report as a board and emphasize and work hard in ensuring that the Communications Committee will be able to go and report to the Office of the President that there is a need to go and collect money, suspend whoever that there are allegations of corruptions and money laundering in the SABC. You suspend immediately and you go attach their assets while they are on trial. We need to see action being taken. We all know the reports that we've seen, even outside Zondo and the corruption cases, but we have not been seeing people being arrested. So I would, as a board member, ensure that we work with the portfolio committee to ensure that we go collect the money using the state resources to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, young man. I'm happy with the response. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Basop. We now go to Honorable Kolabana.
Thank you, Chair. Hello to you. A couple of questions from my side. I see that at university, you were involved with the ANC Youth League and again in Ward 47 after that. And then you were a constituency officer for a member of parliament. Was that also with the ANC? And if you were involved in politics as such, do you feel you could show the requisite impartiality when it comes to understanding it is a public broadcaster and not a state broadcaster? You did speak out about that to a certain degree when you were talking, but it's very difficult to marry the two. Someone who's been involved and a public broadcaster. Now, you see, looking at your CV, you have seemed to have moved every year for 4 years. So you were with Blacklight Media, the next year with Daily Dispatch, and then with Sabc, and then a constituency coordinator. Why were you moving every year? What was going on there? Did you not enjoy the careers? Did you, or were you asked to leave? What was the situation that drove you to move every year? Now, looking at the SABC itself, what are your thoughts on the sacking of the head of news, who was then exonerated by the CCMA? And they chose not to give her the job back, but to simply pay her out. So they're paying someone else on top of that to now do the job. And if you were on the board, what would you change at the SABC, or what changes would you prevent, especially in the run-up to the next national election, 2024? And the SABC has gone through a very torrid time, laying off 600 staff. And we now find out some of them highly experienced. We've seen a massive lack of content. They're sitting on 800 million for content that was unspent. And of course, the listenership and viewership has plummeted. Now, what would you do what would your plan be to turn the SABC around? Now, yeah, I think actually, Chair, for now, that's sufficient from me. Thank you.
Yeah. Can I enter, Chair?
Yes, like I said, I don't want to get
so immediately after question, I can just enter, right?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, that was quite a lot of questions, which are very interesting, that I'm even ready to. They are a bit of mix, so I thought they would take a particular direction, but let me not waste time. Why the move in between careers? I think South Africa provides quite a lot of opportunities for young people. And at my age, one would want to explore. It's not because I do not enjoy the career. I love it with all my heart, by the way. I just love it. It's me, it's in my veins. It's in my veins, I live it. So the moving and changing, if you check that I was once a daily dispatch, that was journalism, newsroom environment. I also went at the communication level because the career offers a very broad spectrum of opportunities. So the move is not necessarily because one does not love, one is not comfortable. As I have said, I am young, I have to explore, I have to collect experience to ensure that when I'm charged with the responsibility of serving in the board, for example, I can be able to showcase a variety of skills and knowledge because I have worked in different segments or sectors within the communication and broadcasting. So the sacking of editorial head, was Magopeni, I feel like there was a bit of unfairness at some point. Why am I saying there was a bit of unfairness? We saw how Ms. Magopeni was handling the editorial at the time and during elections. She did cry out that there are people who want to interfere, and she has mentioned names of those people. I think what is of public knowledge that everyone saw was that we once had even Balula sharing views of how the government was represented within the media by the SABC. So I think at some point there was an element of rather backstabbing, which is a very disturbing something because we cannot run away that if you mention politics, you do have politicians who want at some point to abuse power, but we are not here to accuse anyone. So now that the CCMA got in and what was deemed as a solution was to pay out is what actually wants me to believe that it was not really offered a fair chance. So moving forward, what would I do and what would I change within the sector, considering the fact that 600 employees were fired and there was 800 million that was meant for conduct that was unutilized, something that is very disturbing because the SABC is in crisis. And one of the biggest solutions that can ever come to assist the SABC is creating good content that will attract people, young people in majority, because as I've said, young people see value in content creation. If you check our competitors, I'd say our competitor, because sitting here, I'm acting as someone who's already serving on the board and I'm bringing solutions as a board member or someone who there is much interest for the SABC. Looking at your competitors, there are programs that your multi-choice has on TV. Your reality show about Isitembu, those are key interest content points because people want to know. We grew up knowing about Isitembu, but multi-choice is taking this thing and provide a reality show and showing us exactly how this thing is done. You would check Twitter, you would check Facebook. After each and every show, millions of people talking about that particular thing. So one thing I would introduce, SABC needs to have relevant, new and interesting content that will meet the needs of their users, because there's a reason why people choose to pay 800 rands or 500 rands for DSTV Compact or Premium instead of paying only 260 for licensing at the SABC. They choose to go pay. They choose to pay money. They choose to pay higher money and leave SABC and just go there. Others decide to just buy data, 1 gig at 150, and just stream live TV, follow live content. Something very interesting which the SABC does not offer. So I would lobby the board to relook at the strategy that was developed and ensuring that we work with the local content producers to actually utilize that, the very same 800 million, to ensure that the local content producers are able to be incorporated within the SABC. Then already these people have their own followers in social media. When they go and announce that they are appearing on TV, it means there'll be more eyes viewing on the TV screens. Now, the more numbers we have because of the same views, it means the more marketing rate that, or rather advertising rate that the SABC will make. The solution is that simple. So I'm saying the turnaround plan is that relook at the strategy in its entirety. SABC has a crisis because it recycles same old content. I mean, we still watch Zinsizwa, Usidumo, and Uvelapi. Content we were watching when we were small boys. We are not interested in those things now. That time can be utilized to do something else. Why not at that time between 9 and 11, when you play these old sitcoms, repeating them after and after, you introduce educational programs. You have elders at home, particularly the poor in rural areas and in locations, whom do not know much about health issues, whom spend money visiting doctors, where else they can be clarified should SABC education bring about a health program during that time. We can also partner with Department of Education. Then we make use of SABC education to craft content that will be between the curriculum that is approved and agreed upon by the Department of Education. Your learners or your children in preschools, by the way, because they are the ones probably at home or in preschools, they can be educated. I mean, we live in a country where you have a serious high number of GBV. And if you check most rape cases, or rather most rape victims, they will tell you that they were raped by their uncles when they were young, they were raped warawara. Now, if SABC education can scrap these old sitcoms at that particular time, introduce these topics, rather these educational programs that will solve the problem we have in the society, there you will have an increased number of viewers. The Department of Education is incorporated. We work with preschools. We develop content for children at that particular time to watch. We teach them on how to save themselves, on rather how to know when their uncle are advancing on them and wanting to rape them. At a very young age, there are professionals in the technical team who can craft that content for us. Then we educate the country. It's going to become interesting, and you will definitely see viewership. These are the ideas I would rather bring at that point to ensure that the SABC actually at some point makes profit, because we know that for the past 5 years, they have not made profit. It was only this year that when they made only 43 million rands profit, but there's more that the SABC can use. You have MDDA, for example. They stand to develop disadvantaged groupings on media and incorporate them. That is a public entity. SABC can work with MDDA to ensure that they incapacitate people who create content using the very same 800 million that was unutilized. That money could have been an investment to ensure that more money is being brought in within the SABC. But I know that the SABC is not mainly about making money, but if we are to save it at this current point, we need to create relevant content that speaks to the issues of this day, that speaks to what is of interest in young people. So I think that's actually what would I do. And the sacking of the 600 employees, it's not really, I mean, you want to devise a plan to rescue the SABC, and you come with the old, painful, and very wrong way. You say, let's cut workers. Where are the ideas? Why not? You have people out there who create content with no money, no nothing, with their phones, and they are making money. You have companies who are approaching those people to create content for them, to advertise for them, because people out there, that's how the broadcasting and entertainment industry is going. That's the new direction. Why not use that money and incorporate those people to do this? You see? So to cut the 600 workers, and majority of them were in the editorial. And I mean, part of the mandate of the SABC is to inform the public. How will that happen if you choose a solution of just sacking the editorial team? Now we have a crisis that even the radius of journalists of SABC, they can't even go in deep down rural areas. There are stories which are not being told because there's no budget for them to travel that far. And in some cases, they're very big. Yabona in Lutsiki City, for example, it has been declared as the most dangerous city when it comes to rape. There are more rape cases there. But the SABC is not able to go check who are the victims, have documentaries within there to check who are causing these people, who are the victims, what help do they need. We are unable to hear those stories because the radius has been decreased because there's no budget. Journalists cannot travel on their own and go collect the stories. They need the SABC to fund.
Thank you. Honorable Kola Barnett, I take it that was the legacy hand as I move to Honorable Mla.
Actually, Chair, I was mulling over a follow-up, if I may just ask if Mr. Zamisa he's had ideas that for example, the children's programs, educational programs, etc., could attract money. But have you looked at some study or something of how commercially viable such programs are, in considering the enormous debt that the SABC is currently in? You know, those are nice to haves and fulfill the public mandate, but I don't know that those programs you were referring to would have the ability or the attractiveness to commercially to actually pull money into the SABC coffers. So just want some information on that, if he's seen a study, done research, or where that information has come from. Thank you.
All right. If you heard me properly, I spoke of current things, but I made this one example. I'll bring another good example is that we are now going digital. You have a program of MedG, where MedG is just doing a podcast. South Africans love that program. There you receive raw content, you get an opportunity to interact with whoever popular figure that is invited. People decide to spend money buying data just to catch that problem in huge numbers and leave the SABC, leave your generations and all other programs. But young people in majority and the general community, they watch such programs, they go digital, they watch mobile TV. So those are one of the few. Now these ones, you can get the example that if you follow MedG, you will see the followership they have. Now these are local content creators that do not even have budget worth millions, do not even have budget worth billions, but they are being followed. And there's a reason why they are being followed, because it's catchy, raw, fresh content that people like. We have programs like we are Yola 99 on your DSTV channels. We don't even have anything close to that as the SABC. You may deem it as something that is useless. You may deem it as something that is not of matters of importance, but reality is that if you check its followership, people love it. So that is what matters most within the SABC. So to add more on the strategies, this is what I will also bring and ensure that as the board, we are able to relook at the content, make comparison with our competitors, and actually go to the people. We must develop strategies to go to the people and check what really do they like. Then we see if they are cost effective, and you see if how much will they cost in our pocket. But definitely they are the most trending topics, they are the most trending programs, people love them. And the SABC must also move towards that direction.
We now have Honorable Mlala.
Mr. Zamisa.
Hey, good day, Honorable.
Yes,
Good
I
evening,
think.
sorry.
Yes, I think you have responded to some of the questions I wanted to raise in terms of how you're going to turn around the SABC, but you have not spoken about the partnership that you think should be involved. You spoke about how to digitize SABC. Can you speak to, you also spoke to human capital, but you only spoke about the retrenchment, but you did not say how you think we can improve and turn around SABC in that regard. So if you can speak to those two in terms of how you think you can turn around the SABC, I will be fine. The last question will be on how do we create a national identity? You know, South Africa is quite a diverse country. but we need to find some form of a common ground in terms of broadcasting, in terms of the content that we distribute to our people. Now, we have got a variety of cultures and expressions. Now, but the principle is we want to create one South African national identity. Now, what would be your proposal in that regard in terms of broadcasting? Those are my two questions. And congratulate you, young as you are, that you had the courage to take up big and experienced men and women. Thanks for that.
All right. I think you need to unmute. Yes, starting with the how do we create a national identity? You see, I think already we have examples within the SABC broadcasting that actually carried this. South Africa has 11 official languages, and I like what at the news level is being done, because you have your SABC2 with your Afrikaans news, you have your SABC3 with your English. You also have SABC Channel Live on 24 hours on DSTV. You have SABC1 that broadcasts news in Xhosa, Sepedi, Zulu, or rather Nguni. So I think we already have such, but now it needs to be expanded even in other programs. You see, if the SABC had, or rather had in-house content, where the SABC was creating content on its own, if we are to address partnership at the same time, mixing with them together, I said, you have MDDA, which seeks to develop local and previously disadvantaged groupings which were not within the media space. Why is the MDDA and the SABC cannot meet and have one common agenda to say, let's go and identify local content creators? We go take them in Venda, we go take them in Eastern Cape, we go take them in Northern Cape, we go take them in Northwest, we go take them in KwaZulu-Natal. You set up teams to go and look what kind of content is being created. Now there, you would sit down and devise a strategy that will ensure that you have Zulus who are also having their own sitcoms, or you have Xhosas, because you cannot do that when it comes to generation, because you do not own that content produced by someone else. So you cannot really determine the terms. As long as they follow what the regulator ICASA is saying on its rules, then they fine. But if the SABC would be able to create its own in-house content that they house themselves, then they would be able to see that all cultures and all groupings are accommodated. You don't just publish one culture, but you create content, be it is a movie, be it is a talk show that even teaches people about other cultures. I know less about Pedi, and Pedi people are very far from the Eastern Cape where I stay, but the SABC as a public broadcaster, it's its role to provide such for us on TV to learn. We would watch such programs. So that's actually what I would advise when it comes to partnership and creating that national identity. You see, with Metro FM, I like their breakfast show. There you have what's this tribe? You have Venda, you have a Colored, you have a Xhosa, and you have a Tswana. 4 people running a breakfast show, and it's so nice to listen, because when you listen to Kuso, you know that you'd hear some Aifambeni. When you listen to Mo Flavor, you know that you'd hear some Tswana Tang. When you listen to Owen, you'd hear some Colored and little steps. So it's so nice and beautiful. It does exist, but I feel like the board will really need to look at the fact that within all radio stations, you have that diversity, but when one looks at a particular radio station, they don't just identify it with Zulu or Xhosa, but you see a combination, and that would lead also in us building a rainbow nation, because each and every tribe is seeing itself being represented within the media space. It's the role of the SABC to do that. It will be done. That's what I carry as a solution to this problem. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mlala, you fine?
I'm okay, Chair.
Thank you. I just check if there's any other member that I may be leaving behind.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Pam.
No, I don't remember if any of the members actually went. I know he was asked about his involvement politically, both at university maybe and as the ANC Youth League, and also as a convener in A Ward in Ward 47. And as someone who's obviously been so heavily involved in politics, surely his membership is still there, I would think, and that he's got some aspirations of what then becomes of his organization, but also as a member of the ANC, he has the interest of that organization at heart. And now he wants to preserve, or rather he wants to be a member of a board which essentially will be interacting and will have to balance and, you know, demonstrate the necessary or requisite impartiality that is needed in being a member of the board of this entity that is a candidate of. He does mention some former ministers who were abusing power, and I'm interested in how he has thought about this. He also worked with Sabc, and as we all know, in most cases, most people who work in those departments, and Sabc not being an exception in any way, that majority of people who get those posts are members of the ANC in the main, especially in communications. You can go across, even with ministers, the spokespersons, the complement of communications is ordinarily made up of ANC card-carrying members who are heavily involved in the branches of the ANC. And I don't know how he thinks of it, and would like to hear him talk about it and how he would be able to balance it. As a young person also with aspirations, with still building a career for himself, we can see the CV is not as illustrious as other CVs that we've seen. I'm not really so stringent. Of course, we do require experience, but that is what in most cases kills the youth, to always be pointing at experience. And the only way to get experience is for people to get into the jobs. But in this case, I'm really interested in how he will manage influence from his own political party, which has demonstrated more than once that it fiddles a lot with the SABC. The previous candidate also alluded to former and late minister who would make calls to give direction to content and so on. So I'm interested in him speaking about himself and to even give examples from where he comes from in Sabc, if there was ever such interference, and how did he handle it, and how does he imagine he's going to be able to handle any influence, undue influence that may be put on him from those that he regards as his leaders and seniors. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Hambo. I appreciate your question. As a young person as well, I'm saying I appreciate it because this is very close to my heart. Number one, as a young person living in South Africa, because I know that when there is an abuse of authority within the SABC, when there's an interference of political leaders within the editorial, when there are people who bulldoze unethical leadership, I would not even call such people leaders, because if such happens, I understand as a young person that that would be killing the SABC. That would be taking away the credibility of news content that the SABC would produce. Now, when you kill the credibility of the news content that is being used by SABC, because at some point people will get tired. When these stories continue to rise, God forbid, because I don't want them to continue to happen, and me being within the board, I will make sure, ethical and credible leader, that such does not happen. Because when it happens, I'm saying you are actually killing the SABC. I mean, the country in itself at the current moment does not own any mineral resources. You hear every day about state-owned enterprises being sold to the highest bidder. I'm saying the government only has this at the moment. We stand at an opportunity of building the SABC to ensure that it makes profit, or at some particular point it even breaks even as an entity. Now, if you allow such things to happen, it means you are killing the only one of the few sources that the government can use to generate income. Because when the SABC generates income, it means it's going to have money and there'll be welfare people. We are going to be able to educate people through the SABC. We are going to bring good content because we even afford to, because it is not gone. People are receiving news. So I would stand, if I have to answer the question of balancing the two, SABC is independent and impartial. No politics should enter there. Don't include them. Ensure that you uphold editorial independence. SABC must publish raw, truthful stories as they are, because we just need to give people what to think about. We have to report each and every activity happening without having a board member, without having a group executive, without having any political leader to call and say so. So I want to put the entire panel in confidence that as a young person, I know that if I subject the SABC to be in a state of being killed, I'm killing the pool of other young people. And I am not in a position to do that, because as I'm sitting on this chair live on this interview, I'm one of the struggled people, knowing that I, as a young person, I cannot even determine my future. I don't know, I'm not sure if the state at some point can lead to a collapse, because we see the collapse of state-owned entities. So I would stand to preserve and ensure that we keep the SABC running into its business and also maintain its credibility and not allow any political influence, even if they come from the most serious person within the country. It shouldn't happen. It kills the SABC, and should the SABC die, it means they will destroy all other state-owned enterprises that are dead. And I want to believe even others are being killed deliberately. So I would not allow such. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Pambo, I take it that you are covered.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think I will leave it there.
Thank you, Honorable Pambo. Mr. Samisa, I'm just getting back to this point that has been raised, just to have a complete picture of your understanding of balancing in the context of the independence of the SABC and the roles of the different stakeholders. In this case, the minister was a shareholder to the SABC. The board that does the oversight, the executive that implements, as well as this committee you are appearing before it now. even though it's subcommittee, which also plays an oversight role. Given the examples we've given thus far, how do you balance that? Because all these role players have a role in how to take the SABC forward as a national public broadcast.
Yeah. No, you see, Chair, I think one thing that each and every individual that can form part of the SABC board, your group of directors, your communications ministry, and your parliament core portfolio of communication. I think as patriotic as I am, and as principled as I am, understanding the roles that the board acts as an oversight to the SABC, it takes decisions that are to be implemented at national level. Excuse me. I think we should start by ensuring that we uphold patriotism. And I would even advise you, as you continue with these interviews, when you make a selection, I know you have your own criteria and your own thing, but I believe you are leaders in your own rights. By the responses of people, by their experience and how they interact with you in interviews, you would be able to check if people in these interviews only to go the bag or to climb higher when it comes to criticals of leading enterprises. And you'll also see if they are patriotic, and you'll also see if they are attending interviews because they have an understanding of public service and they have an understanding of government. Now, to come to the SABC without understanding why the government exists, without understanding how public service should be run, then it means such people can become a problem within the board. Hence, then you would have the problems that are being raised, the one you want an emphasis on. So I think we should start by ensuring that we are patriotic at heart and that we are ethical leaders, and that the board remains strong and bold, ensuring that it holds the CEO, the COO, and the CFO accountable, and that it closes gap of any form of influence that can come, so that we can preserve the SABC. As I have said before, that we need to save it, and that there is clear interaction as the board would go and account within the portfolio committee of communications. Also, the committee in itself needs to always be at the door, needs to always constantly check how are we doing as the board to ensure that SABC is being run freely? How are we doing as a board to ensure that independence within editorial? There's no infiltration, there's no influence. So we need to actively engage as the stakeholders and the Minister of Communication to ensure that such does not happen. And that will be done by being transparent with each other, by us accounting to the committee, and by the board ensuring that the COO, the CFO, and the CEO are doing their job. SABC is functioning properly, and the direction that we must take in the future is that we must ensure that we devise plans and run the SABC to make income. That's all that the SABC, that's all that South Africans have, by the way. That's how government should be run. You have ethical and strong leadership to stand for the truth, and you won't be having such problems in the near future. And I will come to the point and ensure that I do exactly that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zamisa. We have now got to that point, having interacted with the members. We will now have 3 minutes to address the committee.
No, I think I'd like to thank each and every committee member for giving me this opportunity as a young person to be interviewed in the board. I'm very much grateful for such an opportunity, and I hope I was able to serve the purpose. I hope I was able to inspire even you as the committee, and I hope I was able to even impart knowledge and the ideas that I was sharing, so that whether I'm appointed or not, but the ideas remain. It's not about me, but the ideas should live on. The ideas should go and resuscitate the SABC to a greater direction, and also so that it's diverse, and also ensure that it's changing and world and the way of doing it. Other than that, I don't have any questions, but just to thank you, and hopefully I have learned from the questions, and I hope that you have also picked up some points from me, as I'm saying, the ideas I raise, whether I'm being appointed or not, but they should live said amongst those who will be appointed in the.
Thank you, Mr. Zamisa. Indeed, you've covered the point, which I thought I would come to, that the set objectives would have been met. Surely you would have learned from the questions, will still reflect beyond this interaction we've had with members. And I think for the members, they would have also learned from your responses. Do this also as we seek to improve our oversight role as the committee over the SABC. But just to deal with the formalities as we wrap up, that for all other queries, you can interact with the administration that has been working with you in preparation for the interviews. But as it relates to the decision making, as you will be aware, all these sessions are open to the public, so South Africans are able to follow up until we make the recommendations that we take to the House, and the decision of the recommendation of the House taken to the President. So if you've not been following that much, so you'll probably be one of the followers of the deliberations of the committee as we continue to engage with other candidates and ultimately making recommendations. But please feel free to, if there are inquiries that administration may need to engage with you on, to do that through Ms. Dabeni and the other committee support staff. Otherwise, we thank you for your time and to appear before the subcommittee. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So as we
log out now.
Yes, as we get to the next one, you can log out once again. Thank you. Will then be directed by yourself, Mr. Dabin, if the next candidate is on the platform.
Thank you, Chairperson. The next candidate is Mr. Langazita. He is already on the platform. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dabin. Let's welcome you, Mr. Langazita. Mr. Zita, are you able to hear us? If you can unmute and open your video camera if possible.
I can hear you. I'm trying to get, yeah. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. I can hear you, sir, and I can see you also.
Yeah. Okay, we can see you now and hear you. Welcome. This is the subcommittee of the Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies in the National Assembly. So we are set up in terms of the rules, which allows a committee to set up a subcommittee that focuses on a particular task. Our task is that of the appointment process for the SABC board, for which you have been nominated and shortlisted, hence you are appearing before the subcommittee. The subcommittee is constituted by different political parties proportional to the size of the electoral support is received in the 2019 elections. So it's quite representative in that score. Of course, just to outline how we are approaching this conversation we're going to have with you or engagement, we try and put the word interview a bit on the side so that you prepare for a conversation as you interact with members, and that in that way we can learn from your responses, as well as you also making better reflections even beyond this engagement on questions that members would have posed to you. So in that 45 minutes, that's the time we have allocated for this engagement. It includes brief. Oh, I thought you are, it's somebody else there speaking. So they should make it a point that you are able to hear that we have the members that will introduce briefly. After that introduction, it will then be yourself, 5 minutes, brief introduction, which you would also use to share your experiences, skills, and so on, that if you were to be considered to bring to the SABC. Of course, members will then follow after that to ask questions, but in their interaction, they will go beyond your brief introduction because they would have also had time to go through your detailed CV. We are allocating 5 minutes for the question and responses. So it's important to take note of that, but I must make a disclaimer quickly because then that also explains the waiting. Is that we set the 45 minutes, but there are instances where it would be shorter depending on how we're interacting, but it can also overlap a bit as members may want to follow up on their questions in order to get the responses they are looking for, which would help them to make a better determination later on in our deliberations. I hope you have an understanding of that part. Once the members are done, from the point of the chairperson, I only ask if there's a point to lift up which has been raised, and just for purposes of clarity that one would come to. Otherwise, I wouldn't be asking questions, but go back to you and give you another 3 minutes, your closing points before we close this interaction formally. Having clarified that, I would, without a waste of time, quickly introduce the members that are on the platform, but maybe just to indicate that, as I said, all political parties proportional to the size are represented. The IFP would have indicated a clash in this regard, which is Honorable Machozi, who's not with us, and would probably be joined by Honorable Mtembu, who's also in another constituency task and had connectivity issues where she was from the NC. But I will introduce all others that are on the platform as we have the required numbers to proceed. We have from the African National Congress, Honorable Dr. Basop. Honorable Dr. Basop.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good evening, Mr. Zita.
Good evening, sir. Good evening,
Honorable Dr. Basop, thank you. We have Honorable Molala from the African National Congress. Honorable Molala, still on the platform.
Good evening, Dr. Langazita, and good evening, Dr. Chairperson. Thank you.
That's Honorable. That's Honorable Molala, jovial, and thinking that all of us who may be doctors I'm not one, just to make that disclaimer so that it's not
I'm also not one.
Chair, maybe we
Yeah.
can make you an adjunct professor.
Adjunct, okay. No, it's not applicable. Can we then, as I said, that's Honorable Malala. I'm Honorable Maneli, as you can see, from the NC, but also the chair of the subcommittee. I greet you once again. We also have from the Democratic Alliance, Honorable Kola Barnett. I take it you are still on the platform.
Here I am, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kola Barnett. We also have Honorable Pambo from the Economic Freedom Fighters, the EFF. Honorable Pambo.
We are here as the EFF chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So these are members who have on the platform, as I've indicated. Well, it's just the two that I have spoken to, which are not on the call as we speak. That's the brief introduction of members of the platform. We'll now get to you to use the 5 minutes to briefly introduce yourself to the subcommittee members. Over to you, Mr. Zito.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good evening, honorable members. My name is Langa Zita. I hold a degree of journalism and media studies from Rhodes University and master's in public and development management from Wits University. I have been an activist for the better part of my life, coming through the ranks, student movement, youth movement, etc. In the 90s, I was in the trade union movement, both as an official at the national level and also as an elected leader in the Gauteng province. I have been also employed by political parties, as you will see, as you've seen in my CV. I worked as head of political education with South African Communist Party in the 1890s. And I've also served in Parliament. I was in Parliament for 10 years. And in the last 4 years, I was the chair of the Portfolio Committee for Environment and Tourism. I've worked in government, ending up as a Director General in the Department of Agriculture, Forest and Fisheries. I have experience in administration. I chose to be a journalist when I was young. I studied journalism because at the time in the 80s, we were confronted with the challenge of racism and apartheid. And I thought that one of the instruments we could use to fight racism was to use the pen to write and expose the ills of apartheid. And I chose this career. Even though I did not spend too much time in the field, but I did work as a journalist. But I continued to work on communication-related areas, particularly in the unions. Over the years, I have written quite a number of articles and theoretical work particularly in progressive journals in our country and out of the and beyond. I've co-edited a book looking at the possibilities of alternative civilizations, and also contributed a chapter in a book that was edited by Samir Amin, one of the leading African scholars and world scholars of the 20th century and the 21st century. So briefly, that's how I would introduce myself. Currently, if one could say, I'm working for an organization, African National Congress, as political education officer for the Gauteng province. That's briefly what I've done and what I'm currently doing. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Zita. Like I said, After a brief introduction, we'll now get to members who would want to engage with you. I will now recognize members who would want to engage with you. Honorable Kola Barnett, I saw your hand. I then look at other members who would want to engage. As Honorable Kola Barnett proceeds, to save time, I will then be looking at other members. Thank you. Honorable Kola Barnett, you'll be followed by Honorable Dr. Basso.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, good evening. A couple of questions from my side. As you say, you were an ANC MP for 2 years. I see on your CV you're now in the South African Communist Party and head of the ANC School of Leadership. You've been immersed in politics basically since you entered university or even at school. Do you feel it's possible that you could show the requisite impartiality when it comes to understanding the tenets of a public broadcaster as opposed to a state broadcaster, to ensure impartiality in reporting, to ensure balance within, without bringing your own political beliefs to bear on decision making? You have many very impressive educational qualifications, but perhaps I've missed it. Apart from being an ANC MP for 10 years, I saw you were employed as a journalist with the East London News Agency. Now, when about was that? There isn't a date here. So maybe around 1990-ish, maybe for a year there. I'm not sure. Tell me what that is. I'm not actually too sure. I'm not familiar with that news agency. So if you could just tell us how long that job was for and what you did there. What are your thoughts? I'm sure you've watched on the news as it's played out. What are your thoughts on the sacking of the head of news at the SABC, who was then subsequently exonerated by the CCMA, but not reinstated, paid out as a choice? What's your opinion on what went on there? And the SABC is in a hugely competitive environment, difficult environment now. What would you change, or what would you prevent from happening as we once again go through the cycle in a run up to a national election in 2 years' time? Your thoughts on the firing of the 600 staff members, and now the turning around and hiring of over 400 more, bringing them all back in, when the first lot was told to save money from the salaries. Now they're going back on that. We've been told it's possibly to bring in different expertise, but we're also equally told that many of the people that were fired had enormous expertise. Thoughts on that process, and do you think it relates to the lack of content which they're now experiencing? There is 800 million sitting in the kitty that was never spent on content, and yet they're saying there is very little content, which has resulted in the dropping of listenership and viewership at the various SABC platforms. What would your plan be to turn the SABC around, both financially and in terms of audience? And in light of the Zondo Commission revelations of corruption within the SABC, what would your plan be to perhaps claw that money back from the people who stole it? No, I think I'm covered for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kola Barnett. Let me start with the last question. I think that the scourge of corruption that has afflicted our society is something seriously regrettable and an affront on all of us. And therefore, it is important that there be effective management of this abuse of state capacity. I would therefore definitely encourage measures that would have to be overseen by the board that would seek to reclaim some of the money that was lost to SABC. With regard to turning around the SABC, I think that the SABC has got capacities and capabilities that are actually unique. And I think the issue really is to strengthen those capacities and make them work more, sweat more, what does this call it? Sweat more those assets. For instance, it is clear that the SABC is one of the most dominant players, particularly in indigenous language stations, etc., etc. I think the issue is to move from dominant to absolutely dominating, okay? So that we build on what we have and the competencies that we have. I think that would be one of the first things that I think what we have to look at. I also think that much as SABC is a public broadcaster, it's important that we emphasize that. And as a public broadcaster, it is important that the public budgets to support SABC because it offers a public service. But that as it may, within the context of limited budgets, etc., it may not be able to execute to the maximum its mandate. Thus, the importance of generating some income. But I think as we talk about various initiatives of generating income, we must emphasize the fact that he's a public broadcaster, and as a public broadcaster must be supported by the public. Sometimes people tend to think that democracy is cheap. Democracy is not cheap. It comes with budgeting, money, etc., etc. So I think we should emphasize and protect and advance the importance of a public service being supported by the public. Okay? But of course, in the context of limited resources, we must find ways, and I'm saying one of the ways is to build on the competence. Linked to that, I would think that the SABC needs to, we need to have what I would call an intelligence-driven approach to work of market intelligence-driven approach. What are the trends outside in the communication space? What are the growth areas? Okay, I think that you need for an SABC that is agile, that would be able to look at those trends. Okay. Thirdly, for me, I would think that SABC has got real capabilities. Okay. It's got real capabilities that are unique. It's South Africa. It's an SABC from South Africa, one of the more developed economies in the African continent. And I think that we can leverage that strength as we seek to extend the work of the SABC across the African continent, and as we look at other possibilities also. You also raised the question about the restructuring that took place in the SABC. I would have preferred what one calls a learning organization. That is, that you constantly retool your workforce, and that if you have to retrench, okay, or offload, as some people say it, you've attempted to sweat your asset, as they say, and to retrain the people, because there's nothing beyond comprehension in terms of the new technologies that are there. most people who are already in the field of communication can easily acquire, or at least can be helped to acquire the new skill level. So I would say that maybe it would have been more better to find a way of investing, particularly today, when we've got sitters that could have done that work of retooling this workforce far more cheaper. It would not even have cost much if SABC had undertaken to work in that way. Okay. With regard to the issue of the sacking of the news manager, I'm not on top of all the details. Sometimes there's always misunderstanding, etc., etc. But I think the vibe, okay, the sentiments that come through with sacking of someone responsible for news is not a good vibe, okay? Because one of the basic things we're taught at communication school, where I went to, was the importance, yes, of attempting as much as possible to the objective. Even though we debated this objectivity at university, some of our professors said that it is you must do your best in a difficult environment. So, but having said so, it's not a good signal to remove someone who has such a very important responsibility. So for me, there might be other details on it, but it doesn't communicate objectivity, freedom of expression, the importance of a public body like the SABC. So I would have I would maybe approach the matter maybe differently if there were discomfort or difficulty. I worked for East London News Agents when I left university. It was one of my first jobs as a journalist. I never spent much time into it, but I did work. I used to write, for instance, for the Mail and Guardian. I used to contribute. The East London News Agents was a news agency, was a progressive news agency that sought to look at the difficulties experienced by the majority in the early part of the 90s. So ours was to stand on the side of the vulnerable, to show their case, to present things from their point of view also, but not in the light of the iniquities of apartheid communication in the time. So in summary, therefore, Honorable Kolopana, I'll say that the issue of impartiality is important. And sometimes people may feel that because some of us come through political organization, that we are not sensitive to issues related to the rule of law. I want to say that the rule of law is something sacrosanct in the democratic movement. It's something that was most well articulated by Nelson Mandela in his trial in the early 60s, when he talked about separation of powers, which became a cornerstone of the policies of the democratic movement. So yes, indeed, I think the issue of impartiality is important. And I think that I want to say that a board should seek as much as it can to oversee the work of the institution, okay? And be very careful about, in fact, try not to interfere. The only areas where you may want to engage as a board is when you find that there's an undue promotion of values that are inconsistent with those of the Constitution. And I think that you cannot hide up from neutrality and allow people to abuse a public institution like SABC to promote, for instance, positions against gay people, positions that promote racism, so etc. etc. So all of these rights, all of those roles are not absolute. They must be balanced, and they must be informed by what one call the principles of that are enshrined in our Constitution. I think I'll leave it there, Honorable Kolopana. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kolopana. I now recognize Honorable Dr. Basop. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think, Chairperson, both of my questions, partly the Honorable Member before me has partly covered them, but Janice Zita, your interest in SABC as a board member, what skills do you think you are bringing in or strategies to change the situation? You link that with the fact that there in that organization as a board member, you are not going to work as an individual, you will be working with a team. Now, how do you see yourself trying to convince and persuade them in terms of your thinking to change around that organization? That's the first question. The second one is around the issue of state capture report. In its findings, indeed, there were glaring mismanagement of funds as well as corrupt practices. I think the one part that we have covered already is the how do you envisage a situation to recover those monies that have been squandered? You have answered that. But the only area that I'm interested in, how do we ensure that the issues of this nature don't happen within this organization under your watch in future and going forward? I think those are just two questions, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Pasut. Let me start off with the first one. What skills is one bringing into SABC? As I indicated, sometimes, firstly, I'm bringing skills as a former head of department. Someone was in charge of an organization with about 17,000 people, who was responsible for amalgamating a department. We had various components, fisheries, agriculture, etc., and to pull all of them, and forestry, and to pull all of them together and win the confidence of working of workers in that process. I was able to do that because I kept an open door, and I was very transparent as far as I engaged with people. The second thing I did in my experience in agriculture was to innovate governance, both in terms of steering it or bringing in other dimensions that had historically been less attended to. For instance, when I came to the Department of Agriculture, I could see that almost everyone was working within the context of supporting the main agricultural sector, which is important because that agricultural sector is what feeds all of us. But at the same time, there are people who've got access to more than 5 million hectares of land that is lying idle in the former homeland. And I thought that it is important that those should be attended to as well. So I was able to bring in new ways of doing things. I introduced a program called Zero Hunger that sought to guarantee markets for smallholder farmers, blah, blah, blah. So I was not afraid to innovate. So I'm bringing, therefore, to this level of leadership, a willingness to think outside the box, a willingness to try things, to try different things. That's what I will be bringing. Thirdly, I think that I would also be bringing, sometimes we as South Africans tend to think that the world begins and ends with us. You know, we've got a fetish of our speciality. And truly speaking, we've got special dimensions, but we are any other developing country. So I would like to, therefore, to bring latitude, broader experiences, open-mindedness, looking at what else works, etc., etc. I would also want to bring into the fore, I think, the strategic challenge of an SABC that confronts and talks to the challenges we face as a country and opens up what one would call difficult conversation. We come from a divided past. and we were trying to forge a united future. What do we do in the interim? Who talks about these things? You know, how do we make an SABC relevant to a struggling small business person who is finding he or herself in a hopeless situation? How does our programming talks therefore to the issue of challenge of underdevelopment, to the challenge of uniting the nation? So I'm saying I would want an SABC that seeks to talk to where we are and is not shy to deal with the things that affect us without forgetting its important responsibility on educating and entertainment and making life worth living. So we need to strike such a balance. So how to bring in therefore those kind of capabilities and that orientation if I would be successful and be part of the SABC support. Then you also asked another question around issues of state capture, blah, blah, blah. I've already answered a bit of that those who've stolen public money must account. It's as simple for me as all that. And that measures must be taken to recover those monies where it's possible, or consequences must, consequence measures must be visited on those who are liable for some of the wrongdoing. I think a critical element in any oversight work is an ongoing and well-developed risk register. Okay? And a risk register whose content is constantly being tabled for reflection, for comment, for thinking, as an ongoing and consistent feature of a board's work. I didn't mention this, probably stay in the CV. I did serve in the board of some parks. And one of the experience there was a constant attention to risk. And I think that if you do that, you will list, and corruption would be one of the things that would have to be listed as risks that we need to deal with and be attentive to. So I think these are the measures that are there. And I think as a board, we would need to ensure that the officers responsible, the chief executive, etc., continue to ensure that this area of work is attended. Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Baso.
Thank you, Chair. I'm covered.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Baso. Another member may be leaving.
No, thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Zita, I think listening to you, I think you are aware that the SABC's advert revenue has dropped of about 600 million. The audience has dropped, listenership has dropped. And this is amidst a response by the SABC turnaround strategy. At the heart of this turnaround strategy was to essentially get rid of 621 people as a way of turning around the SABC. Now, what is interesting is what we received as a report, which told us that 800 million rands, which is purely set aside for content in the SABC, was not used, was not touched. This is money that is sitting there. This is 800 million rands for content. Now, you will agree with me that this is money that would assist with making sure, or rather this money, if it was properly used in content, we would not be talking about audience droppings. We would not be talking about advert revenue going down. And this cannot be blamed on the employees. It's a pure lack of leadership from the executive, and this can be extended to the board for failing to play its oversight role. We keep on scapegoating the staff complement, and to a point where we even get rid of 621 people. And now we discover that amongst the 621 people, some of which were skilled, the necessary skills needed by the SABC. Surely heads should roll. And surely the problem is not necessarily what we have been presented with, but it has been with the board and the executive. There is an obvious lack of leadership in the SABC. If you can retrench so many people and only later to want to advertise for more than 400 people again, we have been fed lies. A state entity like this, or rather a public broadcaster, struggles with sporting rights. And yet, the only time we hear of the main problem in the SABC is with the staff. So if you come in, do you not think that heads should roll with the executive in mind? Because there's no direction there. We are here today, we have, as a country, retrenched 621 people, only to go back and look for 400 people. Out of the 621, they were highly skilled, qualified employees that suffered because the executive gets paid so much money and yet they don't do their jobs and shift the buck, and the victims are the workers in the SABC. I want you to speak a little bit briefly on that, and we'll take it from there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pambo. One we want to come across as a bull in a China shop, okay? And say all heads must roll, blah blah blah. But definitely, it's important that it is seriously unfortunate that in a developing country, 800 million that is necessary for innovation, for market extension, etc., is not utilized. I would think that maybe the first thing that the board would do is to demand a report on this. What is happening? Why is this the case? You know, and therefore, if we find that that answer is not satisfactory, then measures would have to be taken. You know, of a disciplinary nature as well. So, but I think that before one says that we would take these steps, I think the first step to be done is to understand what's happening. Okay? And I would also think that there would be nothing wrong in the interim, in the transition. I always emphasize this, that there be some interaction, at least with some of the key people of the previous board. They might have insight. I do not like this thing of people who come in as though they are dropping from heaven. You would find that actually that there are insights we could learn from those who served on the board previously, and just a transitional session is organized so that we can get a sense from their side, etc. So I would say it would be important that the questions and the difficulties are investigated. But definitely, if we feel that there's been some form of dereliction of duty, then we should be able to act. One of the things that is costing our democracy is the absence of consequences in those who are found to have derelict on their responsibility. It's a cancer that we must attend to. People must know we must raise the price and we must raise the levels of fear of those who are in public life, okay? Whether appointed or elected. We must raise that. People should not think that they're at home when they're doing matters of the nation, matters of the republic are fundamental issues that all of us must pay attention to. So I would say, therefore, Honorable Pambo, that the first step for one who would raise is to get a briefing from the outgoing board, to demand a report from the administrative leadership of the SAPC, and on the basis of that, determine an action. And if we feel that there's been obstruction of duty, we take the necessary measures. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zita. I want to also hear your thoughts. As you would know, that the year 2022 essentially has been characterized partly by party political elective conferences. In the EFF, we call them the People's Assemblies. And these parties have had their provincial conferences, assemblies, the ANC, the EFF, and the PAC. And what we saw was a comprehensive coverage of all the ANC conferences. It was so comprehensive that you would see cameras following leaders of the ANC leaving or getting out of their cars into the conference rooms with nothing to say. But when it came to the EFF, we saw this past weekend, the conference started on Friday. The SABC did not cover the EFF. The EFF inquired with the head of news, Mushwesho Munari, who gave a whimsical response as to why there are no SABC cameras there. We are the third biggest political party in this country, and there is a huge interest, not only in South Africa, but in the continent and the world at large. There is no criteria that he could give us as to why there were no cameras at our conference. The cameras came only when the commander-in-chief gave a closing address. And as soon as he finished, the cameras went off. Now, this is the kind of challenge we have with the public broadcaster, which behaves like a state, or rather a government broadcaster, with a clear bias, favoritism. And this is not only to the EFF, but the PAC also had a conference. We did not see the comprehensive coverage that we saw with the ANC. Now, it's not going to end now. It's not only in elections. It's actually becoming worse. As an aspirant board member of the SABC, do you think these editorial decisions should be made regarding the extent of political party coverage without a consistent criteria? Because it's up to Mr. Munari to decide who to cover and when to cover without giving a proper response. I would like to hear you speak on this and also tell us, if you were to be appointed, how would you deal with this? Thank you.
And thank you very much, Honorable Pambo. I think that we must strike a balance between giving fair representation, okay, of political actors in our country, and at the same time covering players who really are not that representative of the people. Okay, I think, for instance, I think the political parties that are not represented in parliament, for instance, or in municipalities, etc., that all are seriously insignificant in terms of their presence. I think that definitely, if there's an event between the freedom fighters and in Bloemfontein, vis-a-vis some NGO that has maybe has got one or two municipal representatives, of course we have to give particular attention to the freedom fighters, because their impact, their presence in society, necessities them covered. They are relevant to many people who take or participate in the political life of the country. Okay, and I think that there's been an attempt in our country to develop a method, a fair method around representation. Okay. I think this has to do, for instance, with how resources are allocated in parliament, blah, 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 with how speakers are distributed in parliament. There is a commitment to fairness. I think we must find a way in which that kind of fairness translates itself also to institutions such as the SABC. Therefore, I would say that it is important that all political parties that matter, that represent sections of our society, are given some representation. But I think that the principle of equity should inform, to some degree, not completely, not absolutely, to some degree, the way such coverage is done. I would insist, therefore, if I come to the point, that there should be a fair representation of the fighters, in the same way that there should be fair representation of the PAC, the Democratic Alliance, and of course the African National Congress. Pambo, take it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just check if I'm not leaving any member before I go to Mr. Zita.
Yeah, only one question, Chair.
Proceed, Honorable Mlala. I recognized you.
Oh, so sorry, I did not hear you. Thank you very much. Mr. Langita, I only have one question for you. In terms of South Africa building a national identity, I think thus far, in my view, we are regressing into provinces, the old Bantustan politics in our country. And what would you say is should be the role of the SABC in terms of rebuilding that national identity? Because people think that by merely having radio stations of all 12 languages, that's building a national identity. I think if you can go deeper than that and give us a perspective on how you think we should further strengthen building the national identity of South African citizenry. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Mulal. You see, the fractures that we have in our country are as a result of our past. A past that has left us seriously unequal. You see, when there's inequality and when there's indeed what one would call scarcity, okay? When there's no hope, okay, people go back to comfortable ways of looking at life. Then you see the people finding comfort in identity politics. And if you look at it deeply, the source of this identity politics sometimes has to do with lack of resources, blah, 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 blah. I think that firstly, the SABC must open up the discussions about national identity, okay? The difficult ones, not the easy ones, not the make you feel good ones. The difficult ones that show the risk of identity formation, where someone sees himself first as a Xhosa before he is a South African, okay? We must share experiences. That's why I think that part of a public broadcaster is education. Okay? We must therefore visit the third chapters that that we have encountered as humanity in the past, even in the 20th century. Problems like Biafra, problems like the genocide in Rwanda, problems like genocide in Germany, etc., etc. These are difficult things that come about because of people finding simplistic solutions to fundamental problems. So I think that one of the things, therefore, that I think SABC must talk to, the SABC must talk to the challenge of underdevelopment, the challenge of poverty. It must come, there must be programs in the SABC where any aspirant small business person, aspirant cooperator wants to build cooperatives, aspirant know that at least my issues, my concerns are well addressed. So it's me, I've got an appointment at SABC on Wednesday because they will be talking to things that are close to my heart. So I think so I would see at SABC that does not shy away from difficult conversations, but also an SABC that educates us, that sees ahead of the nation and profiles risks that we all need to be vigilant about as we seek to build this united and non-racial country. So I would say, let's not run away from difficult issues. Let's talk about them. Let's not get stuck into them, but let's talk about them. And let's behave what the Brazilian calls the propositional confrontation. That is, even if you confront issues, you're trying to find solutions to them. That's how I would think we could build national identity that's got a proper foundation, which is based on the real and material lives of the people of our country. Thank you, Honorable Mula.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm experiencing load shedding on my side. I might be locked off. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Mlala. I take it that there's no further hand. Just to get back again with also experience having been in government, let's bring back the discussion on balancing the independence of the SABC and the set national objectives on what the SABC should be able to do. Locate the role players there in terms of achieving that. The board, the executive management that's there, the minister is a shareholder, and the parliament that also does oversight. So if you can speak to that, I want you to go back to it on the impartiality question that was asked.
As I said, Chairperson, impartiality is 101 of journalism. And as I was saying earlier on, I'm a journalist by profession. So we discussed this, even though we, in the discussions way back when we were at university, the issue of impartiality was problematic, but it was asserted at the same time. Okay? So it is important, therefore, that we should defend the independence of the South African Broadcasting Corporation. It should be free to execute its tasks. Okay. Only when we see it strain out of or interpreting its role in ways that are inconsistent with the Constitution should the board raise issues. Okay, but outside of those issues, we should give and defend the independence of the SABC. But having said so, the SABC cannot be detached from the tasks and the challenges we face as a country. Okay? Majority of people in the rural areas in our country subsist on grants. Okay? Most of our youth are unemployed, etc., etc. There's a serious inequality. Those who have advantage are building on that advantage all the time. Okay? There are also other problems, for instance, where you find that there's some form of racial-based nepotism. Okay? It's a difficult discussion where most of the jobs seem to circulate within certain racial groups. There's a preference in that regard, etc. So these are issues, these are the challenges that our country faces. So I think the point that the board should insist on is that, yes, remain independent, but also you cannot just be passers-by and not comment and not have a view and not engage with the issues that affect the society that we are supposed to be broadcasting. So we must strike that balance. We must walk equally with both those feet. So I would say, therefore, SABC's independence should be sacrosanct, but at the same time, that is not a license for it to be in the skies and unlinked to the daily pain and the daily experience of South Africans. It must engage with those, but find a civilized way, a decent way, a positive way of trying to find solution to the problems that the people face.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zita. We now go to you. Again, the 3 minutes for you to address the committee before we close for Monday.
Thank you, Chair. I want to say that, firstly, if one looks at the strengths of the SABC, if one looks at what it is doing now, we must see and find a way to accentuate its strengths. Okay, it does have strengths. Those strengths must be accentuated because those strengths can bring revenue to the SABC. Okay, but it must go there and it must engage with its constituents, one could say, in an active way. We must not be comfortable and say, as UCOs, we know what people want and therefore doing it. No. We must constantly seek to improve ourselves. We must constantly ask questions. We must constantly engage the people. What else can we do more? How do we improve? I think we need, therefore, an engaging SABC that's not comfortable with where it is, that seeks to improve. That's the first thing. The second thing, I think, for me, that we must always remember that the SABC is a public broadcaster. We should therefore insist that it is the public must play its role, should be adequately funded, okay, so that it can discharge of its responsibility. But having it publicly funded does not mean that it should not have elements of entrepreneurship or a strategy for entrepreneurship, a strong strategy for entrepreneurship, wherein it can augment its revenue so that it can discharge its responsibility. So I would see, therefore, emphasizing national developmental elements and impulses of the SABC, and at the same time, ensuring that it is independent, and at the same time that it is also viable and economically sustainable. And I think that those elements are there. They need to be surfaced, strengthened, and deepened. Thank you very much. Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Zita. We've now come to the end of our engagement, and I take it that the set objectives as I've outlined them in the beginning, is that you share your responses, members would learn, and you'd have also learned from questions posed by members, and that reflection will continue beyond just the interaction we're having now. Just on a formal side of things, just to indicate that if you have got queries or questions, administratively, you'd interact with those that were working with you in preparation for this interaction. But as it relates to the decision-making where we are involved, as you'll be aware, all these meetings are open to the public, and therefore South Africans are able to follow the deliberations up until a decision gets made. It gets to be public, so you'd be able to follow that. So if you were not really a follower of the committee, just as part of getting the information, we'll count you as one of those that will be following the deliberations until there is a decision in that regard. But we really appreciate that having accepted the nomination and shortlisted, that you are before this committee today and able to share your experiences. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
We'll release you from the platform, as we'll be asking the administration to indicate who, if the candidate is already on the platform.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. The next candidate is already on the platform, and his name is Mr. Lumkom Timde. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Timde. Can you hear us?
Yes. Yes, I can hear you, Chairperson. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Timde. You are welcome. You are appearing before a subcommittee of the Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies, as it is called now in the National Assembly. In terms of the rules, the committee can set up a subcommittee that focuses on a particular task and report back to the committee. Our task is the appointment process for the SABC board, for which you have been nominated and shortlisted as you appear before the subcommittee. In its constitution, the subcommittee is a representative of political parties as represented in parliament, proportional to the size of the party in terms of electoral support of the 2019 elections. So it's quite fairly represented in terms of political parties. Of course, I would just indicate how we are going to approach this engagement or conversation we're going to have with you. So I'm trying to take the word interview a little bit on the side so that you understand. We would want you to relax, engage honestly with the committee so as to learn from the responses that you share with the committee members, and surely from the questions that the members would also be posing. You'll draw lessons and make reflections even beyond this interaction. We have allocated 45 minutes for this conversation, which is taking into account the brief introduction of the members of the committee. Thereafter, we'll give 5 minutes to yourself to briefly introduce yourself, which would also give you an opportunity to speak to your skills, expertise, and reasons for you to be considered for recommendation into the board of the SABC. Of course, thereafter, the members would be allowed to interact with you. We have allocated 5 minutes for questions and the responses from you as a candidate in interacting with each member. We will then, after members would have asked questions, if there are those questions that we need the chairperson to still come back to clarify, that's the only time I would ask questions. Otherwise, I just facilitate the engagement. We'll then thereafter give you again 3 minutes to address the committee just before you get off the platform. Right. So just a disclaimer on the 45 minutes so that you understand why you're on a waiting room. It's because, yes, we may be shorter depending on the interaction and the responses we receive. But there are situations where members would want to make follow-ups the questions that they would have asked to try and get as much as they can in terms of response. Like I said, whilst it may be taken as interview, we play an oversight role over the SABC. Some of the points that get raised are also important in helping us improve the oversight work that we continue to do as the committee. So in that score, there may be situations where the time overlaps. It will not be because we want to stretch, but to make sure that we get the info, which helps us later in the deliberations. I hope that clarifies how we are going to approach this conversation. I will, without further waste of time, introduce the members of the platform. And let me start by indicating that we may have 2 members that could not be on the platform, but we do have the required numbers to proceed with the interviews. One would have been from the IFP. She may join, she may not. The Honorable Majosi. Then we also had the Honorable Mtembu from the African National Congress, who had also constituency matters to deal with. And therefore, connectivity challenges were also there. So those would have been the members. However, all other members are on the platform, and on the basis of that, we proceed. I'll start with the African National Congress, introduce Honorable Dr. Basop. Honorable Dr. Basop, I hope the power is back. Like it is the case with me.
But anyway, thank you very much.
Still in the
team there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. That's Honorable Dr. Basop. We also have the Honorable Mulala from the African National Congress. Honorable Mulala, you seem to
good
be
evening, Chair. Load shedding, I'm like Dr. Basop now in the darkness.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mtinde.
Evening.
That's Honorable Mulala. Myself, Honorable Maneli, as I said, ends, but also the chair of the subcommittee. Greetings once again. We also have on the platform the Honorable Kola Barnard from the Democratic Alliance. I hope we are still connected.
I'm here. I'm connected for a while yet before we get the chop at 10 o'clock. Yes.
All right. Thank you. That's Honorable Kola Barnard from the Democratic Alliance. We also have the Honorable Pambo from the Economic Freedom Fighters, EFF. Honorable Pambo is still on the platform.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We are still here.
Thank you, Honorable Pambo. So we do have members on the platform. That's a brief introduction I referred to. We'll now hand over to you the 5 minutes brief introduction of yourself. Over to you, Mr. Mtinde.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good evening to honorable members. And I will try and summarize my many years of experience into 5 minutes. I will speak to perhaps the salient points of my history. I am a rural boy from a village called Mvenyane in the Eastern Cape. And I have had the honor of leading the NGO sector before 1994 and led the regulatory body of broadcasting, telecoms, and postal services for 2 terms, and worked at policy, responsible for broadcasting policy at the Ministry of Communications at the time. And I've also led a development fund agency for about 8 years, and also worked for another agency of the state, leading that agency, which is responsible for broadband rollout and digital migration. But most recently, I've worked at the presidency as a special advisor, and currently I do Isgorobo. I'm not sure what to call Isgorobo in English, or short contracts, maybe consulting. And currently I do a short contract with Centec. But broadly, that has given me more than 20 years of experience in senior executive management. And I have served several boards, from non-profit boards to state entities and private sector boards, and therefore have got vast experience in corporate governance, leadership, and also served in various committees of the different boards. So in the nutshell, that's me in 5 minutes. I've summarized by saying I've been in the cold face of broadcasting, I've been in the regulatory space, and I've been in policy space, but also I've also worked in other sectors, like I also worked in the Ministry of Agriculture. So I've got a wide spectrum of the South African society, and therefore think that I would add value to the public broadcaster, more having been there at a very trying time when the public broadcaster went down and was given a government guarantee, I think in 2009, of about 1.4 billion. And then we had to come up with a turnaround strategy and meet with conditions that were given by the government in respect of or against that government guarantee, and had that experience of working at the SABC until 2013. So therefore, SABC is not new to me. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Timte. Would now allow members to interact with you. I'm now looking at raising of hands so as to recognize members and that they proceed to ask their questions. So if I don't see your hand and you want to come in, you'll indicate honorable members as such. But whilst I'm looking for members to engage, let me just indicate that in the way that helps us to flow in the conversation, I would allow the member to ask the questions without me getting in between, so that you respond accordingly until I recognize the next member who needs to come in. Honorable members, may I invite your hands to engage. Honorable Kola Barnett, hand is up. Will then allow you for us to look at other hands so as to save time. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening to you. if I may put a number of questions to you, you've been very deeply involved with government from many facets. I suppose the closest would be as advisor to the president, which ran up until just a year or two ago. So it just seems to me that the difference between a public broadcaster and a state broadcaster may be a line that in your case you blur because of your close relationship to various government entities. So I'd like you to comment a bit on that. It's a case of sitting on a board of a public broadcaster. Do you feel you would have the ability to show the requisite impartiality when it came to your oversight as a board member over various entities within the SABC? Would you find yourself being pushing for a specific angle, a specific government-related way of doing things, or particular party line? Very difficult line to draw. So I'd like some input there. What is what thoughts do you have, if any, on the sacking of the head of news, who was subsequently exonerated by the CCMA, but not taken back, was just paid out? What's your take on that and what happened there? If you were on the board, what would you perhaps change at the SABC or stop from being changed at the SABC in the run-up to the general election? It seems the cycle of stricter control over broadcasting and journalists within the SABC, it does that cycle every election. Yeah, the SABC has dropped a number of programs, and while I think everyone agrees that its lack of content that has driven down audiences, both radio and television, they've still been sitting on 800 million for content that they have not utilized. And it's very easy to draw the line between the non-utilization and creation of new content and the sacking of over 600 staff members, many of whom were highly experienced in their particular fields. And the concern is, of course, that they're now hiring over 400 in other positions. They're claiming it's with new expertise, but there was really no move at all to try and train up the people they already had on the staff. So a very strange situation of what went on there. Very heartbreaking for the hundreds and hundreds of people who were simply turned away, who dedicated, some of them, their entire lives to the corporation. I'd like your take on that. And as far as you're concerned, how would you plan to turn the SABC around, both in terms of finances and audience, especially in the light of the Zondo Commission revelations about the corruption within the SABC? And yeah, I think for the moment, that's it from me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member Diane Koch-Barnett. I hope I pronounced it well.
Cola, and I can Coca-Cola.
Yes, thank you. On your first question, in terms of the blurring of lines, I don't foresee that arising at all. First and foremost, I have a history of having been involved in the transformation of the broadcasting industry in South Africa before 1994, post 1994, up until being party to the the team of council that licensed SABC in respect of its new license post-democracy, and therefore imposing terms and conditions of it as a public broadcaster. So I was directly involved in the transformation of SABC from it being a state broadcaster to it as a public broadcaster. So I understand the difference very clearly. I was a victim of SABC as a state broadcaster before 1994. And I've been a beneficiary more than just being party to the regulation and licensing of it to be a public broadcaster, but I've consumed the content, diverse content in terms or aligned to the objects of the Broadcasting Act and the objectives of the Charter of SABC as a public broadcaster. So I understand the need for SABC to serve the public, provide public service broadcasting content to South Africa as diverse, as reasonable, and clearly comply with the objectives of the Charter of the Corporation. So I understand those obligations that SABC has as a public broadcaster. And my having worked, fortunately, I worked as a professional in government, and therefore my experience is that of servicing the people of South Africa as a professional, and therefore I would not be confusing the responsibilities as a member of the board, and therefore the fiduciary responsibilities that I would have to be responsible for. I have done that before, and in many organs of state, including in constitutional bodies like the Independent Broadcasting Authority, ICASA, and the SABC itself. And in all my tenures in the respective entities, there hasn't been a complaint of that sort that is blurring of lines. To the contrary, you would recall, Honorable Member, that I was even supported by different parties when last I raised my hand, availing myself after being nominated to serve be it the ICASA or SABC. So therefore, that does not arise, Honorable Member. Your second question in terms of the sacking of the head of news, it's a very difficult question to express an opinion on, as I was not there. Suffice that my opinion will be based simply on the reports of the respective investigations that took place and the outcomes thereof. It appears that on just the reading of those findings that to a certain degree, there may have been a blurring of lines in terms of understanding the responsibilities of both the board and that of management, and that may have been the basis of the cause of the dispute. And the lesson, therefore, in respect of that is at all times to always keep to the understanding of roles and responsibilities, and try by all means to adhere to that line, because that always helps when a matter appears to be a matter that may either be operational or of oversight responsibility. When you look at such a matter with that angle, you're able to then see when you possibly need to draw a line, or when you are free to engage on such a matter. So therefore, I have quite a lot of experience in dealing with such matters, you would recall during my tenure at SABC that we dealt with quite reasonable similar circumstances that we have had to confront, and we used our fiduciary responsibilities to deal with such matters, and never entered the operational sphere because we understood our responsibilities. Your third question, which is a comprehensive question in respect of what one then would be able to do to change. First and foremost, I think the immediate task is not to change, but to understand where SABC is, because I think SABC has come a long way, and therefore one would need to understand, because there's a different understanding from outside and when you are inside, to understand where we are now and why where we are. Then arising out of that, look at, are we exploiting the possibilities that exist for SABC to grow and to go back to its glory days of it being the biggest broadcaster in the Sub-Sahara. And that is a possibility if we explore the digital era, look at innovative ideas in respect of content, look at the opportunities in respect of platforms. As we speak, the DTT, the digital terrestrial television platform, which exists in the country, and a lot of work is being done to ensure that there is access to that platform by needy South Africans as per the requirements of that rollout. But there is more than 9 million South African households that do not need subsidy, that just need information to get to know, how do I migrate to DTT? I don't need subsidy. All I need to know is, where do I get an integrated digital television set, or where do I get a set-top box for me to then be able to save the 1.4 or 1.6 monthly fees that I pay on pay television, and get free-to-air television that has all the channels, the multi-channels that I get on pay television, that has got good quality television, high definition that I get from pay television. And that opportunity, I don't think we have exploited it enough. I don't think the SABC has been able to tell South Africans that you actually get high definition, multi-channel, public service content on the DTT platform, and this is what you need to do. Because that kind of messaging could be welcomed by a number of millions of South Africans, and therefore give SABC the numbers for it to be able to go digital and be on DTT, more so because it has compelling content on DTT. There is quite a number of channels on the DTT platform of SABC, and therefore there is more reason for people to go onto DTT. So that, I think, is one opportunity that SABC would need to consider, including then the other one of all what digitization and digitalization presents is a big opportunity, both in terms of the internal business processes, but also in terms of content creation, content packaging, content production. A whole lot of the work of SABC could be made easy by the digital era that we are living under now. I do not think we're exhausting ideas in respect of that, and therefore we could, once we exploit that, we could save and be able to then, because content remains king, as you say, Honorable Member, I agree with you. Content is king or is queen. And therefore, if SABC was to make use of the wealth of content that it has, to try and package it and be able to compete in this digital space, I think it could regain its glory days and save and be able to grow. That is what I think one would facilitate a conversation as part of a turnaround or inputting into a turnaround that exploits the opportunities that exist today. As we speak, the policymaker is having conversation about a whole range of policy reviews. SABC should be looking at those suggestions and looking at what do they mean for the broadcaster and what can be done, therefore, to try and exploit and get ready for that time as when it arises, when new policies are in place. So therefore, the room of thinking and exploiting opportunities remains available and has not been exploited maximally in the current dispensation. So that would be what I would add value to, Honorable Member. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kolabana.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I recognize.
Chair, sorry, before we move on, Chair, could I have one follow-up or would you like me to wait?
If you can just complete that part so that we then move to the next.
Then I'm done. Yes. Thank you, Chair. Just if you could explain to me, looking through your CV, you were a board member, SABC board member previously, and that was from 2011 to 2013, just a short 2-year term. What was the reason for you not doing a 5-year term at that stage? I can't pick that up out of your CV. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I was waiting for that question. We were at the board at a very, very challenging time. We had to turn SABC around, try and comply with government guarantee conditions and reposition SABC at that time. We have had to make quite a lot of changes when we came in. You would recall that we made a whole lot of changes from CFO positions to CEO positions and so forth. And we got to a point where we tried to minimize acting positions because there was quite a number of people who were acting. And one of the positions that had an acting responsible person was the position of Chief Operations Officer. And when we tried to relieve the person who was acting at that time back to his position, because we felt that he had acted for long and therefore it was just right to make that change. There was resistance and tension that led to a number of resignations of some board members, the chair, the deputy chair, and we ended up having a board that did not have a chair and a deputy chair. And in terms of the statute, such a board is not functional. And we tried to engage the policymaker, and through those engagements, we felt that we were not listened to in terms of what we wanted to do to continue the path of positive growth that we had undertaken. And that led to then us resigning, and as a result, the board had to be reconstituted. So that was the reason for leaving in 2013. Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kolapat. We'll now go to the Honorable Dr. Basso, followed by Honorable Mbala.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mr. Tim, there is only one question that I have. In terms of the state capture report findings, amongst other things that were identified is the glaring mismanagement of funds as well as corrupt practices within the organization. Now, you as a board member, what mechanism would you put in place to ensure that issues of this nature don't take place in the near future? And also, how would you ensure that there are mechanisms in place to recover the monies that were squandered by the scrupulous individuals within the organization? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Indeed, you are right. That's the most important question as part of the new path that our society is engaged in. The path of accountability, the path of fighting crime and corruption. And you would recall during the time when I was at the board, we had to, on sensing a number of what we thought was irregularities, we had invited the SIU to look at what was happening at SABC in the period before our time. And the president had then proclaimed that SIU does its work. And it came with its findings, which we were at that time, in 2013, we had received, and we were working on the implementation of the recommendation that arose out of that. One would have to look at whether all those or a significant number of those recommendations have been implemented. Unfortunately, subsequent to our departure, there may have been other challenges of similar nature, but the Zondo Commission report speaks to that era that we were also dealing with. And as such, the recommendations arising out of it are very critical, read with those of the SIU. As a board, it is the primary responsibility in terms of fiduciary duties of the board to make sure that we protect the public asset, which is SABC, and also the funds, the public funds that SABC is utilizing, whether they come from advertising or any other line of revenue generation. Once they land at SABC, they are public funds. And therefore, it is our responsibility as a board to make sure that those are managed in terms of the Public Finance Management Act, in line with the Companies Act, and all the relevant pieces of regulation and legislation. So therefore, one would always ensure that good corporate governance guide leadership of SABC, critical, because with that, then you would have all the internal controls and checks and balances that will avoid a similar occurrence occurring into the future. To the extent of what has happened, there are processes in terms of policies, both of SABC and of the state, that will need to be followed in order to recoup whatever needs to be recouped that is belonging to the SABC and may have been wrongfully taken by whoever or criminally taken by whoever. So one would ensure that such processes are adhered to and followed to the latter within the four corners of the law. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm okay.
Thank you. Honorable Mlala, you can now proceed. Recognize.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. My camera will be off. There's load shedding this site. Good evening, Mr. Mtinde.
Evening, Honorable Member.
Yes, I just want to make a follow-up on the first question because I think you need to clarify it further because there were allegations in 2013 on one newspaper that the reason you resigned was because there was an infighting between you and chairperson of the board. And that's the first one. The second one was that you were disqualified because in terms of your qualification, you did not submit all the document and records, academic record as stated in your CV. So I want you to clarify that first. The second question, this is just a follow-up on what caller Barnard was asking. But I would want you to go further and clarify that so that the South African public can know what really happened. The second issue is, yes.
Oh,
The
okay.
second, can I finish? Sorry.
Okay.
Or my audio is not that audible. Yes, the second.
No, it is audible.
Okay. The second issue is around the turnaround strategy of the SABC, because our biggest concern is we need the SABC to go to its old glory days. GTEC has proposed 5 pillars, governance, you name all of them, but I would want you to comment on 2 of them. Financial sustainability of SABC. I think you have commented on the content and the partnerships that you think are necessary. But key to the 2 would be governance, because part of the bigger challenge at SABC it's on governance, whether it's at the level of the board or the administration, or maybe integrate that with both the role of the shareholder and parliament, so that we can have a holistic way of resuscitating the SABC. Maybe in your view, what would be the best way? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Member. My resignation in 2013 was not at all related to me in whatsoever. You would recall, and I think there is quite several reports available in the media, that the main reason for the dispute and clash, if one was to use that word at the time, was because we had removed the acting CEO and from his acting position as the majority of the board. It was not me, it was the majority of the board that had resolved to remove and return the person back to his position. And the chairperson of the board, may his soul rest in peace, did not agree with that position to a point that he then resigned. The board only asked me when the deputy chairperson also resigned. The board asked me to be the point of entry and a spokesperson for the board during that time where there was a gap, because in terms of the statutes, we did not have a full consecuted board. So I was just the mouth of the board to communicate our decision to the then minister, to the then president, and to the public. So it was not about me. I was acting on behalf of and as mandated by the board. The second part of your question in terms of the disqualification. No, I was never disqualified because of not complying with the requirements in terms of the Act. Again, if you were to go back, and that was not during that time, that was the second time when I was nominated to go back to the SABC. I don't remember the year, but it's not during this period. Then, contrary to information that Parliament had, at its deliberations, the committee seemed to have misplaced my certificates. And during that, it then had to remove my name because it said I was not, I had not submitted certificates. And the chairperson of the committee at that time tried to get in touch with myself and couldn't. And the following day when I got in touch with her, and she explained what happened, I showed her, I sent to her the email of the organizations. It was several organizations that had nominated me. And I sent those emails with the attachments that were there. And that proved that in actual fact, as a matter of fact, certificates were attached with my nomination. That is why the following day, Parliament apologized to me. They wrote a public apology to me, and I took on several media organizations that had reported that matter without complying with the press code that is checking with me. As a result, I took several of those media houses to the press ombudsman, and again, it's on public record, they all apologized to me, and that matter therefore ended with the apologies from Parliament and from all the media houses that had misreported that matter. So that therefore does not at all mean I was disqualified. There was an error, and unfortunately I was withdrawn based on that error, but then Parliament apologized and I accepted the apology. On the question of turnaround, you are very right, Honourable Member. Financial sustainability is key, and when I answered Honourable Member Diane Bernard, I did speak to some of the ideas that could generate income. Honourable Member Mulala, you would imagine if free-to-air television was to be a choice of every household, as opposed to the current dispensation where a choice of watching television for many households is pay television. Many households watch free-to-air television on the pay television platform. But DTT present an opportunity for many households to watch free-to-air television on a free platform. So if energies can be spent on that by SABC to win those households, that would give SABC the numbers required for it to be able to tap on new revenues that would then assist SABC to sustain itself financially, including the idea of content that are brought by many of the innovative opportunities and creative opportunities brought by digitization and digitalization. Those also would yield to revenue generating because many of those ideas, because digitization makes the cost of doing business lesser than in the normal conventional way of doing this. So therefore, SABC would save some costs and be able to manage its finances better if it was to explore and maximize the opportunity available of digitization and digitalization. Similarly, in terms of the partnerships that you spoke to, indeed, if you look at, I think, Section 8 of the Broadcasting Act, in terms of the Charter of SABC, you would see in the objectives of the Charter of the corporation that there's quite a lot of things that SABC may not be doing maximally. That if it was to tap on those and have partnerships, more so with digitization opportunity, it could then yield it tapping on those partnerships and commercializing some of those relationships and therefore generating more income. Yes, governance as well, you are right, that good governance stabilizes an institution and enables it to focus on its core business. And that is important. And for me, that is my strength everywhere I work, to make sure that good governance must be adhered to, because it lays foundation for us to succeed in the core business of any company. And therefore, yes, indeed, I would have to, if appointed, I would contribute strongly in respect of adherence to good governance, and thus stabilizing both the board and management. But also on your last point of the role of shareholder in parliament, again, the law is quite very clear in terms of the roles and responsibilities. If you look at clause 3 of the Broadcasting Act, when it defines the broadcasting systems, the preamble there does speak to roles, including when we then go to chapter 3 in terms of the charter, there's also the role of the regulator, which the regulator is required by law to monitor, ensure compliance with the charter of the corporation. That responsibility is that of the regulator. If the regulator does that well, you may minimize some of the challenges that we've experienced. The parliament makes laws and of course monitors reports in respect of adherence to the responsibilities that are enshrined in law for the corporation. And the executive makes policies in terms of the law, and as a shareholder oversees the shareholder agreement between itself and the corporation. Then you have the Companies Act that also defines the roles and responsibilities. If we adhere to those statutes, it stabilizes relationships. It enables that everyone operate in his or her lane, and there are lines, bold or dotted lines in between the relationships, and those need to be managed with that understanding. If we all have that understanding, whenever there are challenges of assumptions that some line is crossed, you're able to reflect and see, oh, no, we may have crossed that line now, let's go back to our lane. And I think that is common in almost every company. It's not only the public broadcaster that has got such challenges. And if those are adhered to properly in terms of the law, it manages relationships.
Thanks, Chair. I'm covered.
Thank you, Honorable Mlala. Not sure if left anybody. Might go back to Tim.
You coming back to me, Chair?
Yes. In the absence of further clarity.
If I could have a follow-up, Chair, I put my hand up. Perhaps you didn't see it.
Oh, I didn't. Honorable Kola Barnett.
Sorry, I think with all the load shedding, not many people can see much of anything. Could I just have your input on a couple of matters? The reports from last year, why would the public protector have felt the need to shield you as the former CEO of USASA from disciplinary action, from the suspension, from all of that? What was the link there? I haven't been able to work it out. It was because of the report she then wrote that all the members of the board were fired, and then that whole judgment was overturned and chucked out. It seemed a very bizarre situation for you to be involved in. Please, can you explain, what that was about, why it happened, and why you were suspended? You know that when you were at the SABC board, I've heard it described as one of the most dysfunctional SABC boards that existed in the time of the SABC. It was, of course, disbanded by Parliament in 2013. But yeah, I know you resigned just before it was disbanded. But that was when Dina Pule reinstated Cloudy Motsoeneng, much to the catastrophic developments that followed. I mean, we all know what he was like and what happened under his tenure. So what were the dynamics going on then? I mean, you were part of a dysfunctional board, but I kind of feel you jumped before the ship sank. But the fact that, I mean, it was slightly fighting you, was it? You said that the CEO, I mean, I know he was, when it came out, he didn't even have a matric. He said he didn't need one. He was the most extraordinary character. I used to hear him speak with such contempt of his senior staff. It was extraordinary. So look, it's very interesting to me that you've been kind of neck deep in these dramas. So I'd like an explanation. And why would the public protector, now going to the other entity you belonged to, why would the public protector feel the need to try and cover for you, protect you? I mean, what have you got on the public protector, or if she's still the public protector tonight? Why would that be? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I so wish some of the members from your party, Honourable Dean Smart, Honourable McKinsey, were still alive. They would have explained this to you better. But let me attempt. The public protector did not protect me, but I had lodged a protected disclosure complaint because I had complained to the minister, and subsequent to my complaint to the minister for an instruction that was imposed on me by the board, I complained to the minister and I reported it to the Auditor General and the National Treasury. Subsequent to those processes and even actions by the minister to say the board would have to take responsibility for the financial implications of those unlawful instructions. Then subsequent to that, then the board suspended me. And clearly that fell in the Protected Disclosure Act category, and I lodged that complaint. And it is that then the public protector confirmed. But even before the public protector confirmed, the minister had acted after having been dealing with the board for all that period. The minister disbanded the board before the public protector released her report. So therefore, and the minister did not accept the recommendations of the board in terms of the disciplinary process they had conducted against me. So therefore, the decision of the public protector was not to protect me. It was lawful. The then board, after it was disbanded, and I was reinstated, it then took the matter to court. And you would recall that in, I think, September 2018, I went to court and argued against that application for its agency, but also there were arguments on the merits of that application. And the court, the High Court, judged in my favor, or rather dismissed that application of the previous board that time in terms of its agency. Then the matter, of course, was then put on the normal roll. But I went back to work and served my contract till the end in May 2019. So I fully served my contract. It's subsequent to that then that the matter said. And when the matter said, obviously it was moot for me to participate in that application because such defenses are very, very costly. I have had to sell my house in order to defend myself in terms of the actions of that previous entity. So therefore, I did not appear as a respondent when the matter finally set on the roll because I was no longer going to be affected by the decision. And in any event, my understanding of that application was fundamentally to protect the applicants in respect of the decision of the public protector. Neither did the minister, who was also a respondent, participated in that court process. So the applicant was on their own with, of course, the public protector, and that's where then the judgment was served against the public protector. So that's the context of that, honorable member. And I suppose had I had the resources to participate at that final hearing, perhaps maybe the judge would have had other set of facts and therefore could have come to a different decision. But of course, I didn't see it necessary because I didn't have the money to go and participate there on a matter that related to my previous employer at that time. On your second question, in terms of SABC being dysfunctional during my era, no, I don't remember, it's not the case. If you were to even just go through the annual reports of 2011, 2012, 2013, you could see that there was a huge improvement at SABC, despite all the other problems that were happening. Because yes, indeed, I must be honest, there were challenges, but governance-wise, it was functional and things were happening and we were correcting some of the wrongs that were taking place. The dysfunctionality happened as a result of that action. I don't remember the months off my head, but it probably took just a month or so, that particular problem. Because when we removed the then acting COO, then there was the campaign against us. The minister, I remember the minister went to ETV wanting us to change the decision. We could not change the decision because the decision was taken lawfully. And that became the source of the problem between us and the minister and between us and the chairperson and the deputy chair of the board at that time, resulting to then the resignation of the chair and the deputy chair. That caused the dysfunctionality. And when we then operated without those positions in terms of the statute, we could not function as a board, leading to us then resigning as well, and therefore Parliament had to disband the board. So that's the context, and I think that was just a particular period as a result of the action we took, which was the right action as confirmed by the Zondo Commission in terms of a number of other things that we were concerned about at the time.
Chairperson, I have one last question, if I may.
Yes, please conclude so that we wrap. Yes.
Will do. I'm concerned that you're on the record as saying you support a media tribunal. That doesn't gel with me as being a characteristic of someone who's committed to freedom of expression. You want the state to regulate journalists. As an ex-journalist myself, you could try, but I would fight you to the death about it. It's not what this country is about. So I find it very strange that you're on record as saying this is something that you support. You know, in the Broadcasting Act, it actually says that members of the SABC board must, and I quote, when viewed collectively, be persons who are committed to fairness, freedom of expression, right of the public to be informed, openness, accountability on the part of those holding public office. That does not speak to someone who wants to regulate journalists and hold tribunals. What's next? Burning them at the stake? No, no, no. So talk to me about that. Convince me that I'm wrong.
Thank you. I can assure you, and the history and my record speaks for itself. I have fought for media freedom, freedom of expression, right to communicate, access to freedom to access to information, and all those noble principles enshrined in our Bill of Rights. So I've never been found wanting in terms of non-compliance with that. Where you are respectfully wrong, Honorable Member, is interpreting the proposal as suggesting a state regulation of the media. It never was. You can go to the origins of the recommendation and the resolution of the ruling party in respect of that. The origin, not what media interpreted, because deliberately, and I've been participating in several discussions around this, the media deliberately did not want to reflect on the original resolution and what it meant in terms of the recommendation. And we have had to explain that on several occasions, but to give you comfort, Honorable Member, as a result of those proposals, a lot of changes had to take place. There was the Press Freedom Commission that was then established, led by the late Honorable Chief Justice Langa, which confirmed the concerns that we raised as part of that recommendation. Subsequently, there was a transformation, digital and print media transformation task team that further looked at whether the recommendations of the Press Freedom Commission were implemented and came to similar conclusions that there were challenges in respect of the media. Hence the rationale for independent regulation of the media. I don't think, Honorable Kochla Banat, you differ with me. Independent regulation of the media. It happens in the broadcasting space, and we were saying in respect of the print media, there was self-regulation that was very much controlled by the owners. And until the Press Freedom Commission intervened, changes had to happen, leading to what exists now, which is a quasi-self-regulatory system, but not yet, of course, fully reflecting the full independent regulation of the media, which is an internationally accepted standard. And all journalists that are freedom, media freedom champions cannot say that independent regulation of the media is wrong. Yes, state regulation of the media would be wrong. And that proposal never suggested that. So that would be what I would say in response, and therefore say, indeed, I agree with you that the protection of the media is enshrined in the Constitution and must remain there. We need free media, pluralistic media, diverse media. We need journalists that are responsible, that act within the confines of the law, that are not abusing their power, because when they start abusing their power, then they start affecting the rights of other people, and that is what is wrong. Whereas when they exercise their responsibility in terms of the law, adhering to the press code with a self-regulatory system, that if it has taken a decision that is not satisfactory to the complainant, an appeal mechanism that is independent of the owners is the one that adjudicates over an appeal, then a decision would then be taken that will be fair to all players, be it the journalists or the complainant. And that is what I support, and I continue to support, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kolabanat. As I said, Mr. Mtimte, we are with you now, the 3 minutes to really address the committee before we flow from the platform as we close this interaction. Over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I thank all of you for shortlisting me. First and foremost, I thank those who nominated me. I thought that I'm getting into retirement and therefore I need to go rest, but they convinced me that I need to consider the nomination. I thank them, and I thank yourselves, the leadership of Parliament, for shortlisting me. I hope that together we will be able to, if appointed, make sure that we take SABC to another level. The opportunity is now, and therefore I think we can make SABC the SABC of choice that every South African relies on. So I hope that I've assisted your process in terms of these considerations, and look forward to your decision at the end of the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Timte. Just to first indicate that the set objectives I've outlined earlier, I think they've met, shown you the plan from the questions members would have asked, and that your responses would have also been helpful in making them also then beyond just the interview, that we continue to be the oversight role on the SABC. So we do take whatever can share as just from a point of formality that as we conclude, of course, if there are further queries to make, the administration would be point of contact, committee support, interact with them as you did, you were preparing for this action. Of course, as it relates to the decision making, which is ourselves, as you are aware, our meetings are open to the public. South Africans are able to follow the deliberations until report to the committee and ultimately to the House, and then it gets to the outside for a final. So if you've not been following the deliberations, we are signing you up as one of those that are the committee, so as for you to understand where we are in terms. So we will then take the opportunity, as I said once again, to thank you for making time at this time of the evening. We'll be releasing you in that scope as would be getting to the next. Thank you, Mr. Mtimte.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the engagement. It's a pleasure.
As Mr. Mtimte is out of the platform, honorable members, there's been a request on the platform of the committee that even though the virtual does make us to be closer in our spaces, for purposes of concentration, honorable members are asking for a 10-minute break, that they refresh a bit to concentrate for the last two candidates to complete.
Chair, before we move on, just a matter of housekeeping. We've been given a schedule for tomorrow and Friday, and yet tomorrow we only do 4 interviews, but Friday we do an enormous number. I think
Yes,
it's
let's
30.
talk to that before we close, Honorable
Okay.
Kalaban.
Can we discuss it?
I'm also struggling to open up a program.
Oh, okay. It has also been emailed, if that it helps, but it's on, I think it was on WhatsApp as well.
Yes,
but it just seems to me we should do more tomorrow night than, because otherwise we're going to be there 2 in the morning on Saturday. Anyway, well, let's talk about it.
Yes, we'll talk about that. Of course,
Sure.
understanding the house sitting that also needs to take place and caucuses.
Yes, of
that's
course.
Thursday.
Unfortunately, yeah.
So let's take a break, come back at
Yeah, Chairperson, my battery this side and load shedding is killing me. It might die, but I will still be on the platform until it dies.
we hope it won't die, Honorable Mlala. It's fine. Let's see when we get back.
Sure.
Kudo. Yes, Honorable Mlala, thanks. We're waiting for you to reconnect. We do remember you told us about the struggle there. But we do have the numbers to proceed. I think we can proceed now. May I just check with the administration if the candidate is already on the platform, right? That's Mr. Ramkumba.
Yes, Chairperson. The name is Mr. Katuchelo Ramukumba. He's on the platform. Thanks, Chair.
Welcome, Mr. Ramkumba.
Good evening, Chair, and good evening to the honorable members.
Evening. You are welcome. And I know it's very late in the evening. Members have been standing for quite some time for the day. But you can be guaranteed, though, that we'll give you the same attention we've given to other candidates.
Okay.
That's nothing. Please feel welcome. And you are appearing before a subcommittee of the Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies, as it is named now, of the National Assembly, and for the rules to create that to give the committee the right to create a subcommittee that focuses on a particular task. And our task is the appointment process for the SABC board, for which you have been nominated and shortlisted for as you appear before the subcommittee. Of course, the subcommittee is constituted by different political parties in line with the proportionality to size as a result of the electoral outcome of 2019. So therefore, it is a fair representation of parties as represented in Parliament. The approach we take is the 45 minutes engagement with you or conversation. So we just put the interview a bit on the side so that you are also engaging honestly with us as the committee, so as to learn from you as well as you also learning and making reflections even beyond this interaction on what members would have raised. But more importantly for our side is the oversight role we still play on the SABC board beyond just the engagement. So we use the lessons to also improve our work. In that 45 minutes, it takes into account a brief introduction of the members. Immediately after that brief introduction of members, we'll then give you 5 minutes to briefly introduce yourself. And in that introduction, you'd use it to also talk to your skills expertise that if given an opportunity, you'd be able to use to contribute positively in the SABC board. Of course, thereafter will allow members to interact with you. We've allocated 5 minutes per member who want to speak, who will ask questions and your responses in the five minutes. And of course, once the members are done, if there's any matter to still follow up, that's when the chair would probably ask a question. Otherwise, I just facilitate the engagement in the main. I must put this disclaimer quickly that yes, the 45 minutes is the guide that we use. Sometimes people do less than that depending on how the engagement is, but there's also a possibility of a spillover in terms of time as members do make follow-ups just to clarify the responses that you would have given, which is helpful as we'll be getting later to deliberations and we should be clear of what the candidate would have shared with us. So please bear with us in that regard. So I would then, without the waste of further time, just introduce quickly the members that are on the platform. I'm trying to check if we have not lost this other member on the platform. I'll start with the African National Congress members that are on the platform. We do have the Honorable Malala, just to check if he's still connected. Honorable Malala.
I'm connected, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Malala.
I'm not able to open my video because of the load shedding.
Yes, we take that to account, Honorable Malala. I also just check if we had Honorable Dr. Basop, who was also experiencing load shedding. I just hope we have not lost him now. But he's been on the platform. Check that from the NC. We would have indicated that we may be joined by Honorable Mtembu from the African National Congress also. I myself, Honorable Maneli, from the NC and the chair of the committee. We also have Honorable Kolabanet from the Democratic Alliance, as you can see.
Yeah.
She's here. We also have the Honorable Pambo from the EFF. Honorable Pambo, can we hear?
Chairperson, I'm present.
So as we proceed, we'll then be giving you now an opportunity to address the committee. As I said, you would use the 5 minutes to your side to do that. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And once more, good evening to you and the honorable members. I also just want to also indicate upfront that we are scheduled for load shedding at 10. So if it does proceed, I might maybe just be off for a minute or two whilst the backup kicks in for the Wi-Fi. Just to put that apology up front. Initially, I thought that if we had worked in line with that schedule, I would not have had that challenge. But maybe just by way of introduction, my name is Ramukumba Katu, and to give a brief overview to the committee of who I am and what I can potentially offer to the board collective of the SABC would be just to maybe reflect quickly on my academic qualifications. I have a BCom financial accounting degree from the University of Pretoria, which after completing it, I proceeded to obtain BCom financial accounting honors with CTA through the University of KwaZulu-Natal. And beyond that, I've also completed an MBA from Henley Business School, which is the business school of Reading University from the United Kingdom. I've also had a couple of certificates that I've completed, project management and also advanced banking services, amongst others. And then from a work experience point of view, I started my career with the Office of the Auditor General, which is where I did my articles. And that career then proceeded within the public service. I joined Rainwater after that within the internal audit division of Rainwater. I started as a senior internal auditor. By the time I left the Rainwater in about 4.5 years, I was the general manager for internal audit at Rainwater. And then I proceeded to join the National Youth Development Agency in the position of Chief Financial Officer. And then I proceeded then to also occupy the role of Chief Executive Officer of the NYDA. When I left the NYDA, I joined the Chemical Industries Education and Training Authority in the role of Chief Executive Officer. And then after that, I had a short stint with the South African Post Office in the position of Group Chief Financial Officer. And I'm currently occupying the role of Vice Principal at the University of South Africa, responsible for finance and business enterprise. And then from the governance point of view, in all the roles that I've articulated from Rainwater, specifically when I was the General Manager of Internal Audit there, I was exposed to the audit committees and the board activities there as a representative of the internal audit unit. However, beyond that, in my roles from the time that I joined the National Youth Development Agency to where I am now, I've been a member of the board, in certain instances as an ex-officio member of the board. But also beyond that, you would see that in my CV, there's also a reflection of involvement in a number of boards, as well as audit committees. Those that are currently active would be that I am currently serving as the chairperson of the Audit Committee, Audit and Risk Committee for the Mpumalanga Provincial Legislature. I am also currently serving my last term as a member of the Audit and Risk Committee for the Limpopo Provincial Government. And recently this year, I was also appointed in the Audit and Risk Committee of the Northwest Provincial Government. So I then bring with me a wealth of experience in leadership, as well as broadly governance and administration, and a wealth of that experience coming from the public sector, which I think can add value in the journey of turning around the SABC as it were. So I think in short, Chair, that will be my attempt at giving you a brief overview of who I am and what I potentially bring to the table insofar as the board collective of the SABC is concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you. As I said, we would now get to a point where members will now start interacting with you, those who would want to ask questions. Starting, I see Honorable Kolabanat's hand is up. I'll proceed with her whilst I'm checking other members to ask questions. Honorable Mlala, I've noted you'll follow, but let's proceed managing time. Honorable Kolabana, you can proceed.
Thank you so much. You were the CFO at the post office in 2020, is that correct? 2020, I think.
Yeah.
Yes. I just want to make sure I had the date right. Now, are you aware that currently they're owing 700 million in back payments for medical aid staff? They're not paying VAT, they're not paying UIF, they're not paying pensions, and that senior managers who pay the full amount, the company doesn't pay a third to the medical aid, they pay the full amount themselves. None of the amounts taken off of their salaries have gone through to the medical aid. They're all being threatened that, oh, we're going to take 50,000 off your pension by the medical aid. So there is massive fraud, as far as I can tell, going on there. Did this happen under your watch? That's what I need to know, because you were there what feels like yesterday. Let me go through a couple more questions. If you're going to be sitting on the board, I presume you know and are aware of the things that have been going on there. What are your thoughts on the sacking of the head of news and the fact that she was then exonerated by the CCMA, but they didn't take her back, they paid her out? I'm interested in your opinion of that. What would you change at the SABC or seek to not have changed in this run up to the national election in 2 years' time? Because it seems the SABC is always on this swinging a 5-year scale, and every time it heads towards an election, the pythons go around the necks of the journalists. So I'm interested in your input there. The SABC has been sitting on 800 million to spend on content, and they haven't spent it. And yet the listenership and viewership have dropped massively because of the lack of content, new, bright, attractive content. They're going to ETV, they're going to Mnet, Netflix. What's your thought on that? Why has this been allowed to happen by the current board? What is the situation? What has driven it? And is it, do you think, tied to the sacking of over 600 staff, many of them highly experienced? Did that have an impact on the lack of production and sourcing of good content? I'm sure you're aware they now have turned around and are hiring over 400 again. And there have been claims that they have different skill sets. But as far as I know, no training was offered at the SABC before the axing. So that's an interesting one. Your expertise right down the line is as a chartered accountant, as an auditor. You have the financial skills that would, I think, augment a board, fit in very well. We're looking at for all different skill sets in terms of that. But in fact, you were on campus radio when you were at university. So you have a smidgen of experience on radio work. But as far as I've seen, there's no further involvement in the media at all. So would your thrust then be mainly looking at the books, trying to turn the SABC around from the terrible financial hole they've got themselves into? And what would be your ideas on how to do that? How to drive the SABC out of this cavern they've found themselves in so they can emerge in the light again? Thank you for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kolabala. Mr. Ramkumba, I probably would have forgotten this part, that we are making it interactive as far as possible, so as to limit the chairperson coming in between.
Okay, all right.
So once the member is done with questions, immediately you get into interact. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. I was waiting for your direction before I come in to respond to the questions that have been put forward. So I think, Chair, on the first part of my short stint with the post office, I'm not sure how far I can go in responding to that question, but let me attempt it this way. I was with the post office for about only 3 months, and I must indicate that some of the issues that the honorable member have raised were playing themselves at the time, and we would have had discussions at the level of executive management during that particular time, as well as the board, and one would have expressed one's views about the situation, and also spoke to certain things that can be done. But I'm somewhat restrained, call it constrained, I think, in terms of how far I can go with that. Suffice to say that those issues would have been engaged with, and I would have offered my propositions on how the situation can be dealt with, both in terms of the legal obligations, also from the perspective of the Companies Act and what the Companies Act imposes on those of us who are directors. So I think I would want to leave it at that, and maybe just indicate that one would think that those who are currently charged with the responsibilities of leading the post office are attending to the issues and the challenges as they continue to persist from what one can see from a distance. And then on the issue of the sacking of the head of news, the question can only be answered on the basis of what one would have read in the media around the circumstances around that particular issue. Again, there is a limitation of not having the full facts on the table of what transpired there. Suffice to say that, as the honorable member has indicated, that the head of news or the former head of news would have gotten, or the CCMA would have responded or would have adjudicated in favor of that particular individual. In that context, one would just want to believe that on the basis or the decisions that were taken at the time were based on the balance of evidence that was before the leadership of the SABC, and that it was not malicious, and that the decisions were taken because it was the understanding of those who were making the decisions that the decisions are in the best interest of the SABC, and also that such decisions would have been lawful and within the realm of the policies of the SABC, as well as the loss of the land. That's how I would attempt to speak to that information. Like I said, owing to the fact that one would not have the basis or the facts around the situation, because I would not have been with the SABC at the time. And in terms of the change, really, I mean, I would have looked at the broad coverage within the media space of the SABC and the ongoings of the SABC. And I think it is worth noting that it does seem that the SABC has in recent years found the ability to turn the corner. There are still a couple of issues if one looks at the things like the annual report. You still see persistent issues around irregular expenditure. I noted when I was looking at the annual report that where a qualification point from the external auditors was largely based on the fact that they couldn't ascertain the completeness of the accounting of the irregular expenditure there. So that just indicates that that one area, it's something that seems to persist, that requires attention. And if the question is what can be done to address that, one would say that there would need to be the strengthening of the internal control environment there, and also the oversight that the board and through its committees would need to do to make sure that there is compliance to legislations and policies insofar as procurement is concerned. I think a lot has been said about the SABC, even at the Zondo Commission, which suggests the need for a more improved control environment, which I think can also be achieved by applying combined assurance, which does not only leave it to the external auditors to determine or identify where things have gone wrong, but rather that the management itself must be the first line of defense in making sure that the staff members who are participating in the procurement space actually are particularly trained, they understand the policies, they understand the legislations, so that they do it right the first time. Internal audit can come in handy there as well. The Audit and Risk Committee can assist from an oversight perspective, and of course, the board itself. And insofar as maybe the more specific question around the election issues, one would just say that if one gets the opportunity to be part of that collective, what one would seek to achieve is that the SABC lives to its mandate and its constitutional obligations, as well as that which is expected of it to be fair, transparent, equitable, and be representative of all the voices, and to be able to provide information, or to inform, to educate, and to entertain in a manner that demonstrates that that is done without fear favor, as it were. And again, on the issue of the spend, the inability to spend rather of the 800 million on content and all that, again, one is limited by not fully understanding what would have been the circumstances there. One wonders if COVID-19 and the lockdowns that came with it had anything to do with it. But content management would speak to the core business of the SABC, and one would expect that that type of underspending negatively impacts on the mandate or the core mandate, the primary mandate of the SABC. And if one was to be part of the collective, that is one area that one would want to understand why such underspending, and also to better assist from an oversight perspective, of course, without venturing into operational matters, to assist management in planning better and being able to spend so that they're able to deliver on the primary mandate of the SABC. And then the issue of the 600 staff members who would have been retrenched, I believe that was the exercise that the SABC engaged in as part of its turnaround strategy. Section 189, retraining and redeployment would be a priority, so that you try and assist in the limitation of job losses, especially in a country where we have such high numbers.
It has been hit by
Honorable Bambo.
Chair, if not, Chair, I was struggling to hear the
Okay, I think he'll get back. I think he's the one losing the network. Yeah. You can proceed.
Okay, no, thank you very much. So I was saying that in a situation where 189 is applied, one would expect that retraining and redeployment would be the first priority, especially in the context of our country, where we have very high numbers of unemployment, which then place itself on the unintended consequences of poverty and inequality, as it were. One would want to say. So I really don't know what would have informed the thinking around the retrenchments, especially if there is such large-scale recruitment, unless, of course, if the situation is such that the skill set that are being brought in are very specialized, in a manner that those who would have been released through such a retrenchment program could not have been retrained and recapacitated to be able to take those. And one would think that maybe that is informed by the digitization strategy, which potentially informs the future of the SABC, given where we are as a country and the globe insofar as digitization is concerned. I think if I did not miss anything, the last part would be, yes, I did work for the campus radio when I was in campus at the University of Pretoria. So that is what I can refer to as the primary involvement within the broadcasting environment. Suffice to say that since then, one would have engaged with the media, both television and radio, as an interviewee on the basis of the various positions that I would have held in these different organizations, as it were. But indeed, that experience is somewhat limited. But I do think that the SABC is a business, and the experience that I have collected over the years of administrating state-owned entities in the South African environment, and my participation in the boards and the audit committees, as articulated earlier on, does offer me or place me in a position where I can add value to the board collective of the SABC beyond just the finance and audit, which is what can be referred to as my primary area of expertise, as it were. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kolabala. We'll now recognize Honorable Mlala. Please proceed.
Yeah, thanks, and good evening, Mr. Ramukumba.
Good evening, Honorable.
Yes, you speak a lot about the finances and how you would help SABC in relation to financial sustainability, and that is well taken. However, you spoke very little about governance, around governance in the SABC. You have been the CEO in one or two companies, but specifically in relation to SABC, what are the things that you think are not in line with your governance principles? And also relating to turnaround strategy, you also need to speak to the partnerships that you think are necessary in the SABC. I also want you to comment on that. The last part is we are trying to posture the SABC as a key point in terms of nation building. How do you locate your role on the board in relation to building one national identity? I think those are my questions. Thanks.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Chair. Through you, I will proceed to respond to Honorable Malala. On the governance as well, maybe let me also just go back a little bit to the question of the long-term financial sustainability of the SABC, which I would want to expand a little bit before I go to the governance issues and the partnership issues and the nation building project. So the SABC, if one looks at their annual report, you actually realize that there seems to be struggles on both sides of the equation. So if I were to put it this way, I would say that profitability or breaking even, depending on where you think the SABC must locate itself, where it can be defined in a mathematical equation where you say revenue minus expenditure equals profit, or revenue minus expenditure equals break even, depending on where you think the priorities of the SABC should be. And when one looks at the trajectory of the SABC over the couple of years, you realize that there is a struggle, because in one way, you can improve the financial situation to a profit situation or a break-even situation by growing your revenues, right? Or you can do so by managing and containing your costs to the level that what you have, which is not growing at the rate that you wish, is something that is able to sustain your operational requirements, as it were. But the best case scenario and a winner scenario is one where you are able to achieve both. You are able to grow the revenues and you are able to contain the costs. And when one looks at the SABC situation, one can say that there's been a struggle on both sides of those variables that I've spoken about. There has been a struggle in growing revenues, and there've also been a struggle in containing the costs. So to address that question of financial sustainability, there has to be deliberate strategic intervention and tactical interventions, one can say, that are aimed at growing the revenues, and which I think part of the growing of the revenue speaks to the third part of the question from Honorable Malala, which speaks to the exploitation of strategic partnerships that the SABC can enter into. And in where I'm seated, I think that the SABC stands a much better prospects insofar as the public service mandate is concerned. I think that they are, you know, greater opportunities in terms of partnerships, donations, and sponsorship that can be explored in a targeted manner, where one is mindful that this is an open interview, so one wouldn't want to maybe go into the details of it all, because it's accessible to everybody, including the competitors of the SABC. But one can say that if the SABC can be deliberate about packaging its offering and be deliberate about targeting potential partners, potential donors, potential sponsors, and so forth, there could be an opportunity to grow what the SABC currently define as an unfunded or an underfunded mandate insofar as public service is concerned. So those are the aspects that I think must inform and should inform the question of sustainability. And of course, one note, the interventions that have been made, we've already touched on some of them around the implementation of the Section 189 and so forth. So one would need to understand a little bit more the cost structure of the SABC beyond just the employee cost question. How can that be better addressed? But one also thinks that the adoption of technology in the era of digitization can also further assist the SABC in managing its costs. And once you are able to grow the revenues and once you are able to contain the costs, you are then able to get to that point where the SABC can be self-sustainable, it can break even, or maybe it can even, on the other side of things, it can turn around and be profitable and maybe one day pay a dividend to the shareholder to assist in dealing with the challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment as it were. And then on the aspects of governance, I think that the West, at least I speak from someone who's speaking from the outside, it seems that the West at the SABC may have passed, or at least the situation is better. The West is what one would have read about, call it as far back as the time of the former public protector's report on the SABC, and recently what we have heard and witnessed from the Zondo Commission. In that regard, one thinks, if one looks at the coverage, at least of the SABC in recent time, it does seem that the leadership there has managed to achieve some strides in getting it to the right place from a governance perspective. But I also think that the new bill, the SABC bill, assists the situation of the SABC from a governance perspective, because it better clarifies certain critical aspects, what then becomes the role of the minister, for an example, from a governance perspective. And again, if one speaks to the question of financial sustainability, that bill also assists in empowering the SABC a little bit more insofar as its pursuit of the collection of licensing revenues concerned, which is critical, especially when one looks at what is being reported as the level of collectability by the SABC of TV licenses, which is quite low. And I think it's an area which, if enough effort is given to it, there could be a potential for increased revenue there. And of course, one can speak about the advertising and so forth and so forth. Now, around the question of locating the SABC as a national key point for the nation building project, I think that it shouldn't be a complex matter for the SABC to be able to execute and deliver on that particular mandate, because in the first instance, that's what the constitution expects of the SABC, that the SABC must be able to bring and accommodate and equate as well as promote all cultures, religions, and so forth and so I think in the primary mandate of the SABC, it is embedded that the SABC must serve as one of the critical vehicles in this country in delivering nation building insofar as the project of building a united and non-racial and non-sexist society is concerned, and of course expanding that to the catering of the needs of women, those living with disabilities, young people, and those in the LGBTQI community, as it were. Thank you very much.
I'm covered, Chair.
No, thank you then, Honorable Mlala. I'm just checking if, because Honorable Bambo lost twice he was speaking, so I'm checking if he's back. Because the Honorable Mtembu indicated challenges also with connectivity whilst she is on the platform. So I will just, maybe as a way of following up, just to check again, the point about the independence of the SABC versus the role of the different stakeholders, which is where mostly the unavoidable tension comes from. If you want to speak to that on how you balance that independence, the role of different stakeholders, of course, with the need to advance these objectives set, one being what you've been speaking to about nation building, because that's where mostly the tensions would come from. And how do you balance that so as not to collapse the public broadcast?
So I think, Chair, the first thing and the correct thing is would be to acknowledge that the responsibilities that the SABC has are complex in nature. And I think the same goes with generally state-owned enterprises in the South African context and most developmental nations, where such entities have what we would call a dual mandate. The commercial mandate, which says run a professional business so that you're able to be sustainable and profitable, but at the same time play a developmental role. And I know that I'm expanding the response a little bit beyond maybe what the question was about in terms of managing the tensions of the stakeholders and achieving the balance. But I'm just broadly speaking and locating the complexity of the SABC and again in the context the sector, the state-owned enterprises sector, because those two mandates, as it were, are not always complementary. In fact, in certain instances, they are contradictory in nature, because the pursuit of financial sustainability or commercial viability may in certain instances contradict or conflict with the pursuit of the developmental agenda, but those needs to be balanced. So when one draws that a little bit closer to the direct question of how do you then achieve this nation building mandate, given the varied stakeholders, which by themselves, by the way, would more often than not be in conflict with each other. I think the example, there is an example in the case of the SABC, which is, I think, something that has been an albatross on the neck of that particular enterprise for a long time. Is the stakeholders insofar as the political domain is concerned.
where there would be accusation and counter accusations about maybe an unbiased or favorable media coverage towards a particular direction and not the other, and so forth. But I think that what is important is that the SABC has to have policies and processes and procedures of how the allocation of coverage and how the servicing of the various stakeholders is managed within the SABC. One, to make sure that the public service mandate is achieved, and two, the commercial mandate is also achieved. But beyond that, and what is critical for me insofar as stakeholder management and conflict management is concerned, is that such plans and such policies must be widely be communicated to all stakeholders, so that every single stakeholder within of the SABC must understand the workings and the operations of the SABC to an extent that they understand how coverage happens. If we make an example of political coverage towards elections or any other time, there has to be a clear understanding of how the coverage, the time allocation is given, and such must be engaged with the political formation so that they understand. And if anything, they can hold the SABC accountable on the standard that has been clearly defined and has been clearly and articulated to them, and everybody understands. So I think here the key thing in any stakeholder management and stakeholder relations situation is that there has to be communication. Relationships have to be built, and not only be built, but also be maintained over time to make sure that there's a platform for those stakeholders to raise their grievances, but also that it's not necessarily only a one-way street, and where the SABC itself has to raise certain issues with certain stakeholders, it is able to do so. So that would be how I would suggest, Chair, that such contradictions and conflict that cannot be avoided can be managed, because I think to do away with it or to completely eradicate it will never happen, but you can manage it in a manner that it can allow the SABC to be able to execute on its mandate in a manner that is seen to be equitable and fair and transparent and without favor or fear, as it were. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ramkumba. In the absence of further questions, I will then come back to you to give you 3 minutes to then address the committee. And I think as you elaborate in your responses, I think a number of questions to follow up gets to be covered.
Okay.
So in that score, it's now your time to address the committee in 3 minutes as your last points before we formally close the session.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think I might be able to do it in less than 3 minutes. Mine is to say that first and foremost, one appreciates the opportunity to be able to be here and offer a hand to participate in what Honorable Mulala correctly defined as a nation-building project. You would have seen in my CV that I have been a public servant throughout my professional career. It is a choice that I've made that I do want to offer my professional skills in making South Africa work as a country, because I consider myself a patriot and I live every day in aspiration to act and do and speak as a patriot, so that I can be a party to a building of a country that creates an opportunity for everybody to live a better life, as it were. And maybe in conclusion, just to say that indeed one appreciates the opportunity to come here and express oneself in the hope that in the wisdom of this committee, Parliament and the President, one can get that opportunity to serve. But I do wish the committee well in the work that you have been doing and that you will be continuing to do, and wish, even if one is not party of those who will form the board collective, wish those who will make it well in assisting the SABC to turn the corner and really play its role as it was envisaged in the Constitution. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, honorable members.
Thank you, Mr. Ramkumba. Just to once again, thank you for still interacting with the committee this time of the day, and that just for formalities, for any queries that you would have post this interaction, administratively you can engage with the committee support that worked with you as you were preparing for the interviews. But of course, with regard to our decision-making process, I can confirm that, as you know, all our meetings are open to the public. And in that score, you can be able to follow the proceedings of the bill. Such a recommendation is made. And I want to indeed indicate, if you have not been following all the time what happens in the committee, this would also be an opportunity to follow the proceedings of the committee as you would want to hear firsthand on what could be final recommendations. Once again, thank you as we allow you to leave the platform and get the other candidate on board. Thank you.
Chair, and good evening as you continue to work. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. David?
Thank you, Chairperson. The next candidate, which is the last one, Chairperson, is Mr. Tembisa Fakude. He's on the platform at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Fakude. I hope I'm pronouncing it properly.
Correct, Chair.
Yes, Fakude, right. You are welcome. Thanks for your patience. And I've seen earlier on you would have got into the platform, so we do appreciate that you've been waiting to come in. Probably the last to see this evening, but I can tell you that we will treat you the same way we have treated others. So you are appearing before a subcommittee of the Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies in the National Assembly, which is subjected to the rules of the National Assembly. And the rules do provide for a subcommittee to be created by the main committee to look at specific tasks. And our task is really the appointment process for the SABC board. Of course, which is where you've been nominated and shortlisted, hence you are appearing before this subcommittee. Of course, the subcommittee is also constituted by different political parties, of course, taking into account proportional representation as per the 2019 elections outcome. So it's got a fair representation, not a one-party committee. So it's important to put that point. Of course, we had budgeted 45 minutes for this engagement, or you can call it a conversation. We tried to put the word interview aside, so as to allow you to relax a bit and be able to honestly interact with the members who would be interacting with you through questions and so on. So in the 45 minutes we've allocated, this includes a brief introduction of members on the platform, as well as giving you 5 minutes to briefly introduce yourself, which will also give you an opportunity to speak to your skills, experiences, and how that could contribute to the SABC board once you are considered for recommendation. Thereafter, would then allow those members who would want to ask questions, interact with you, and thereafter, if there are further questions to be asked by the chair, just to clarify matters that members would have raised, will do so. But if the ground has been covered, there would be no need. But then come back to you to give you 3 minutes after interacting with the questions of the members to say your few points to close up the discussion, and will then formally close. I take it that that helps to direct how we would want to go. But I must put this disclaimer, at least you've been waiting, so you'd know this, so I should just put it, that the 45 minutes is the time we have set. Sometimes get to be less than that, depending on the engagement and responses, but sometimes a little bit over, as members make follow-ups to try and get more of the responses they expect to get from you. So please keep that in mind. Otherwise, as I said, I would introduce those members that are on the platform. Of course, we get others in and out because of power challenges and as well as connectivity generally. So we do have from the NC, we still have the Honorable Molala. I hope is still able to connect because also kind of about power failures. So it seems Acacia Park has now got electricity.
Yeah, electricity is back.
Thank you, Honorable Mlala. We did have Honorable Mtembu not long ago, who also indicated connectivity, trying to get in and out. We've had Honorable Dr. Basop, also from the ANC, who's been with us throughout, who was in the load shedded space. We hope by the time we get to questions, some of those will be back. Honorable Kolabanat has been standing, changing gadgets and so on. I'm sure.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah.
Still with us. For some reason, Parliament is still connected. I'm holding fingers, thumbs, and everything.
Yes, you're lucky because that's almost the last candidate at least. We did have Honorable Bambo, who also got cut off as he was speaking in the previous candidate interaction. So we hope to get him reconnected in that score. Honorable Machozi would have apologized from the IFP, who attends to other matters. However, we'll proceed in that score. So that's briefly the introduction of members. We'll then give you the 5 minutes to briefly introduce yourself. But as I said, members will then interact with you after the 5 minutes introduction. But in their interaction, they will then take into account also your detailed CV that they went through, and therefore questions could go beyond just what you would have done in the introduction. Thank you.
Chair, we're here. We're just struggling with this thing of connectivity.
Yeah, so that's Honorable Bambo that I introduced from the EFF. So we'll remain co-reading, and therefore for that reason we proceed. Thank you. Honorable Pambo, sozophuma umlindelo baba. So we are back here, Mr. Fakude. We are giving now to you the 5 minutes to briefly introduce yourself to the committee.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the honorable members. My name is Tembisa Fagude. I come from Soweto. I'm a journalist by profession, and I'm now transitioning into academia and writing. I have been a journalist for better part of my life. I've worked for Al Jazeera Media Network. First started as the assistant producer for the Arabic channel, which was based in South Africa in 1999. I then moved on to become a senior producer in news gathering, and eventually I became the head of the office, what is known within our business as the bureau chief of Al Jazeera Media Network in Southern Africa, running offices in South Africa and in Zimbabwe. And during that time, I was also lucky enough to be part of the board of the Foreign Correspondent Association of Southern Africa, which is a body of journalists, foreign journalists based in South Africa, including CNN, Sky, BBC, and others. So I was a member of that board, and I served as a deputy chairperson. And in 2012, if I'm not mistaken, I then became the chairperson of the board before I was asked by my institution to relocate to Doha in Qatar, where I joined the Al Jazeera Center for Studies, which was more of a research center. And in there, I ran the external relations department of Al Jazeera Center for Studies, and I also headed the English department of Al Jazeera Center for Studies. Over and above that, I'm the columnist at the Middle East Monitor, which is the publication based in London, United Kingdom. I also sit on the board of Common Action Forum, which is an institution based in Madrid, Spain. I'm also the research fellow at Al-Sharq Forum, which is a research academic institution based in Istanbul, Turkey. Over and above that, I have certain passions. One of them is tourism. I'm a qualified national tour guide in South Africa, meaning that I know and understand South Africa fairly well. I write largely about the social politicization of trees, in South Africa, how these trees impacted in terms of our history, etc. So that's my interest. I currently serve on the board of Gauteng Growth and Development Agency, which is the government entity of Gauteng. I sit there as a deputy chairperson. I also sit on the ARC committee of the GGDA. Over and above that, I chair the board of Oliver Tambo International Airport Special Economic Zone, which is a subsidiary of GGDA. I've written extensively on various issues, particularly on issues of the Horn of Africa and the Gulf. I also run the think tank, which is based in South Africa, called Africa-Asia Dialogues, which deals with matters pertaining to the region of Asia and Africa. So that's who I am. I have other interests which I'll be willing to elaborate on if I'm given an opportunity, but that will be if the members decide to further ask me about my other interests. But that's basically who I am. I'm more of a journalist. I've cut my teeth, or journalism teeth, at Al Jazeera Media Network. I was fortunate enough to have been employed by them. And I returned to South Africa officially in 2020. And before that, I was in Doha working for Al Jazeera. I continue to contribute on television and radio in South Africa on various issues. I have participated and been featured in almost all television channels in this country. And I've also featured prominently on radio on matters pertaining to the Horn and other socio-political matters that continue to go in the news. So that's in a nutshell who I am. And I'll be more than willing to further elaborate if any other questions.
Mr. Fakude, I will now allow members to interact with you. I do see the hand of Honorable Kolabanet. I will then be identifying others as they raise the hand, but for purposes of time, I will then allow her to proceed. Honorable Mlala would then follow. Honorable Kolabanet, recognize, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. As our last interview, I think we'll all be smiling a little bit. Couple of questions from me. I found it an absolutely fascinating leap from 5 years at Alexander Forbes, looking at the risk insurance, etc. And suddenly you turn around and you end up on radio. I'm fascinated with like a 180 turn. And you stayed there for 13 years. So this was not a flash in the pan thing. This was a dedicated move to a completely different career. So I'm most interested to hear what happened there. And then looking at a position where if you were sitting on the board of the SABC, what would you change at the SABC, or what changes would you try and prevent as we move up to the next general election? Because I'm sure you know full well that there's this 5-year cycle and things become stricter and stricter in terms of news coverage as they get closer to the election, and people try to use the SABC for their personal ends, changing it from a public broadcaster to a state broadcaster. So I'm interested in your input on that, what changes you would make or how you would try to prevent that from repeating itself. And then looking at the SABC, we've seen the canning of a number of real hard-hitting programs. We've seen a massive lack of content, despite the fact that they have 800 million set aside for content unspent. And the lack of content has led to audiences dropping both across the board, TV, radio. And then, to my mind, there's a possible link between the sacking of over 600 staff, many of whom were highly experienced. And the one could have led to the other, as it were, to the lack of content. The lack of a driven audience-based produce. So that's something that I'd like some input on from you, your opinions on that. And what are your plans to turn the SABC around? It's obviously in a financial hole. And this in the light of the Zondo Commission findings about the corruption within the SABC. What would your plan be? Be an interesting answer, that one, between your Alexander Forbes training and your radio work, somewhere in the middle there. Are you aware that the SABC, having fired the 600, are now putting out adverts for over 400? They claim for different skill sets, but they made no attempt to train anyone into the new skill set. So very bizarre things going on there. And yeah, I think that's it for the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I go ahead, Chair?
Please, Mr. Fakude, maybe that's something we would have left. We are keeping it interactive so that the chair doesn't come in between members and yourself. Thank you.
Okay.
Proceed.
Okay, thanks very much, Honourable Member Dan Kohler Bernard. very difficult questions, but I'll start with the easy ones. The first one that you asked about what made me move from Alexander Forbes to media. I've been very lucky to know people who have been able to identify talent where they've identified it. And I'm also proud to say that I've left most of the institutions with which I've been associated with on a very good note. So the reason why I left Alexander Forbes, it was purely growth. I've always been fascinated by journalism. It was my first choice actually after finishing high school, but I ended up doing other things and even going to an extent of studying politics to a master's level, but journalism has always been my first love and interest. And I was lucky enough to meet someone who introduced me to Al Jazeera, and the rest is history. So it was, again, just to answer the question, it was an opportunity that availed itself because of certain individuals who identified talent and who felt that I could be more productive in journalism than where I was at the time, notwithstanding, of course, that I learned a lot at Alexander Forbes, particularly on matters of pension and provident fund administration and just business in general, because after Alexander Forbes, I was part of the Price Forbes, which was at the time was a subsidiary of, Alexander Forbes was a subsidiary of Price Forbes. So I was moved from Alexander Forbes to Price Forbes, where I joined at the time, it was a prestigious Price Forbes 2-year graduate program where I trained under very capable people whom today I ascribe my business acumen to. Those are the people who taught me how to do business. So Price Forbes did actually assist me to train, but as I've said, the calling came and I was lucky enough to join Al Jazeera and I moved from being an assistant producer all the way to be the bureau chief, and I ended up heading all the foreign correspondents who were based in South Africa. So that's the first question. That's the first answer to the first question. What will I change at SABC? I think one is the capacitation, particularly in terms of skill. News gathering skills are changing all the time. And I think there's a need for that intervention of helping news gathering and output. In other words, journalists who go out on the ground to gather news, they need to acquire new skills. They need to know how to use the new technology, which, by the way, could save us a lot of money, because there are a lot of new technologies that are efficient and easy to use that can be introduced to the personnel at SABC, particularly the news gathering personnel, in terms of helping us cover South Africa as it's supposed to be covered. So that's what I would do as the first point, introducing new technologies and new manners in news gathering, including the output. In other words, the proper television. After we get at news, you bring the raw footage into the newsroom, edit, and then you flight it on screens. So all of those departments do require some kind of intervention, particularly when it comes to technology. So that's one thing I'll do. The other thing I'll do is, the entire world is facing a big challenge in terms of resources, how we go about funding news organizations and the business of news. There are a lot of discussions in terms of hybrid manners of revenue generation, and there's a lot of other revolutionary ways of how we can go about funding our business, besides the cross-subsidization, which has continued within the SABC, where the commercial side continues to fund the public interest part of our business. So I think I'll introduce things like, for example, philanthropy, which is beginning to play an important role in terms of funding the business of news, donations, etc. Of course, there are trappings with this type of, or the model of funding, where the stronger donors and will want to dictate their own interest and agenda. So how you avoid that, you split it up and avoid having one dominant philanthropists or donations coming into the business. But these are type of hybrids that the world is talking about at the moment in the absence of viable sustainability or sustainable way of funding our businesses. So that's what I will also introduce. The other thing which I think is very important is the new media space, or what is known as digital. I think there are a lot of opportunities there in terms of monetization of the new media space. You need people who are fit for purpose, who will understand how you go about maximizing the monetization of resources or revenue from the new media space, whether it's YouTube, for example, or other social media spaces that do, by the way, generate income, but they do require people who are quite savvy, who can implement new strategies on how to go about monetizing on that. So that's another suggestion I will have in terms of trying to turn around SABC. But over and above, we also need people who are fit for purpose. We talked about content earlier on, and you also talked about 600 staff members that were retrenched, and later on, the SABC is once again looking at employing 400 people. I have argued all along that content is key, content is king, and I don't think that we should make those people who have experience and who are content capable redundant, because we still need them. Business of news, television in particular, and radio is all about content. What is different this time around are the modes or the conduit of transferring or communicating the content that we continue to create. So the social media platforms, for example, and digital platforms, these are important platforms, but without creators of content, they are useless. So we need that mix within our business where you acknowledge that we're in a business of content production, which is very important, but at the same time, we need to employ new technology in terms of broadcasting, in terms of conveying messages that the content manufacturers or producers are involved in. So that's one of the other things that I will look at bringing in and changing within the SABC. There is a migration of, and this is throughout the world, a migration of audiences because of competition. And one of the things that I think we're not doing enough is watching what competition is doing, not only in South Africa, but throughout the world. And that's very important. The organization that I worked for, we had a group of individuals, mixed group of experienced journalists and young journalists who are looking at modes of production, who are looking at what, for example, Netflix is doing different. In South Africa, you look at what ETV is doing different to what Newsroom Africa is doing different. And that's very important because it gives you ideas on how to move forward. But another phenomenon which is very important is the homegrown content. The fact that we return money to Treasury because we couldn't spend it, of course, it's troubling. But it's troubling because we don't have people who are fit for purpose, and those are producers, those are content producers who will be able to understand the trends and look at how they can facilitate the continuation or the continual production of programs, which, by the way, is part of what the mandate of the SABC is all about, which is entertainment. So we do have enough in terms of informing our audiences through various news channels, but we also need to look at how we go about entertaining our audiences, which I think is very, very important. In the past, SABC has been an incubator in terms of promoting local talent and local arts, music, etc. And perhaps we should look at returning to those low-hanging. There are a lot of people who've got content that can be shared with SABC and who can help us, rise above the current competition that we find ourselves. So that's one of the things that I'll look at, which is more of identifying content producers and again watching what competition around the world, which for me is the low-hanging solution is to see what your competition in the business of broadcast or news are doing. And we all have access to that. And perhaps we should establish a platform within the institution that will look at that and begin to introduce those new ways of production within South Africa. So I think the third question about the 800 million dropping across the world and what plans are there, or I would implement it as SABC are tied in together. The last one is about I think you talked about the retrenchment, the retrenchment of staff from SABC. Of course, it's sad that you retrench people and again go and re-employ similar skill to replace those that were retrenched. And one of the things that has led to that is again the undermining of skill, particularly when it comes to those that produce content. And it's because there are these blurred lines in terms of the general belief that the new or young people are much more needed and efficient within the newsroom. But we do forget that the content producers are extremely key. And as I've said, we need to encourage this mix where you bring in young people. They can train in terms of them becoming content producers in the future. But again, their skill by and large is about the new modes of dissemination of information. In other words, the new media platforms. However, you need to retain the skill of the experienced content producers within our newsroom. We'll continue working hand in hand with young people who are quite savvy on matters of social media, etc., towards the success of institutions. So that's the view I hold, and I hope I've answered all the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Mulala, can proceed.
Yeah, thanks. Good evening, Mr. Fakude. I think the larger part of my questions have been answered. You answered the questions relating to financial sustainability of SABC. You answered digitalization of the institution. I was quite listening to you carefully, but you said very little about governance and partnerships. So if you can conclude that question in terms of what do you think you can do to turn around the SABC? And then my second question will be around the issue of building one national identity. We've been characterizing the SABC as a center of national cohesion and unity, but we have not yet achieved one common national identity. Yes, people talk about 8 to 12 radio stations that speaks 12 languages, but for me, that's not enough. We need something that can bind South Africans together at the level of SABC. With your international experience, what would you propose in relation to that? And maybe the last question would be your experience internationally with Al Jazeera surely has taught you something about how SABC can expand beyond South African borders, how we can market the SABC to be a voice of Africa, if you like, and what would be the best way that we can do that?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Very difficult questions, and I don't think there's one particular answer to all these questions, but I will try. I'll start with the first one, which is on governance and what we can do. Firstly, I think that the role of the board is that of overseeing and oversight. That's the first point. The other point, which I think is very important, and I will say this because recently I've been watching two very interesting movies, and I will encourage, or I do encourage many people to watch those movies. One is called The All President's Men, and the other one is The Post. These are movies that were produced in Hollywood, and they're all about the Watergate scandal and how the Washington Post, broke that story. What was interesting there is how the board, the executive, and the newsroom worked together. And I think they help in terms of depicting this ideal situation that all of us hope for in terms of running news. The newsroom is as good as the executive makes it to be. In other words, the newsroom is supposed to be a buffer between the board and, the executive is supposed to be a buffer between the newsroom and the board. And I tell many people this, that once you cross the line from the newsroom into the executive, you can never go back because you begin to know things that you're not supposed to know. Newsroom must be allowed to be maverick. They must be allowed to be dreamers and revolutionaries. And you must allow the pull and push. It exists in every institution within our business. And part of governance for me will be to harmonize that relationship, to communicate that it's okay to have the pull and push. In South Africa, they call it interference. I'd rather call it pull and push, which is a very healthy trait within the business of news, where journalists will always want to push boundaries, but the responsibility of the executive is to allow them to push those boundaries while also protecting the interest of an institution by convincing continually the board that it's okay to do certain things. So for me, that's very, very important. And it addresses the issues of governance very well, because that harmonization of relationship, I do believe that could or does oftentimes produce harmony and success within business of news. That's the first point. The other point, of course, you need to start identifying people who are fit for purpose. This mix that I was talking about is key in terms of bringing people with the relevant skill, particularly who are au fait and capable of executing the new technologies that we need, because business of news is about, or is dependent largely on technology. So it doesn't really help much to have people who cannot operate technology. Not having them in the newsroom could and oftentimes disadvantages the free flow of our business. So the mix of these content producers who are experienced individuals who understand how to write, etc., and the presence of young people or old people who are able to operate these new forms of technology is key. So governance will have to look at those issues, the generational mix, but importantly, people who are fit for purpose, or not only at the executive level, but also at the news level. The other thing I think which is very important is the thorough understanding of the flow of news and the flow of chain of command within the business of news. And I think oftentimes there's always been that skip. So journalists will have an access to the board members and board members will have journalists. And that, for me, that breach of this buffer, which is key, which is executive, then collapses a potentially successful enterprise. And I think that should be avoided at all costs. But having said all of that, I would like to reiterate that I'll rather call what is known as interference as pull and push, which is something, according at least to my experience, something that's commonplace in all news medias around the world. You always have people having certain intentions, business, for example, or the representatives of the shareholders will always want to see certain things, and the newsroom will always want to see certain things. And this buffer called executive comes in quite handy in terms of ensuring that harmony exists within you. So That's for me governance issues. This is outside, of course, administration in terms of looking at the relevance of some of the equipment that is continually used within news gathering in some of news businesses. There is a need to continually consider or look at the type of equipment that we're using in terms of how you continue gathering news, etc. So that requires a certain dedicated department, people who have interests in terms of following technology, who will continually look at what is the latest technology in terms of broadcast, and they will come back and inform the executive on what to invest their money in. Unfortunately, in most instances, we don't have those departments. And I think that's key, to have a technology department. And that department's job will be to travel the world, read magazines, watch television, look at what competition is doing in terms of technology, and they can come back and advise the executive what to invest in, and what's the latest technology. The last question that we've had was about national identity, how we can achieve that. That's quite a difficult question to answer. But I'll tell you one thing that has been very effective. There was a campaign on SABC a long time ago when we were growing up. It was called the Zap It in a Zibi Can. It was an ostrich that used to go around and screaming and shouting at people who were littering. And we used to watch that very closely in Soweto. And as a result, until today, I don't litter because of what was impressed on me by that ostrich. Now, matters of national identity and cohesion require continual campaigns. And we have the platform for it. SABC is that platform. At some point, we used to have these multicultural campaigns promoting multiculturalism, etc. I think we need to resuscitate that. It's cheap, and it can easily be produced and amended on a monthly basis. So these continual campaigns on national cohesion, on matters that will highlight national identity, on littering, for example, people in this country continue to litter for whatever reason, notwithstanding what I've just said, but there are a lot of other GPV issues, etc. So SABC is that platform which is there to inform, entertain, and also educate our people. And I think there is no better platform than that. I'll suggest that the easiest way of fostering a certain national identity and cohesion for me will be to look at these campaigns. And I know radio stations have these campaigns. I listen to a number of local radio stations in various vernacular languages. They have campaigns that are going on. And I think for the sake of promoting national identity and cohesion, embarking on the national campaigns like the one I alluded to earlier will be very effective. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mlala. But maybe just going back to this point so that I'm sure I do understand this pull and push interpretation as opposed to the use of interference. Maybe locate this from a point of stakeholders like the ministry, parliament, the board, the executive, and so on. So as to be clear on this, because that's where unavoidable tensions arise and interpretation or misinterpretation of actions that each of those stakeholders would take on a particular matter that relates to the SABC as a public broadcaster.
Well, I think it's important for us to have clear definitions and parameters within the business of business such as SABC. So you have a territory which is called a newsroom, which is then followed by the executive, what we will call the managing editor section of our business. So you've got the the chief editor, who's the person who runs the news, and you have got the managing editor, the managing editor, who's the person who runs the business of news. And these, for me, are very important. And one must actually protect the other. And in this case, it escalates. So the executive must always ensure that the lines and this buffer that they occupy between the board and the newsroom is maintained, but importantly, there is harmony in it. Now, when it comes to stakeholders who always feel shortchanged in terms of coverage, of course, they will have to come and often scream at the executive. But if the executive really do understand their mandate, they must, number one, entertain complaints, they must entertain discussion. But again, that pressure is also very important, and it exists everywhere around the world. You'll always have people who feel that they are not covered or not given airtime. Now, the key is the executive understanding its role in terms of shielding and protecting the newsroom and allowing the newsroom continue functioning the manner in which they have to function. So the executive must then go and scream and shout in the newsroom, and that's the pull I'm talking about. And the newsroom will then say, no, we're not interested. And so that's the pull and push. But what we have tended to see is that there is the breach of that buffer. So you have the outside stakeholders somehow finding their way into the board, and the board finding its way with the outside stakeholders into the executive. And in some instances, you find all of these people inside the newsroom putting pressure on journalists. And that's why I therefore think that we have the role to play. And if I am given a chance, one of the things that I'll insist on is a healthy, continual discussion with these outside stakeholders. But at the same time, while at it, it's important for us to educate the stakeholders of the importance of news and the importance of keeping these lines independent. Because I think sometimes we'll fail in doing that. And again, insisting on the executive to protect the newsroom. The newsroom is not supposed to be having access to stakeholders and others in terms of influencing what they're supposed to cover. And I know that's a tall order. It's easier said than done, but it takes a certain type of leadership with the ability to communicate, the ability to explain why it's important in terms of maintaining our democracy and ensuring that we have a properly functioning fourth estate to maintain these lines and ensuring that all of these buffers that protect all of us. In fact, that's how we created. That's why we've got the board, we've got the executive, and we've got the newsroom. So in closing, I'll quote Ben Bradley from the former editor of the Washington Post when he was asked about what makes a good journalist or what makes a good newsroom. He said, you are as good as your owners want to be. And in this case, our product, which is journalism in this case, is going to be as good as how we as the board members and the executive want our journalists to be.
Thank you, Mr. Fagude. Of course, we are at that point where you need to address the committee in 3 minutes before we finally close, having interacted with the members.
Okay, well, thanks very much for the opportunity. And I'd like to say that one of the reasons I came back home, other than some of the personal pressures that I've had, was to come back and contribute to the experience that I've been lucky to obtain overseas over the years. I'm ready to do so, and I think that the skill that I've acquired over the years in different parts of the world could come quite handy in ensuring that we promote good journalism, we promote good governance, particularly in the business of news, because you need a specific type of experience and governance skills to manage business of news. And I'm hoping that that experience that I've acquired overseas over the years could assist in facilitating that and in helping us protect this national asset called the SABC, and we can continue making sure that it continues to be the incubator, because SABC is the incubator of journalism in South Africa, whether we like it or not. All other news channels, if you really think about it, have one way or the other recruited journalists from the SABC. SABC is the place where journalists are trained, particularly for South Africa. So if I'm given that opportunity, I hope to continue furthering that purpose amongst others.
Thank you, Mr. Fakude. As I said, we have come to the end, but surely the objectives we have set in the beginning, where we said to surely through the interaction with members, you'd still have reflections to make, even beyond the time we've allocated, and that members would have definitely learned a lot from experiences you've shared, especially as we continue to do oversight as Parliament over the SABC as the entity, but more importantly, as we install the new board that comes out of this process. Thanks very much. And of course, as I say once again, thank you for still standing at this time of the night.
Pleasure, Chair.
We hope we'll still have a bit of what is left of the night to have. Thank you. But just on the formality side, is to indicate that if there are queries that you still have, follow-ups that you want to make, you are free to engage with the administration that worked with you as you are preparing for the interviews, Mr. David and the team. From the point of us as members and the decision-making processes going forward, as you'll be aware, all our meetings are open to the public. So this process is open to the public. South Africans are able to see what we do up until we get to a point of making the necessary recommendations to the House, and those recommendations of the House getting to the President for final appointments. So if you have not been following the deliberations, we now have another new follower of the program who would be looking at how this program unfolds and finally making recommendations. So really thank you for your time. And therefore it ends here from our side, as we would allow you to get off the platform, just for us to conclude our part as the committee as we prepare for the other day. So you were the last candidate, but like we said, we were still wide awake to engage with you, and you'd have been wide awake yourself.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Very much, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, I'm sure there's a point that has been raised by Honorable Kolabanat, which I said we'll deal with it maybe towards the end. And it's good that we still have the required number to can make some conclusions on this matter. So I see that on the platform, we still have 4 members on board. So out of the 7, of course, Honorable Bambo, who was our number 5, continues to come in and out because of the network. I hope he's following that now. With my interactions on the sides, it's becoming quite clear that even if we wanted to try and bring other candidates forward during the day before the House sitting, it will be difficult to get other members out of caucuses that are planned on a Thursday, but also that the House sitting at 2, it's important for all members to attend, which is why the schedule starts after the plenary at 6. what we are trying to get is for the administration to try and persuade two of the candidates that were to see on a Friday, that we load them for tomorrow so as to lessen the time we take on a Friday that can lead us to Saturday morning, looking at the numbers. So would indicate to the members if that has worked out, but would work on the basis that will start after plenary, given all these challenges that we have spoken about. So that's really the guidance, honorable members. I hope it does make sense because it seeks to balance all the other concerns and party work that you need to do, which has already been scheduled long before the interviews were set up. Agreed? Can I get a sense? Agreement. All right, thank you.
Agreed, Chair. Thanks for that. So if there is a change, I'm sure they can just tell us when it's convenient, because we don't really need to know until we start. So I'm just looking. What is the time that we start?
Ms. Gabin, isn't it? It's the target time is 6.
Yes, the target time is 6, Chairperson. You're correct.
6
Yes.
o'clock. There it is.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Okay. Thank you for that.
That's it. And I must appeal to your mental fitness and physical fitness that we do complete. You've been, I think, doing very well thus far. I think there's been some consistency in terms of engagement. If we can keep that, we should be able to move even quicker. Of course, candidates will differ and the areas you are covering, right? Because we also take into account what could have been public comments already received to some on some of the candidates. Thanks, honorable members. Please do enjoy the rest of what remains of the night.
Thank you. Good night.
Wake up the next morning. Thank you. Night.
Good night, Makozong.
Honorable Mlala, at least your bed didn't die completely before electricity came. Otherwise, you would have hit me with current problems. Thank you.
No, electricity has saved me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Later.
Bye.